Yo, just real quick, Juju Social, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Still getting all the guests here. We had a little bit of tech issue, but we'll get that. Give us one moment, please. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV, cross-ideological space where we come together, talk about issues both political and cultural. We're waiting on Short Fat Otaku. He is on his way. I don't know why he is late, but as of an hour ago, we were still on. So hopefully he's okay. Hopefully all is going well. Just to let everyone know, right? Just right off the bat, I am getting paid by Progressive Victory, but oh god, they are not paying for this content whatsoever. Like none of this going forward today, none of it is being paid for. But I just want to make sure that everyone's aware. Anyway, how you doing,
Wick,
Brianna?
you know that's not true. You know that's not true.
What do you
Yeah,
mean you know
I'm
that's
doing
not
really
true?
well, and you know that's not true. I backed the brink trucks up to your house. We unloaded everything. It was the cocaine. It was the heroin. It was
I guess yes, the slave labor,
yes,
right, that we imported to keep the stream running. How do you think my house is powered, right? We have literal Houthis in the back just like uh pumping the generator. I don't know, twirling the generator. What the fuck is this motion, like spinning the generator? I'm not sure the word to use, but yeah, it's it's pretty I don't know. I've seen a lot of people with the most kind of conspiratorial brain takes on this, right? Did you guys see them going after Connor for this a lot?
yeah.
Cranking. Okay, thank you for that. Cranking is a good word. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just really do not understand the level of I don't know any other word for it than paranoia that's going through people's heads about this. It is wild to me how um, they have gone through like lists of possible secret PV operatives. I've seen streams of this, right, where they go through different streamers and speculate on whether they're part of the secret dark ops PV team. Um, yeah, it's pretty wild. I don't know. What I mean, like you're no longer
So,
working for
Wick,
them. I
I
know that,
wanted to.
but
Can I say something?
sure,
Yeah,
sure.
well, I just wanted to say about this, and this is genuine. Like, no one has asked me to say this. Wick, I've worked with a lot of people over my career, and honestly, consistently, you have had so much integrity like through everything we've ever done together. And when we first like started talking about PV or Rebellion Pack sponsoring anything on your show, like you made it absolutely crystal clear at the output that there can be no expectation that we are going to tell you what you're going to say, how you're going to feel, any of that, right? You were just absolutely crystal clear on that. So I think it's got to be so frustrating for you because you have like gone out of your way to make sure no one is putting like rules around what you can say, telling you what you can cover, telling you what guests can come on the show. And like people are just assuming the absolute worst with you. It has to be so insulting and frustrating for you.
I look, it's par for the course in this space, and we're going to talk about that when Dev gets here, right? We're going to talk a little bit about some of the kind of the discourse and how this goes, right? There's a lot to cover today. When we first initially, right, agreed to do this, it was before the incident with the Vaush folder, right? So we've had some we've had some what's it called? Changes behind the scenes for topics today. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I saw Vaush's, and I see this is the thing. I'm trying not to get too into it before Dev gets here because I'm really curious on his takes. But I've seen, uh, I watched the Vaush kind of context video that he put out. I think Sunday, maybe Monday. Um, I don't know. I have real big questions still. And also full disclosure, I did reach out to Vaush directly. And to his credit, he did respond to me. He said that he doesn't feel like a live stream hash out of this would be useful. And I understand that. There's so many bad face actors. There's so many people who would lay traps for him. There's so many people who would just be as bad faith as possible. So I get it. But, I do want to hear from the horse's mouth, right? I would love to actually have him on and talk to him about this, but I understand that he doesn't want to. Let me DM Dev
I mean,
again and see where he is.
do you think it would be constructive at this point, Wick? I mean, seriously, it feels like everybody has made up their mind about him already. And come on, I mean, it's not the same as the progressive victory thing for you, but it is the same in the sense that nothing you say is going to help people, anyone change their mind on it. So, and we'll get into it when
Yeah,
SFO
and he
gets
just
here.
DM'd me. He's on his
Oh,
way.
oh,
So
fantastic.
he is. Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Hello.
Hi, sorry for being a little bit late.
It's okay. It's okay. It's been a day. It's been a day. We were just
It actually has been. I'm sure for you guys for completely different reasons than me, but I have been extremely busy the past couple days.
What's going on? Is there new content drop? Are you making a new video? What's going on? Give us a scoop.
Yes, yes. Wait, are we live right now?
We are live. Oh yeah, we are live. We are streaming.
I'm going to reveal all of my secrets right now, not
Hell
knowing
yeah.
that we're live. So
You've
I
put out
am.
like so many videos lately. I mean, it's just been one after the other. I'm used to getting like TikTok Tuesday, and then if we're lucky, one more. I mean, you've put out what? It's like 5 videos in the last week, right?
I don't know. Hold on, let me see. I've done 3. So the past week
Week,
I've done a TikTok Tuesday today. I did the
right.
weekly sip on Sunday, and then I did the Taylor Swift psyop video.
Sounds like
And
you're
then
getting
you
back in
did
the
the
saddle.
weakness video before that, and maybe it was
Yep.
on your Deafenized channel. I don't know. It's been a lot of content
I've
lately.
I've been doing a lot more than I have been for sure. Because usually it's like a TikTok Tuesday once every 2 weeks because I'm lazy. But now I'm actually like getting 2 to 3 videos a week done. My goal is something like 5. I can probably get there if I just keep working at it. Honestly, I took the Destiny path. I was weak. I got on Vyvanse and it helped out. So
Drugs. What is this degeneracy? What is going on? $2 from Antelope to say if it isn't Big Black Otaku. I can neither confirm or
Oh,
deny that. He might be black. I don't know. I've never seen him, but yeah.
I am Métis. But I look white though, so don't worry about it.
Sure.
I'm white. I am what Lance from the Surfs called white passing.
Okay.
Oh my god.
But
Have you heard white passing before? Have you heard about that stuff?
yes, it's
No, of course I have. It's just it's a discussion. I will say that.
Okay, here, because I need to get slightly set up.
okay.
Are you turning on your camera this time, Brianna?
So here in Massachusetts, despite all the taxes we pay, my power is currently out. So I'm sitting in my car outside my house, staring at it, waiting to get electricity back.
Oh,
So
geez, we could have rescheduled.
yeah,
If you're having something go on.
no, it's fine. They tell me EverSource tells me it'll be back on in about 30 minutes, so I will just run inside when it does.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to set something up here.
Okay, you
Something's
guys.
kind of fancy. I was on side. You guys know what side scrollers is? I was on side scrollers a couple days ago, and I set this
Oh
up.
wow.
There we go. Look at that.
A little VTuber kind of with you got action in the background. What is going on?
Look
The
at that.
production values are through the roof. I love it. I love it. I do.
Here, and I'll make sure to tweet out and tell my audience that I'm doing this. Let me go over to your channel and pick it up.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that. We
Yeah, no
got
problem.
a little. Oh, go on.
Oh, well, you asked what I was doing. I don't mind revealing a little bit.
Please.
So I'm aiming for, at the most, March 1st to get out my Israel-Palestine video, which has
Oh
been
boy.
a lot
Oh
of
boy.
research. A lot of research.
Oh no.
So, which side are you choosing? Team
Um,
Team Hamas or
I'm
Team Israel?
I am like soft pro-Israel after all the research that I've done. They've made their fair share of mistakes over and like bad moves over the years for sure, but they are the best of a bad option, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
I fully agree with that. I mean, I don't think like there's a piece I retweeted earlier this week talking about a doctor that went into Rafah to basically try to he's a reconstructive surgeon and to try to help people that had like lost limbs, and he's talking about how they don't have the equipment that they need and that they're using barbed wire like improvised as a saw to cut people's limbs off. It was just absolutely horrible. And I don't know how anyone can like read the news and go, well, I understand needing to defend yourself, but maybe this is going to a really extreme place. I think most of us looking at this feel this way. But if you look at the entire history of everything leading up to it, I mean, Israel has been attacked a lot, and it feels like every single time they've arrived at a peace treaty, they've done it with a lot of strength. That's how they got their original treaty with Egypt, for instance. So it's really frustrating for me personally to see the discourse so uninterested in any kind of nuance in a subject that inherently like requires nuance to be accurate with.
Yeah, that sounds all pretty accurate. What I noticed is when looking into the history of it, like well, they weren't Israelis yet; they were Jews. The Jews made a lot of pretty bad moves in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, 1940s. Don't necessarily blame them, considering what else was happening at that time period, but they made some pretty bad moves in the area. But then, like I think, like from like 1967 onwards, there's been a consistent push where the Israeli side seems to be more willing to come to some kind of negotiated settlement than the Palestinian side, where it's like, listen, we're here now, and we're clearly not leaving. So accepting that reality, do you want to have some sort of two-state solution? And the Palestinians have always been like, no, let's keep going to war. And it's like, well, okay, but you're gonna lose, Like here in the West, we're all very, we're all hippies and we're peace lovers, and we say, don't fight, don't do it. But the Palestinians seem to want to fight, and the Israelis seem to want to fight. So it's like, well, I mean, what are we going to do? They both want to fight. The issue is that only one side is capable of winning that fight.
So
So it's like,
Yeah.
the issue with Israel Palestine for me is depending on there's so much of it. Yes, it's only been around 80 or so years, but it goes back further than that. And you can pick out a point in time to paint either side as pretty gross, right? Like if you go back to like the 90s, in early 2000s, I think Israel looks a lot better than they do today. For instance, right? There was a much more well, look at the Oslo Accords, right, and things like that, and there was much more push for peace from the Israeli side, which has changed today. Today it's not so much, right? Today it's very because of Netanyahu, right, and the right-wing government. But then if you look at the 2004 Intifada, right, that what happened, where they had all those suicide bombers and things like that, you can kind of realize why Israel became radicalized in the way it's done over the last 20 years, right? Because again, people kept blowing themselves up to kill them, and it's a real it's just I'm just glad I live in America. Let's say that.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm glad I live in Canada. Don't have to deal with that shit.
I mean, I remember how crazy right wing America got after 9/11, right? And imagine if in America, like Israel, rockets were hitting civilian neighborhoods just nonstop. I mean, I don't even like shudder to think of what America would do to Canada if that was the case, right?
Yeah.
So
I
again,
like to think about
it's
it
a
at night,
horrible
right? And,
situation. Yeah.
but while you so to my audience, I know you're screaming and crying for us to cover the Vaush stuff. We'll get there. I
Let's do it.
promise.
Let's do it.
Oh my God. Do you guys feel like burning more bridges? Is that what this is? The bridge burning ceremony?
I don't know if we're burning any
I
bridges, right? But
I
I
mean, I can tell you what I think. Yeah,
So,
Vaush is my friend. He doesn't mind like if I have a difference of opinion with him. I don't think he would. It's not going to burn any bridges to say what I think.
but we'll get there. What we're doing is we're letting Dev get set up so he's ready, and we'll get there. Don't
I
Sure.
worry.
think I'm pretty ready now. I've
Okay.
told my Discord, I've told Twitter, I've told my YouTube channel.
Everyone good?
There
Okay.
should be a few more people coming in, I think.
Yeah. No. Let
I,
them
there's,
trickle in.
you know, being a video essayist, I don't draw, huge stream numbers proportional to my my subs. They're all there for the videos, not so much for the streams, you know.
Absolutely. No, I get it. I get it. But I guess I had three things I wanted to talk about today, and I think the audience wants to hear about, and we can take this in any order you'd like.
Sure.
Obviously, we got to talk about the Vaush stuff. We got to talk about the Starship Troopers stuff, and we got to talk about the Biden stuff. So, and if you guys, I
Biden
know,
stuff. Wait, what Biden stuff? Did something else happen?
oh well, her report, no, just the mental acuity stuff. And I know that
Oh yeah.
Brianna Wu had some issues that she wanted to bring up with you. So, Dev, you are the guest of honor here, right? So you get to choose which
I
of
think
those
we're
four
both guests. I
things.
think we're unless you're now a permanent co-host.
No,
Brianna.
but Brianna Wu has been on my I guess I'm more familiar with Brianna, and she's still a guest of
Okay.
honor, right? But you know what I mean. You've been on less than Brianna has. Let's say that.
I'm not that
Okay, fair
precious, Wick. It's fine. You're the guest of honor, SFO.
Okay. Oh, someone immediately super chats and asks, "Where's food shops?"
That's later. That's later.
That's later.
That's later.
Oh
That's,
boy.
It'll be connected. Don't worry. But
Okay.
Food Shops did ask to come on, and I'm gonna bring her on at the end though. So we're
Okay,
gonna get
all
through
right.
all the other topics first.
I mean, I was under the impression you guys didn't like each other, so. But I mean, if you guys are cool, that's fine.
I mean, I like food shops. It's just she keeps like drama farming on me. And I mean, if she had a better channel or did better work, I probably want to talk to her. But I'm just going to decline to be part of this. It's just trash.
That's what's going on. Oh, is when she comes on, you're gonna leave,
Yeah.
basically? Okay, no, I understand. I mean,
I just don't want to. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm friends with her, but I understand that she's a schizo, and she's fun.
Yeah.
I like talking to her, but
Yeah.
I understand exactly
Yeah,
what she
I
is.
really liked her the first time I went on her show. I mean, I genuinely did. I walked away, I was like, wow, why did she get banned from Destiny? She's really cool. I like her. And then the schizo side came out, and I'm just like, oh, okay, well, this is someone I'm going to stay away from. So,
Wait, she got banned from Destiny's channel or something? I didn't know
as
that.
I understand it, yeah.
Oh, damn. Listen, I don't keep up with all the Twitch poll news because it's not like my sphere of the internet, so I don't know what's going on.
No, look,
Yeah,
all I know is that well, we're gonna talk to her about some of her comments, but that's later.
Okay.
So of the four options I gave you, right? And so to remind you, we're gonna
Sure.
Biden's mental acuity, the Vaush stuff, which is lowly related as well, Yeah, look,
Oh my god.
the Starship Troopers discourse, and then Brianna Wu's specific criticisms of some of your videos. So if we can do any of those four.
Okay. Well,
It's
let's
all
start.
it's all very friendly, I promise. Yeah.
Sure.
It doesn't
Let's
have
start
to
with
be.
the Biden mental acuity stuff, because
Okay.
that's the most fun. Because he seems to be a fucking zombie at this point, doesn't he?
I don't know if I agree. I see a lot of clips that look bad. That's absolutely true. And it's absolutely true that he has slowed down. Like Biden of 2024 is not as hip and with it as Biden when he was the vice president for Obama. That's true. But then
Mm-hmm.
I look at some of these clips that they put out, and it looks really bad, but then you see the whole video and the context completely changes, right?
Yeah, I
And
think you saw me because I think you retweeted when I did that. Is
yes,
that there
that
was
was one of them.
Biden? It's like Biden's brain shuts down in the middle of a speech, and I'm like, hold on. I went back and I watched the whole like 15-minute thing. It wasn't that long, and he was very clearly just getting frustrated with some of the things Trump was saying about NATO. And once you watch the whole thing, you realize, oh, he's actually just fine. Like he's mumbling. He has like that old man mumble,
Yeah.
where like words kind of slur together because you're getting older and your mouth doesn't really work anymore. But like he his brain wasn't rebooting the way that like the person said. You know what I mean?
It's obvious. Like look. I think the Her report was a huge hit piece, right? Basically, it was
What's her report?
so there was an investigation done onto Biden's handling of classified documents, right? And his staff's handling of
Okay,
classified
yeah,
documents.
I think I heard about this. Yeah,
Yes.
go on though.
So the special investigator, I forget his first name, he put together a report detailing his findings, and the report was that he there was going to be no charges brought, but then in the report he just outlines basically it was basically a hit piece on Biden being forgetful, not able to remember his son's death, all these things, like these grandiose claims about Biden's mental acuity and how he's not with it, right? And that was at least the part of the report that got picked up. But the part of the report saying that he had no, there was no wrongdoing, just kind of got shunned by the wayside. So yeah, what are your guys'
Well,
thoughts on all that? But go ahead.
from what I remember of this, there was a lot of that stuff where he's like Biden, like they interviewed him for several hours, and was it FBI guys? It was someone from the federal government, right? That was interviewing him, and they basically said like he very clearly like sometimes he didn't know where he was, sometimes he didn't know what he was talking about, he was forgetting certain facts, and then at the end they conclude not that necessarily there was no wrongdoing. I think they concluded that we can't charge him because he's not capable of what's the phrase they used? It was something like
I
he
don't
like
think that's what they said. It was
no.
yeah.
I remember seeing that's what they said something
No.
about
That was
him.
mentioned in the report, but I
He
think that.
made a
Go ahead.
he made a straight comment. Yeah.
No, go
I
ahead,
was
Brianna.
just
Go
going to
ahead.
say he made a straight comment in it that was editorializing that basically Biden was a very well-meaning old man, and prosecuting him probably would not be successful. Meaning, as I understood it, this is the prosecutor talking about the chances of a court case basically being successful if he was to like bring a criminal case forward. So. There are a lot of people that thought those comments were inappropriate. I cannot like judge that, but it's pretty clear it was some editorializing.
Let's see. We can always look this up. I mean, I'm sure it's public, right?
Oh yeah. Also, and gang, if you're watching this and you want to get like a full rundown of the Her report specifically, I got Hutch coming on tomorrow. I got Adam Mockler. I got Lactoid, and Tyler will be coming on, and they're going to be going over it in great detail as well as the mental acuity thing. So just a little plug for that. So if you want to check that out tomorrow, but it was absolutely something where I think that ironically, Sitch had a really good take. Sitch from Adam and Sitch, right? Had a really good
Yep.
take on it. That it doesn't look good for Biden. Absolutely doesn't, right? It's a problem. But it should put to bed the notion that there is a double standard or that there is a secret deep state to protect Biden or something like that. Because otherwise, this kind of really damaging report would have never been released.
Yeah, I agree with that for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Like this idea that the Democrats actually control the entire establishment, including the Republican Party, by the way, and that everything is simply rigged so that the whole system just moves leftward slowly over time. You know, there would never have been an investigation to Hillary Clinton in 2016, which, in my opinion, once it came out in the 11th hour, pretty much tanked her campaign, right? And there would have never been any sort of investigation into Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or any of this stuff. None of this would be happening if everything was actually just controlled by the Democrats.
I certainly agree with that, but I want to come back and really engage with your point or the original question, which is, is Biden's age, is he, frankly, is he too old to be president? And let's be really, really clear. He is 81 years old. He is applying for one of the most stressful jobs it is possible to have. And I think the American people's concern on this is utterly, utterly reasonable, and it is really frustrating to me to see, my Democratic friends consistently like minimizing it. And we're told over and over and over, like this is the most important election, democracy's on the line, and it is. And I will work my ass off for my candidate. That's my job. But it's like I think it's just objectively true that the polls have been brutal for a really long time. I think it's objectively true that people that like we would if we had a different nominee and they were going up against Trump, I think this would be a relatively easy election, right? So I like Biden. I admire his presidency. I think he got America back on track, and I will be very, very proud to work for him. But at some point, the Democratic Party and Washington in general has got to hit this head on the fact that our leaders are so much older than the rest of us. And look, I'm a Gen Xer. To a large extent, this is my generation's fault. We did not take a step up and take the reins of power. We left it to the boomers. We sat out our turn to govern. And because of that, our leaders are like, they fundamentally are not living in the same world the rest of us are living in.
It's I think it's I think we need to stop denying things that are just true, right? That everyone can see with their eyes.
Yeah,
Did you guys see the backlash against Jon Stewart, who was making jokes about it,
yeah.
right, on the Daily
I
Show?
didn't know.
So
No.
he made jokes
I haven't
about.
watched that in like 15 years, man.
Now I get you.
it's
He
it's
came
kind of
back
fallen
though.
off, you know?
He came. I understand. He came back though to host the Daily Show. Right. He's going to be a part-time host. So I tuned into
Okay.
it. Right. And there was a huge backlash because he did a segment where he mocked both Biden and Trump's age. Right. He didn't mock them equally. He mocked Trump more. But just even poking fun a little at Biden was enough to make certain segments of the left, certain segments of the Democratic Party just get up in arms. And I think that's counter effective to what we want to do, right? We have to be able to just say, yes, that's true, and we're still better than the alternative. We are still better than Trump is. We are still better, right? Biden is still a better choice for America than what Trump has to offer. And I think that if we continue to just take umbrage and pearl clutch and stuff, it's people are just gonna see us as weak and impotent. So.
Okay. I managed to dig up the quotes that went viral on right-wing Twitter
Please.
from that report that you mentioned. I'm just going to read them real quick. So, given
Oh,
the
we just got
intelligence.
power.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Well,
she's gonna
I'm listening.
transition.
I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening.
okay.
Go ahead.
So, given the intelligence and military officials present and the topics discussed at the meetings, Mr. Biden recounted for, was it 𝕾𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜? Mr. Biden should have realized that his notes did or were likely to contain classified information. But taken as a whole, the evidence will likely leave jurors with reasonable doubts about whether Mr. Biden knew he was sharing classified information and intended to do so. For these jurors, Mr. Biden's apparent lapses and failures in February and April 2017 will likely appear consistent with the diminished faculties and faulty memory he showed in the interview recordings and in our interview of him. Therefore, we conclude that the evidence does not establish that Mr. Biden willfully disclosed national defense information. That was the first quote. Second quote was, we've also considered that at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview of him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. Based on our direct interactions with and observations of him, he is someone for whom many jurors will want to identify reasonable doubt. It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him, by then a former president well into his 80s, of a serious felony that requires a mental state of willfulness. So those are the two quotes. And the way that I saw right-leaning people spin it, and it's not an unreasonable spin that they put on it, is that, listen, if we're at the point where the person who's interviewing him, he at the very least, what he's seeing is that he's seeing old man Biden taking the stand, appearing to be kind of feeble, enough that a jury would consider him would consider him um, not not capable of actually committing the crime. Then how can a person like that actually be president? And that's actually a reasonable question to ask. It's not like it's coming from some
No,
some place of
I
bad faith to ask that question.
I understand that it is something that is a reasonable. He's old. He absolutely is old. But I watched his response address that he did right after the Her report was released. Did you see that?
Yep, I saw parts of
Yeah.
it anyway.
Well,
It was like that was also like 15 minutes long, wasn't it? Like it wasn't
yes,
that
it
long.
was. It was about. It wasn't terribly long, right? It was about 20 minutes or so. What the media ran with was him mixing up the Mexican president with the Egyptian president. But if you watch the whole thing again, it's clear that he's not like young, but he's still able to engage with the reporters and things like that. He also, right, like, and I gotta say this, I've had guests on my show that are less capable than I've seen Biden be. All right, when it comes to like that's
Okay.
just true, right? I won't name them because I don't want to shame them, right? But I've had
Mhm.
people who come on and they're just like deer in the headlights and they just get lambasted, right? It's really clear that they are not following along and can't do that. Let me read some super chats while Brianna gets ready.
Sure.
$10 from cameraman 502. One, what is damaging to Biden is his admin keeps denying what is clear to everyone, inflation and immigration. Two, Brianna, are you also upset Gen X was skipped for Super Bowl halftime show nostalgia? $2 from Fondue. Boomers still outnumber other generations. $5 from Fondue. Starship Troopers back in the discourse loop. Is it because of Helldivers? And then two
Yes, basically,
dollars.
yeah.
Yeah, and then $2 from Silver Camaro. Dev is a
Oh
weak
God.
type B. 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜 who reeks of Al Ghul. Been playing some Disco Elysium, have you?
Yes. Can you tell?
I actually just started playing it again myself. I bought it back a year or two ago, and I died in the first like 5 minutes of the game because I tried to turn the light on and it gave me a heart
Yeah.
attack.
Yep. If you have only one health, you'll die from that. You have
Yeah,
to have
and
like at
I was
least
like,
2 points in
okay,
physique.
I was like, this is dumb, and I shelved it. But I've since picked it back up, and I really enjoy it. It's slow
Yeah.
paced a little bit, but it's fun. It's good
Yeah,
little good
I
little
think you
game.
need at least 1 point in pain threshold to have more than one health, and you need at least 1 point in volition to have at least to have more than one morale, because otherwise you just die instantly from either of those things.
Yeah,
But
and
no,
it's
listen, I played through a Disco Elysium, and my favorite character in that game by far is Measurehead, because he's fucking hilarious.
okay.
He's so fun. Well, the first time through, I was like, listen, for the memes, I have to take the fascist route, right? So
Absolutely.
why not? And it's the most insane shit happens in that game when you take the fascist route. Which route did you go down?
I'm
Or
I'm
are you going
well,
down?
I'm not done with it yet, right? I'm going down the moderate centrist, enlightened centrist path is where I'm going with it.
Okay.
Um,
Have you had like
we'll see.
the political vision quest yet?
The political vision quest,
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
actually,
I'm
wait, hold on.
well, I'll tell you at the part I'm at. I just
Okay.
found Ruby. So,
Oh, wait, you mean underneath the building?
yes.
Okay. That's pretty far into the game. That's like 3/4 of the way through the game, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
When you
That's
say
pretty
political
well. Here,
vision quest, what do you mean? I guess.
okay. So, have you found your ledger yet?
Yes.
Okay. Once you find the ledger and you have like your record and you go into your menu, it'll tell you how many answers you've given that are communist, fascist, ultra
Yeah,
liberal, or
I don't remember
moralist.
off the top of my head, but I think let me see. Hold on. You know what?
You're gonna boot the game up
I
now?
wonder if I could. Here, let's
I don't know.
it's risky. It's risky. We're gonna risk it for the biscuit though while Brianna gets ready. So if we suddenly
She's in
go
the backstage
down,
right now.
she's backstage right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
So
saved. We'll risk it
basically,
later.
basically what happens is once you've had enough answers of one of the four factions, your conscience will chime in and say, "Hey, it looks like you're this type of person," and then gives you like a quest unique to that path.
Yes, I've had a few of those. I've gotten one from communism, from fascism, from ultra liberalism, I guess,
Yeah,
and from the moralists,
moralism. Yeah,
as they
yeah.
call
Well,
them.
What
here's
are
like
we talking about? Are we talking about Helldivers?
Disco Elysium.
Oh, I've never played this. I've always wanted to.
It's really good. It's actually really really good. Um, well, no. So like if you've answered like a number of questions in one of those four paths, you'll get the thought for it, and you can internalize the thought. So
Hmm.
you can internalize like the advanced race theory for the fascist, or you can internalize um was it Mazovian socioeconomics for the communists, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But you have to get something like 30 or 40 in one of them before it'll give you like the quest that makes you become one of those four factions.
Oh,
So
I guess I haven't done that yet. I've been
yeah.
too centrist in my answers, I guess.
Yeah. So like I took thoughts to be both a communist and a fascist in the same playthrough. Because why the fuck not? It's a
So
great game.
I want to come back and talk about Biden a bit because,
Sure.
Wick, I really agreed with what you were saying. Like, we've got to just stop pretending things that aren't true are true, right? People know it, they see it, and I feel like if we leveled with them, it's just there's just a lack of time. Like, there's an absence of time that you can tell someone just not to think about something, right? And I see Mary Trump do it. I love Mary Trump. I respect her. But one of the things I feel like I really learned during the Dave Chappelle thing,
Oh, was that
its
me?
issues.
Oh, sorry, we're
Uh,
freezing.
You were gone for a bit, but now
oh,
you're back. Kind
Okay.
of.
oh gosh.
You're back now.
Okay, I will double check settings as soon as I'm done
Yeah, that's fine. We
saying
did
this.
Dave Chappelle, and then yeah, you cut.
So what I'm saying with Dave Chappelle is, like I didn't like a lot of his statements on trans people, and but something I learned is if you were the person criticizing a comedian for telling a joke, like you're just automatically losing the discussion. The public is never going to side with you on this, and it's very much the same. Seeing so much of the left go after Jon Stewart for just voicing an opinion that, my God, if I look at the polls, I can show you objectively half of America believes this too. So I just, the truth is he's going to be our nominee. I'm going to work very hard to make him, get him elected. But I just wish we didn't need to like silence anyone that has that concern. I don't think it's going to work out for the party in the long
It's a
run.
habit. $50 from Adam Unfriended to say the analysis of Starship Troopers varies, but reducing it to troopers as your political views versus bugs as your opposition, then you are missing its deeper themes of militarism and propaganda. The bugs aren't the good guys, and the troopers aren't fascists. We'll get to that. Don't worry. We're gonna get to
Yeah,
the
we'll get to that.
Starship Troopers, but let's stick on the Biden thing at least for a little
Yeah.
bit longer. Go ahead.
So while you were gone, Brianna, I don't know if you heard all of it, but I read those two quotes that right wingers are really latching onto online right now.
Mhm.
And there's a reasonable question there, which is if a jury wouldn't convict Biden of willfully handling this national defense information inappropriately because he seems too feeble, how can a person like that be president? That's a
Right.
reasonable question. It's not, people who ask this question aren't asking it in bad faith.
No, I don't think it's bad faith. I think that, this prosecutor, and look, if we go back and look at Ken Starr, who was a very politically motivated prosecutor, I don't know if you remember the Starr report being released, but there was a lot of editorializing in there as well. So,
I don't know what
I
that is
don't,
now. I don't know what the
Sure,
start
it was
report is.
after the Monica Lewinsky
The
blowjob. It's
Clinton thing,
a
yeah.
Okay.
report they released, and you could literally buy it in Walmart, which is surprising because there was a lot of non-Walmart language in there. My
Okay.
point is, yeah, I hear what you're saying. It is a reasonable question, but it's important to remember it is it's a very partisan person making those comments, and that assessment when there's a rich history of conservative special prosecutors doing that kind of editorializing. So I'm just saying grain of salt, that's all.
So, I mean, I can't find it right now, but I recall seeing something like shortly after this report came out. Somebody in the White House said that no, Biden is not going to do any sort of mental exam to
Hmm.
determine. And I'm like, shouldn't you? Like, if this is actually a question, lots of people have some real questions about this. Shouldn't you do that and put their minds at ease? Like, why
I
not?
anything they can do to put the public's mind at ease, I can tell you as a political operative, it would help our poll numbers. And again, you've got to understand with my job, I see a lot of poll stuff that is not released to the public. And I'll just say this is an election we need to take seriously.
Um, I will say that the frustrating thing about this, and this kind of actually extends into the Vaush discourse as well, ironically enough, is that whenever you have a major figure in a whether it be a president or a major political um, or cultural YouTube streamer that is under heavy criticism, there are three kinds of people giving that criticism in general. There's the people who just hate that person, will never change their mind, and are looking for ammo to use to attack them, right? Anything works against them. They'll take anything and they'll twist it to bad faith and they'll go after you. The second type are people who are just, like you said, have honest questions, right? They are concerned about uh, uh, what's going on, right? In the with President Biden, right? They're very concerned with what's in Vaush's what's next to Vaush's tax folders, um, and I think those are the people that when I am under criticism or when anyone is under criticism that you should try to speak to. Now the third type of people are the vultures. Okay, they don't really hate anyone. They don't really care. But they love to spin it for the drama. They love to see people get torn apart, right? And I think that's where the press is. If you look at what the press generally covers, you'll see that they'll generally cover things that will humiliate or paint people in a bad light or create this kind of like frenzy around it because all the incentives in the world are there to do that. So it's not really like a right wing bias or a left wing bias or anything like that. I think that, again, most journalists, most of these reporters, most of the people who do react content, that's what they're looking for is the people to mess up and do badly. And that's why they use these clips that are passed around by the bad faith actors and things like that. But that's just my thoughts. What do you guys think?
Um, so firstly, I sent to both of you an article
Hmm.
talking about what I was mentioning. Yeah. White House rules out cognitive test for Biden's upcoming physical, saying that he's sharp. It's like, you should do that cognitive test, guys.
Yeah,
Like, this does not look good, you know?
absolutely. Here it
Important
is.
to
Also,
mention,
Brittany
just
Simon,
important to
just real quick.
mention and
Brittany Simon, thank you for the
evaluate
raid.
sources. Sorry, Wick, just one second. This is from the Post Gazette. Is this an actual paper? Okay, yes. Just making sure. Great.
Yeah. Well,
I've,
basically, I know I've seen many like outlets talk about this in the past week, so I just quickly like Google search Biden won't do a mental exam, and I found this one. I found New York Post talking about it, Yahoo News talking about it. I
Fair
found
enough.
like just scrolling down like NBC, like a bunch of outlets have covered this. Yeah, that they've the White House has said that Biden's not doing a cognitive
He
test, and it's like
should.
you should do a cognitive
You're
test.
right.
Like,
He
Yeah,
should.
yeah,
Like, I think
yeah.
that
He
would be
should. He
the way
absolutely should.
forward. But I'm not. Unfortunately, I don't have Biden in my call list. I can't dial him up and say, "Hey, buddy, bro," right? I wish I could.
because here's the thing, even if Biden's mental health is just completely fine, his refusal to do the test um after that showing is not going to look good.
It is
It's just
not.
not going to look good.
It is not.
um there's a second point. What did you mention before I brought this up? You were saying something that I wanted to reply to
You're going
like
to
30
have
seconds
to.
ago.
Oh man, vultures, 3 types of people.
Yes, right. And you think the media are vultures, right? I wonder
Absolutely,
if
absolutely.
does Brianna have like wireless headphones? Can she hear us?
I don't know, and that's why I'm I'm
Yeah,
wondering what's
that's why
going
you're
on. I
waiting.
know that.
Well, here's the thing. Like I have wireless headphones and it's nice. I can walk all around the house
Look,
and
she's
listen
doing the
to whatever's
Hassan
going on.
impression right now. Okay, she's
Oh,
just
is she?
doing the Hassan impression, right? And she's gonna be here, but hopefully she gets
Well, we
back
can wait a
soon.
minute. Maybe there's a few more super chats that can be read or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we got a couple. $2 from Lisa is a blogger to say lolly. I want lolly. Fair. $5 from cameraman 502. What actual evidence of her being a very partisan person do we have other than your disapproval of his assessment? I
I don't know
don't.
anything about him. I can't answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's like super partisan, but he is a Republican, as I understand it, right? And there are incentives for Republicans to have biases and things like that. All in all, the report is damaging. It could have been much worse for Biden. Like if they had found wrongdoing, if they had found reason to take it to trial and things like that. But I do want to point out like the double standard people have for this. What Biden has how many cases of litigation against him right now? I think recently he was indicted for fraud and forced to pay $355 million back. Um, I'm not sure on the specifics of that case, right? But he is losing his cases. He is getting prosecuted, and I
You mean
think
Trump
it's
is?
yeah, Trump
Yeah.
specifically.
You said Biden.
Oh, my bad. See, I had a Biden moment myself. Okay, I'm mistaking like the presidents of 2016 and 2020, right? Uh, excuse me, my bad. But yes, Trump has so many indictments against him, and the double standard that people have, where Biden has this report come out, and this is what we're focusing on, other than like the the massive amounts of litigation that are out against Trump right now. It's just a little wild to me.
Well, I already know what they say about that. They say that because the entire system's rigged against him, because he's a populist, not even the Republicans like him, they're kind of forced to go along with him. Is that they're throwing everything at the book to try and stop him, right? That's going to be their position.
It's very hard to deal with that, to be clear, right? It is very hard to deal with that because there are people out there, and I'll admit this, there are people out there who just want Trump to fail. Like straight up.
Yep.
They just hate him and they will do anything, even underhanded means to get him to fail. But I think that people using that as a shield to protect themselves against all criticisms are doing everyone a disservice.
And man, there's like another angle. So, for example, um, well, I think something's happening over there
I hope she's
in the Wu
okay.
household. Something's going on.
Yeah, I hope
Maybe
she's
it's related
okay.
to the maybe it's related to the power outage. I guess we'll see in a minute. But I remember like let's rewind back to like 2017. I actually did a video on this recently where like like this is before, so 2017 was before. Actually, wait, hold on. Let's see if we can find out what's going on.
Everything okay?
Welcome back. Welcome back. What's going on?
Sorry, I suck.
No, is everything okay? I mean,
Yeah, I'm trying to get Ethernet working. My husband is going to work on it for us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw you guys going back and forth, and I was like, Jesus, it looks like someone's breaking in or something. Okay.
Yes, there are ninjas outside my house right now. They're trying to get in. Sorry,
So,
what is the topic at hand?
we I think we kind of talked over the old man Biden stuff to death, eh? Now
Sure.
we're talking about like Trump a little bit.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
Yeah,
hitting on Trump, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I basically said like, listen, he should be doing that cognitive test, and he's not gonna, but he should be, and it's probably bad for the Democrats that he won't, unless they know that he's gonna fail it, which means that it's probably worse if he does it, right? So either way, like if you want to spin up a conspiracy theory, don't do the test, right? That's how you do it.
Yeah.
So and then Wick, you mentioned like there's a double standard with Trump because Trump has all of these other
Yeah.
cases going on, and
Mhm.
we're focusing on this. And
Mhm.
I gave you what I know to be the right wing reply, even though I don't believe it, which is, of course, they're going after him. He's a populist. He's from the outside the system. So everyone, the rhinos and the Democrats and the judges and everyone are going to try to take him down, which is what they would say. It's a dumb answer, but that's how they think. Is that it's all corrupt because they're all coming after him, right? That's what we were talking about, basically. And here's the thing. I understand why they think this. So if you go back to 2017, before Trump did any of the election shenanigans, right? People lost their fucking mind about Trump, and it was kind of insane. It was overblown for what Trump was in 2017, right?
Uh,
No, it
See,
was.
you said this in a video, and I was
I
like,
did.
I want
I
to
was
talk to you about this at
I
some
was
point.
right. I was right about this too because like I put out
Why?
so I put out a video in 2017, and I actually reposted the clip. So there's a guy who I used to associate who's very far right now, and he's like, man, Des betrayed all of his principles, and he's turned into a communist. So I'm gonna go through his old videos and pick out all the ways he's changed. And I'm like, okay, I go back to my first video of 2017, and I pull out a clip, and I say in the video I say, listen. One day Trump is going to do something that actually disqualifies him from the presidency. And people on the left have cried wolf so much about Trump that they're going to burn all of their trust with the right. The right's going to be down a conspiracy rabbit hole, and they're not going to believe any of it. I said that early 2017, and it turned out to be true. I
I
called it.
I don't think that's true. And I
I
saw
think it's
you
true.
say that in the video, and I wrote it down in my notes because I wanted to talk to you about it.
Okay,
So when you say, we get really granular with this. When
sure.
you say the left like lost their minds, we were too hyperbolic about the threat of Trump in 2017. Can you
I
give me
say
a
in
very
2016. In
okay?
2016. But yeah,
Great.
same. Yeah.
What specifically, can you give me an example of something that you thought? Because from my impression of it, I think we said Trump would be a threat to the rule of law. I think we said he did not have the moral character. I think we said he wasn't going to respect the institutions. And from my point of view, I think most of that turned out to be true, actually.
It did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't. So one, I don't think there was enough evidence back then to say that, even though it did turn out to be true.
Hmm.
But more importantly, like if you're a right winger, just kind of, or like even someone who's like in the center and looking on the outside in, and you see, for example, this happened like 2 months into Trump's presidency. Was it Kathy Griffin holding up the bloodied Trump head? Like that was insane. That
I
was
was
insane.
really surprised you were like upset about that because from my conception, like, it's really similar. Do you remember
Wait,
when
are you
Shu
surprised
got
they were upset about
into
that?
well, just let me finish for a
Please,
second.
please.
Do you remember when Shu got really upset about the Balenciaga thing, which I'm not going to defend. Like there was some terrible stuff there.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
my thought of that, I had a different conclusion than Shu did about how that shoot came into effect, right? Which is when you're talking about those kinds of magazines, you're talking about professional photographers, and they're trying to like something. Let me tell you a super quick story. Like at the height of Gamergate, I remember going downtown for an event, and they wanted to photograph me before it, and I happened to like ride my motorcycle into downtown Boston, and they're like, "Oh, that looks great. Come on over here. Put on your motorcycle jacket, hold your helmet in your hand, and do all of this," because they like love props, and they're artists. They want to make stuff look weird and cool and fun. I could so easily see how that happened to Kathy Griffin. Like you're sitting there, like it's an artistic, like kind of comedy news spread. Like they're gonna come up with something and make it like a photo illustration. The same thing with like the Balenciaga thing. Not defending it, but I think it's someone who like probably got a PhD from like art school and was just making something that was very meaningful to them personally, but was just like arty and stupid and emo.
This is
I think you're
sure.
reading just too much into it, in
This
my
is
view.
why
So
everyone needs, right? Every corporation, every public figure needs a normie on staff
Yeah.
to look at things before they
Yes.
publish them and
Exactly.
say,
Exactly.
what are you
Yeah.
so
doing? What
Yeah.
the fuck are you doing? Right?
Yeah.
yeah. So here's the thing. I mean, that all actually sounds pretty reasonable, but I guess to clarify, I'm describing what right wingers thought of it,
Sure.
right? And they thought that her holding up the bloody Trump head was unhinged. I personally don't care that much,
Right.
frankly. but when you have like an environment where it seems like the man was being demonized before he even got into power, and then continued to be demonized before he even did anything wrong, in my opinion, I think that's why a lot of them just stop trusting everything. So I'll give you. I do have more examples. Okay, so we can go down a few more examples. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember from 2017 the Han asshole solo saga with CNN?
No, no.
Okay. There's old articles from June or July of 2017 that I can send you. So here, I'll DM you both this one. There's
Please.
tons of them. This was a big thing back then. So basically, wait, hold on. Did that not work?
You gave us a how CNN
Oh,
found Reddit user behind the Trump wrestling gif.
yes. So basically, what happened was there was a Reddit user named Han asshole solo. He took a GIF from WWE wrestling because Trump was on
Oh,
there
I
at times,
remember
right?
this.
Yeah,
Yes.
and he made it's just a joke, right? Like he put like a Trump body slamming the CNN logo, right? This angered CNN enough to the point that they found out who the guy was, and they said, listen, they published. I did a video on this back in the day. They published in an article like, if he doesn't delete his Reddit account or something like that, we are going to release your personal details online. CNN said this,
That's
and I'm
insane.
like, this is fucking unhinged, dude. Like, it's a meme, you know. And I'm like, why is this like why is CNN doing this? This
I
it's
think
insane.
I'm not justifying that. I think, like, in retrospect, I think a lot of journalists probably acted a little hyperbolically in that era. I do have to say, like, throughout all of this, Trump was constantly saying, like, the press is the enemy of the people. He had threatened reporters. Like, he was really, really just fundamentally disrespectful and openly antagonistic to, like, the press. And it's not like there's no, like, parallel in human history of a government like oppressing journalists and silencing stories they don't want to hear. So I agree with you that that was a little much, but I think they felt under attack. And it seems to me, if you're saying, "Oh, the leftists, y'all just forced those Republicans into just being like believing the 80% of the 80% of Republicans think the election was false or whatever it was or wasn't valid, and Biden stole it because you didn't believe this then." I think in the same way we can look at Donald Trump and we can say, well, don't be surprised if the press doesn't like you if you're going after them all the
But I'm
time.
gonna push back on you, Wu, a little bit. This isn't just a we don't like them thing, and this frustrates me, and I know it's gonna come out as frustration because this continues to happen to me, right? It continues to happen in general on the left, right? Is the right wing will make shit up, they'll make a caricature of the left, and then a certain portion of the left will do everything in their power to live up to
Yeah,
that caricature and
yeah.
stereotype. They will make it true, right? By behaving in that way. I don't understand it. I don't know. I have some guesses as to why, but I'm not sure entirely, right? But it makes my job so much harder when I'm trying to be a reasonable person with reasonable takes and say and just look and call them balls and strikes, right? And then from left field, right? Like some dude comes in and just says, "Yeah, if you don't delete this meme, we're gonna dox you." That's unhinged. That's insane. I had forgotten about this. I fuck you, Dev, for reminding me. It's making me mad all over,
I
right?
mean, there's more, right? There's like the Covington kids. That was a shit show, where the kid was just standing there and the press treated him terribly. The reaction to Kyle Rittenhouse. Like you can go through just
Like Rittenhouse had much to do with Trump, but your point is taken.
yeah. There's some segment of the left that has some sort of institutional power, just when it comes to journalism, and then basically like ratchets it up. And so, and by the way, just to be clear, just to go back one point, I completely agree with you, Brianna. That it's ultimately the right's fault, right? It's ultimately their fault that they fell down a conspiracy rabbit hole. All right, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's all just the leftist media that pushed this on them and they have no agency whatsoever. No, no, they have lots of agency, and they should not believe a lot of the things that they do. But I also don't think that people like this who report on stories in this way are blameless, because they're not, right? I mean, I did a video, and this is now not journalism, it's something different, but I did a video of cataloging people who got assaulted in public simply for wearing MAGA hats. Because I wanted to see how much MAGA hat violence there was. And I mean, there wasn't that much, but there was enough to see a pattern. Like there was one guy who got his face beat in, and he was like a Filipino guy. He got his face beat in. He had like a big bruise on his eye for wearing a MAGA hat, right? There was one kid who was kind of sitting there with a MAGA hat on in like a Burger King in like 2018, had the hat ripped off, pulled out a bunch of his hair. You know, there's videos of this stuff happening. There was one little girl who was like 7 years old with her parents holding a Trump sign, and then two obese blue-haired SJWs, the actual the actual stereotype. They come over, they take the sign, they rip it up. She says, "Hey, that's my sign," and they're like, "Fuck you, little girl," and they walk away. And I made a video. Like I have all the videos of this. Like this is not stuff I'm making up. So
Yeah,
there was
when
that. Yeah.
when TikTok's Tuesday happens, I'm always sitting there. It's like a car crash, and I don't want to watch it because I know it's going to make my own side look terrible. And I'm watching it, I'm just like, oh no,
Yeah. So like
no.
I have there's definitely, I think Trump's supporters have a strong narrative of them being victimized by what they call like the liberal establishment or the leftist establishment. And it's not all just hot air. There's something to that.
It
Yeah,
And now,
it
radicalized
is.
family
well,
members.
just to be quick, though,
Yeah.
just to be clear, that doesn't absolve them of all the things that they believe and they've done since then. But it's also not all them.
Yes,
I
have
just
people, if I
just
may,
think
just,
it.
just real,
Oh, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry, real
Wick. I
quick, because this
apologize.
is,
Yeah.
no, it's fine. My uncle, who's a big part of my life, right? I love my uncle, but all my life growing up, he had been staunch Democrat, very blue, right? He voted for Obama, he voted for Clinton, right? He loved them. He was mad at Clinton for the lying thing with the Monica Lewinsky, but in general, like he was a big Democratic supporter. And then in 2015, 2016, the run up to Trump, he got radicalized because, again, just mild disagreements with some of the more extreme people and seeing, right, a lot of the violence done against Trump supporters, it turned him. So I have a bone to pick, a chip on my shoulder to people who are utilizing political violence to try to get their opponents ground into dust. And unfortunately, I think it contributed a lot to Trump's election in 2016. Um, but yeah, I think you're right in that I do blame him for like falling for it because again, it is in many cases overblown, but it's not non-existent. And to pretend it's non-existent is not going to help us at all. And I think this applies to everything, right? Including today with the Biden stuff, right? When we talk about cancel culture, right? When we pretend these things aren't happening, we look like liars. And so we can't, just don't be a liar. That's all I ask. So.
No, I think that's really well said. It really ties into the thing I was going to say, Wick, which is I hear what you're saying in the sense that there have been mistakes made, and like just to use a different example, I think that one of the reasons feminism has become a weaker force in American politics is because like we focused on an aesthetic and like a really kind of a just a set of tactics that people didn't always like when we should have been focusing on issues, and that's certainly like a part of why things in America are worse today than they were a decade ago on a policy level for women. But if you look at the really big picture, and the issues are, Trump getting to appoint such an unusual number of Supreme Court justices. It is, this right-wing assault on rights in the legislature, right? It's the result of this 20-year project of the Republicans to kind of, get people in state houses to pass kind of very extreme laws. So I hear what you're saying in the sense that I think when we're talking about national politics, I do think that Democrats and sometimes our refusal to admit reality, I think it's part of the equation. But I'm also old enough to remember when like Dick Cheney shot a guy in the face and like the entire Republican Party didn't care. And I'm old enough to remember when we invaded Iraq because of imaginary weapons of mass destructions and the Republicans didn't seem to care. I've kind of come to the point where, yeah, I really treasure my friends like Connor, who I think are conservative and they're honest actors. But I think the bigger problem is this party has just kind of left the reality station. And I don't think it's entirely clear how much our own actions have caused that. I think a bigger variable is right-wing media.
Just
Um,
real quick, if I may.
um,
Gang, we have almost 200 viewers and we have 20 likes. You guys want to see the Vaush stuff? You got to get more likes. If we can get more likes, we'll go to Vaush right away. But yeah, continue, please.
if you don't put in more likes, Brianna won't come back. That's how it is.
But yeah, go ahead, respond, please.
Hold on. Are things all set?
Yep, everything's good.
Awesome. I mean, I'm also old enough to remember that. I think I'm a bit younger than you. I'm like in my 30s, but I do remember being a teenager during the Iraq War, being in high school, and being like, wow, this is kind of fucked up, isn't it? Because it did, like, Afghanistan seemed justified, Iraq didn't, from like a
Yeah,
Canadian point of view, which is why I
100%.
think I think that's why the Canadians went to Afghanistan but didn't really go to Iraq, is because we were like, this doesn't seem like, this one seems kind of bullshit. Um, but I think what captured a lot of people, I remember talking to Sargon back in 2016, and like I remember like I think he was like he was a Bernie bro back then. He's definitely not a Bernie bro now, but like back then he was. And he said that he ended up liking Trump because in the Republican primary debates in 2016, he was the only one on the stage willing to call out the Iraq War and Bush for what they were. And I think that captured a lot of people who would have been like right leaning, who were dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party. Now the new direction is, in my opinion, worse. In retrospect, I'd probably, even though I don't like George Bush, I'd probably take him over Trump in retrospect. But he tapped into something that was very real, that I think the Republicans were just ignoring, and some of the Democrats were kind of wagging their finger that it even existed. This kind
Yeah,
of right wing discontent.
yeah,
And I think like that, the fact that there was very clearly like there was a very strong establishment presence behind Jeb Bush that got utterly crushed by Trump, and the fact that he was like a memester, and the fact that you did have real Trump derangement syndrome happening at the same time. I think it was like a bunch of different forces that came together, and then over the course of the presidency, Trump steadily got worse, and the people who supported him just kind of went along for the ride. You know.
yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I guess I just really want to hammer you on this though.
Okay.
And this is something you do in your videos a lot. Is you make these kind of grand statements and look, you're my friend. I like your work. I respect it. I watch every video you watch. Sometimes I watch them twice, right? But
Well,
you
thanks.
do this thing where you make these really broad assessments of a situation. And I think like this is my biggest problem with your work is I don't think you always back it up. Like you make a really strong claim at the beginning of this video, which is like the left is completely we lost our minds about all of these things. And like from my conception, I cannot think of a mainstream criticism of Trump that didn't turn out to be extremely true and probably didn't have like evidence pointing towards it. Like maybe it's just true that the Democrats were like more tuned into some of these media and stories issues. So like what specifically is your proof that the Democrats kind of had derangement syndrome leading up to that election with our assessment of Donald Trump?
I mean, if you really wanted, I could go back to like 2016 and probably even 2015 and dig up like old stories.
Sure.
But I mean,
Let's
that
just
would
take
take
a
some
different
time.
example.
That
We
would
can
take some
take a
time.
different example of the exact same phenomenon. So your video, like worshiping weakness, or what was the latest one? It wasn't worshiping
It
weakness,
was demonizing strength.
demonizing strength. The exact opposite. Which, by the way, I like this video. 100% agree with the thrust of your argument. I think one of the very best things that served me over my career is having grown up in a Republican house. And I do have a sense of pulling myself up by my own bootstraps. I've always felt my own destiny was in my hands and that I couldn't count on anyone but myself. And it's been a very, very helpful personality trait. So I appreciate that video. But at the very beginning of it, you make some really broad characterizations of the left, and your evidence of it is like always a tweet with like 15 followers for it, right? And very little engagement. So I feel like this is a pattern where your argument would be a lot stronger if you like found more evidence for it. An example that you use in that video is when you're linking to a really popular figure like Destiny or Vaush, who do have bigger audiences, as kind of emblematic of a way of thinking on the left. I think that's an example of a stronger argument than, just a single tweet that you point to a lot.
Here, let me quickly pull that up. 'Cause I want to know exactly
Please
what you're
do.
talking about.
Yeah.
Let me see. Here, just give me a second.
And gang, while we're waiting, thank you for the super chats. I'll read a couple. Let's get to them. Antelope the Greek for $2. Progressives radicalize the right. And then $2 more from the same person. Radical Prague journalists are not a protected class. So thank you for that money. And again, gang, the more likes we get and the more money I get, the quicker we're gonna get into what you really want to see. Right?
That is an old right-wing meme, because there was one progressive journalist who basically made the claim in like 2018 on Twitter that journalists should be treated as if they're a racialized group. And it's like, come on, dude. All right.
Look, I get what they're. Look, I'll go steelman this.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't come at me. But I think that journalism should be protected in the United States or in free countries. Journalists are often targeted, right, by the politicians and the corporations that they go after, and that journalism in and of itself needs stringent and strong guardrails to protect them from bad actors. That's why I'm very concerned when Trump wants to lower the bar on libel laws in America and things like that, and slander laws and such, because I know the inevitable result is it's going to be used by the powerful to basically bully and attack those who come after them in the press. That's absolutely going to happen.
So I agree with you there, but just that you can always see, the bad actors who use those protections in some bad ways, right?
I get you. That's like, we talk about the price for freedom. That's the price.
No, I understand.
We got to keep the shield strong, even though we know that bad actors are going to use that shield. I would rather the bad actors be able to use that shield than that shield not be strong enough to protect the honest actors. But that's me. So
I went back to the video. I mean, the main tweet that started the video off, I mean, it has 3.7 million views, a whole bunch of retweets, a whole bunch of likes. I mean, this wasn't like a small thing.
So I wasn't talking about, like, I was talking about a pattern overall, just that I saw in that video. I meant to study and get you specific examples before today, but my power was out,
Right.
unfortunately.
I understand.
But I mean, you can see what I'm talking about. Like, you do tend to like start with these really broad strokes of what the left, seems to believe, and it is true that you use like I feel like I want to see you like back that up a little bit more. Like this is something I've always wanted to ask you. It feels like do you think that like a bias that I have is growing up in a military family. Like I always kind of have an instinctual like respect for national security, and I think it can color my analysis sometimes. Do you think that you might have a little bit of bias of just always seeing the left and the right as kind of equally ridiculous, or just like really needing to feel like you're in the middle and your positions are in the middle?
The first half of that, maybe. The second half of that, no.
Yeah.
I will take up a far left or a far right position if I think it's correct. I don't care what the label.
I think you will. I've seen that.
I'm curious to ask though, what is your furthest right position? What's your furthest left position, Deb? I'm just very curious.
My furthest right position is probably on things like guns. That's very far right here in Canada. We do not like guns here, but I think Canada should have a Second Amendment. My furthest left-wing position, at the risk of having Sargon and Arch continually call me a communist for forevermore now, is that you can really use some of Marx's stuff. I don't agree with Marx's conclusions. I think that they're terrible, but he did craft a lens of analysis that has its uses in some places.
Yeah, like when? Can you give an example?
I've used it. In fact, I've talked about the labor theory of value several times, where what was it? A couple weeks ago, I used the labor theory of value to describe in an economic sense why it's no longer affordable to have kids. And I was doing that in like a Twitter debate. And I was like, listen, I'm not even a fucking Marxist, but I know that this makes sense in this case.
But go ahead.
No, it is bullshit. It is bullshit. There's some serious problems with it. But if we're just talking about the raw manufacture of goods, it can be used. If we're talking about
Sure.
the price of like the value of the good itself, it's fucking terrible, right? But if we're talking about like, okay, because labor is a commodity in the Marxist view, and a laborer basically takes up the position of a tool in the equation, because you have tools, materials, you have product, right? So a laborer, all value comes from labor. A laborer is a tool that creates value. If you want to create a tool, there's a formula for that in the labor theory of value. So, and it has to do with how much labor does that tool output, how much labor does it cost to make the tool. You can actually use that analysis to see, well, if laborers are tools, how much labor does it cost to have a kid? Well, there's 18 years of raising him up and everything. And how much labor will he produce? Well, his entire working life. You can use the same formula, and you realize that once you math it all out, if it's too expensive to have children, and they don't provide enough labor over the course of their lifetime that makes that expense worth it, no one's going to have them.
That's why
Yeah.
we need to be able to legislate so that the kids can go back in the mines, so they can start working
Oh my God.
earlier. This is a joke. Don't cancel me. I'm memeing, gang. Okay, I'm memeing, right?
But it's one of those things where like I'm not a fan of Marx, but I'm not going to say that he was just stupid. You know, there's value in
Yeah,
understanding
you
Marxism
can
even
be
if you don't believe it.
smart, but also wrong, and I think this is
Yeah.
one of the cases where that's just true. But I don't want to. I would rather not get into a big labor theory
A
of value
Marxist debate.
discussion tonight because we have so much to cover.
Yeah.
And
Well,
well, oh, go ahead, Brianna Wu.
no. Go ahead.
I want to. Okay.
Well, real quick,
Go
Wick,
ahead.
are we moving on from the critique
Yeah,
dev
because I
section?
wanna,
'Cause
Well,
I
it's
do
not.
want to reply a bit more. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to critique you. I like your work. I just,
Or you can critique. It's fine.
some
Go
of
ahead.
it's some of the places where I think it's, so, I mean, so like look at this video, like demonizing strength. I think one of the things that makes me like arrive at a different conclusion than you is the fact that I've spent so much of the last few years, like going to Democratic town halls, canvassing. Wick, you got to do a bunch of that a few weeks ago, like going
It was
outside, knocking
great.
on doors.
Did you guys
It
see my
is,
live debate, by the way, that I hosted? My first ever live debate with Ian Crossland. You guys should check
oh,
that out. It's on
I
Destiny's
saw
I
channel.
think
it.
I
I
did
haven't
watch it. Yeah,
watched it.
I think I
I
saw it.
haven't watched it yet. But like Wick, I mean, when you did that, you got to meet like the Democratic, like not Twitter, not like Discord watchers, not like Wick fans. You got to meet bread and butter Democrats. It was a different kind of feel, right? Like I mean, tell me about it.
It's amazing how. So also, I'll let me tackle it from this perspective. Okay. There are a lot of people, and I use the term people loosely for these individuals, right, who are very critical of
Mhm.
going out and knocking doors and actually getting our hands dirty when it comes to the electoral process and doing that. There are a lot of people who said it was going to be embarrassing for us and things like that. They're full of shit, to be clear, right? We were able to knock on over 40,000 doors, right,
Sure.
over a single weekend and gather, I think, 9,000 points of data, right, to help kind of really see what the electorate has to think. And talking to the voters, right, talking to people who were wanting to register to vote and registered to vote and seeing what they actually cared about. I understand that Cincinnati is a pretty blue place, but seeing that, I was surprised that how many people were echoing things I saw, concerns I saw from center left Twitter people. Basically, that democracy was the number one answer I got. When what's the number one issue for you this election? For me personally, when me and Josiah were doing the knocking the doors, the answer we got overwhelmingly was, we're concerned about democracy. Democracy is on the ballot.
Yeah, 100%. That's not surprising. So what I'm trying to really drill down on is like you got to go out and meet a lot of typical Democratic voters. I imagine you knocked on doors. It was moms at home. I imagine you got to meet a lot of older people, like if y'all targeted triple primes. And like that cohort of people was probably very different than the conversation you're seeing on Twitter most of the time, right?
Yeah, no one gives a shit about Twitter.
Right. So
Literally,
so this is like, I think sometimes on your channel, Dev, you will like you will very correctly, I feel, say like, "Look, the left needs to stop stereotyping the right." And as someone that grew up in Mississippi, I get so angry when people talk about Mississippians as if we can't read and don't have shoes and yeah, like use a bunch of like stereotypes there. And I think that's true about the right. But I think sometimes you characterize the left and define us by the most fringe right lunatics. And I think one of the things you learn with this job, and one of the reasons why my political positions have evolved so much in the last decade, is that's just not where the electorate is in the same way.
You mean fringe left lunatics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think it's just a difference of language because
Yeah.
everything you're saying tracks. This all makes sense, right? But like when I'm talking about the left, I'm talking about like the full left, not just the American left that exists on the left section of the American Overton window, right?
Sure.
So like and by the way, of course it's different in every country, right? Like our leftist party in Canada is a socialist party. It's not a liberal party, right? So things are definitely different everywhere you go. But for me, like when I'm talking about the left on my channel, I'm more of a political theory guy. So to me,
Mhm.
like the left are like they're the communists, they're the anarchists, they're sometimes the progressives, but when I mean progressive, I tend to say progressive, not
Right.
not left, right? So it's probably just a language thing. Where like generally when I'm talking about the crazies, I'm not talking about your average Democrat voter.
I'm thinking about the video you did the other day. It came out today, I believe, where it was about Trump and the shoes, and you're kind of making fun of that, right? Well, this grift, like this is a mainstream Republican grift. Like a lot of conservatives donate to Trump. He's going to be their nominee. He was their president. Like this is a mainstream conservative view. And I feel like consistently, like maybe there are some examples. If I looked at your channel, at your videos going after the right, I would see places where you're doing kind of the same stereotyping them by the absolute fringe. But I don't know. I think there are, especially as your channels change to concentrate more on political theory, I think I would love to see you like just have a wider view of what the left is, or at least remind your audience every now and then that this isn't where a lot of the Democratic Party is.
So I remember you watched my liberalism's great flaw video, the
Can you
Sargon
remind
versus
me?
James,
Yeah,
yeah,
can you remind me
Sargon
of
versus
that?
James Lindsay.
Yes,
Yes, and that was primarily a political theory video.
yes.
And in it, I point out that I do not like conservative politicians, and I don't like the
Mhm.
Republican Party, but I like conservative philosophy. And I give some examples in the
Yeah.
video of like what I think is good and what I think that um, the anarchists on the left definitely lack, and what I think progressives they probably know, but they forget a lot of the time of like what is good about conservative philosophy.
Mhm.
Um, and it's one of those things where it's like hold on. I've definitely done videos going after the right. Every time I do it, my audience lets me know how much they don't like it every time I
Sure.
do it. um, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, hold on. I might as
I
well spoil a
feel
few
you on
things.
that.
I'm gonna spoil a couple of things because I have massive files that
Spoiler
are
alert,
waiting to be
gang.
made into videos, and frankly, I have to do it at the latest by the summer. Massive files on the claims of voter fraud in
Hmm.
2020, and also on the Capitol riots. I
Oh,
got to
some
do
Ooh.
hints, some
I I
previews
have
of
to do
topics.
I have to do. But they're going to be probably be multi-hour long videos, but I have to cover both of them, and I have to cover them before the 2024 election because
Yeah.
I want them to be out there before the election happens, right? Um, but I mean, I've made it like very clear in on a lot of my streams, and I think in a lot of my videos too that like I don't like the Republican Party.
Mhm.
I don't like what they've become under Trump.
Yeah.
I think I spend more time critiquing the left. One, because I mean I was a young leftist, even though I'm not anymore. And so I think I understand the left probably better than I understand the right, even now. Um, but also because I think leftist ideas are harder to critique than rightist ones. So
Yeah.
it just takes more time. Um, I mean, if your criticism is that I need to point out that the anarchists on the left that are absolutely insane, that that's not the bulk of the Democratic Party, I could probably say that a bit more. Yeah.
People are asking
but I'm generally not talking about the Democratic Party when I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the political left
the crazies.
Yeah.
of the like philosophy spectrum, basically.
Fair enough.
Just real quick, I'm being asked by several sources, where is your trucker protest video?
Oh, do you know the trucker meme yet?
I don't know the
In my
trucker meme
community?
yet. Give me the trucker meme.
Okay, so you guys know the
Educate
Canadian
me.
trucker protest, right? You
Yeah,
guys know
yeah,
anything about it? Yeah. So it's probably the only bit of Canadian news Americans actually know is the trucker protest. So basically, I was holding off to report on it because whenever the government uses the Emergencies Act in Canada, there are three things that happen, I think, automatically. One of them is it has to go to court to basically be judged after the emergency is over. There has to be a Canadian Senate inquiry automatically into the use of the Emergencies Act. And there's one more thing that I don't remember, but basically a bunch of things automatically triggered when Trudeau used this emergency power. And it's supposed to be checks on the emergency power. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna I know everyone's given their hot take on the trucker on the trucker situation. You know, you have people going down there and they're streaming from Ottawa and they're doing all this stuff. And I'm gonna wait to do my big thing. And so I waited. And it took them a year to get to the Senate Senate
Wow.
hearing. And it took them 2 years. They just finished up the court case, and the Canadian Supreme Court came out and said that Trudeau's use of the emergency powers was actually unconstitutional. And that Trudeau is already kind of taking a lot of hits right now in Canada for a whole bunch of different reasons that are boring to Americans. But the fact that the Supreme Court has come out and said that Trudeau's use of the emergency power was unconstitutional is basically the death knell for his political career. I would be surprised if he survives the next election.
I wish Canada mattered, but it just doesn't. So
It just
let's get into
doesn't.
actual
You know, it
topics.
just doesn't.
Let's get into actual topics, gang. So
Anyway, that's why it hasn't come out yet. That's why it hasn't come out yet. The trucker video.
Thank you for
It'll come out.
letting us
It'll come
know.
out.
Okay, gang.
Can I just say one thing really super quickly to button up this topic?
Sure.
So, just Wick, I'm sorry, Dev, I really hear you. And I think if you looked at my Twitter right now, you'd probably see, like, statistically, more like criticizing the left than you would the right now. Because let's be honest, like, the craziness of the right, it's not a new story. It's been going on, in my view, like hardcore since the Bush administration, right? This kind of mutant new version of the left that is increasingly concerning for me. It is a new development. I think it's happened more and more over the last 10 years. So I just want to say, like, I think that you can be in the middle. And I think you can, like, make the assessment that this is, like, not just more interesting to cover, but, like, you can make more of a difference in covering it. You know, when I talk about these things, my hope is we can kind of make people aware that what we're doing is not working and kind of change our tactics and, become better than we are. Because I think we're on course oblivion.
So I guess real quick, like,
Sure.
even though Biden may very well just be a walking corpse, I would likely still vote Democrat if I were an American over Trump. All right. Now, if it were a different Republican candidate, I don't know, but like Trump's election stuff has been so far beyond the pale that it's a non-starter. I am a never Trumper now. I'm a proud never Trumper now.
I think
despite all the problems with Biden.
I think that's growing on the right. I wonder, like Nikki Haley, at least last I checked.
Am I on the right, Wick? Am I on the right? I don't know if I am. I mean, maybe.
Well, what I don't know. Look, you're Canadian, so you don't matter, to be clear, right? But I get it. Like, I think that you are more right than I am. I think you're definitely more right than Brianna is. So are you on the right? I don't know. But we'll see, right?
I don't think that's the axis of conflict. I really don't. And just being honest, like Dev, I've got more in common with you than I do a lot of people on the fringe left. I've got more in common with Connor than I do a lot of people on the fringe left. I think the axis is not left versus right as much as it is constructive versus deconstructive.
Moderate versus extreme, in my opinion.
I mean, I want some pretty fringe left policies, right? But I don't want to burn the country down. I don't think of myself as a moderate. I really think the people, my hope is right now in American history, we are living through a moment where there's a certain part of the right, and it's smaller than I would like, but they see the insanity of MAGA and they just can't go that way. And I think there's a portion of the Democratic Party that is seeing like some of the extremes of the left, and we can't go that way. And my hope, and I realize this is probably not going to happen, but it's still my hope, is that some sane people can come together and go, yeah, at a certain point, like the United States just needs some public policy passed, and I'm not gonna get everything I want, but we just gotta like take care of the country, and like to have a sane center like move and become more interested in governing. This circus is not serving anyone well, and it's just I don't see you. To me, it's not important to define you, Dev, personally as like right or moderate or whatever it is.
Yes, it is.
I
Label
think
him
you're just a
pigeonhole him.
thoughtful. I think you're a thoughtful person. I think you come to conclusions I don't always agree with, but they are well reasoned through. I think you're thoughtful. I think you care about the issues that you talk about, and that's why I respect you.
I do really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I want to finish. I only got halfway through what I was going to say there, though.
Okay, yeah, you're all buttoning it up, but again, we gotta unless you guys want to be here till 10, right? We got 10.
I can stay as long as you like. I'm fine.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
same.
Okay.
But so basically, yeah, I would vote for the Democrats, but in Canada, I'm voting Conservative because it's a different political situation, right? So that's why I kind of view myself as more of a moderate, because depending on who's running and where I am, I'm not holding any allegiance to one party. However, what you mentioned before, you mentioned that like the insanity of the left is relatively new, while the insanity on the right has been going on since the Bush years. I
Mhm.
actually view it as inverted. I
Sure.
think because yeah, the Bush years were crazy, but they weren't crazy like this, right? The Bush years were not the same as the Trump years, and I think you can see like a lot of the MAGA people, they don't like Bush, and they really don't like Bush because
Mhm.
it's definitely there's been a break in the continuity of crazies. So something new has appeared. Meanwhile, on the left, it's never really held institutional power in the Democratic Party,
That's
but
right.
there is this long history of insane leftism in America that goes back to like the 1960s, and it's been present, under the surface in some form or another. Generally not in politics, but it's been around. Like the anarchists have been here since long before I was born. They've been writing political theory since long before I was born. So I think like I think what's basically happening is that there's a lot of crazies on the left, but they don't have a representative. They don't have
Yeah.
someone at the top of their movement that can run for an office and then use that office to implement their policy. They're just like they got a bunch of like malcontents that are hanging around, right? But on the right, the crazies do have a guy at the top that is running for office, and that's the difference.
Once that gang continue to talk, I do have to use the little boy's room real quick. And when we get
Fair enough.
back,
I
gang,
want to get to Vaush.
we will get to Vaush when we get back. But you guys
Excellent.
entertain my audience for like
So,
2 seconds. No
all right.
gamer words, okay?
I'm about
No,
to tell you the truth that Wick won't tell you about progressive victory. It's all coming out right now. No, so from my perspective, like on the right, and maybe this is just a different calculus I arrive at because yeah, I'm American and like I really see some nitty gritty, but I see Bush and Trump linked through this right wing media ecosystem that kind of no matter what like the Democrats are to blame, there's a news scandal, and it kind of distracts you from talking about issues like WMD not existing in Iraq or the civil liberties issues under the Patriot Act or this the ineffectiveness of Bush to address Katrina, which destroyed my family home. It feels like there's this right-wing ecosystem of media that exists to kind of explain, well, yeah, but what about XYZ, or just not cover it at all, so you're not aware of it. So from my point of view, like I agree with you, there are a lot of current MAGA people that it turns out they didn't really have a lot of loyalty to free trade and all of that stuff. But I think at the core of it, there was this kind of a fever that wouldn't break, this like decision to not see reality, if that makes sense to you.
Maybe. Um, it definitely got worse under
Yeah.
Trump, though, because like the Rush Limbaugh types, I remember just kind of being jokes
Mhm.
back in the 2000s, right? But those people, they aren't considered jokes anymore. Now they're like the big names. It's not Rush Limbaugh himself, obviously, but like his successors are now like big names on the right, and they weren't just the fringe that they were.
That's right.
Whoa.
Right.
Cool.
You tired of horsing around, Wick? You ready to
No,
get to it?
you saddle up, cowboys. We're
So-
gonna get into it here.
So just real quick, so I know that there are going to be some people in the chat, mainly from my audience, who are not going to like what we just had a conversation about. Just real quick, listen. You guys, since I know that you know a lot about political theory, I will do a video on the right-wing socialists, all right? It's coming on like the James Burnham types, all right? Because they have a lot to say about this sort of thing. I know to like people who don't really get it, it sounds really weird. The idea of a right-wing socialist, like what the fuck does that mean? It's a political theory thing. You guys know what I'm talking about. I will do stuff on James Burnham, okay?
Is your audience mostly like, how did they kind of break down? Because like I'm pretty progressive and I enjoy your stuff.
They're definitely more right-wing than me, for sure.
Yeah.
They're definitely more right-wing than me. I think a lot of it is that during the height of Trump derangement syndrome, communities online, especially like small to mid-sized YouTubers, they would ban right-wingers. They would just ban them. And so anybody who had a commitment to free speech, even if they were like centrist or center left, they flocked to those people. And I got a lot of people who are more right leaning than me because I wasn't going to censor them.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you don't demonize people and call them retarded, even if they substantively disagree with you on the political issues, they'll hang around. They'll talk to
Yep.
you. And I appreciate my audience, right? I get a lot of flack for that too, because a lot of my audience leans right. Not all of it. Some leans pretty heavy left, but a lot of it does. I have gotten a lot of pushback saying, "How dare you talk to a right wing person?" or "How dare you let this right winger in your chat spew his right wing nonsense?" Look, gang, as long as they don't prank toss, people can say whatever they want. You don't have to believe them, right? You don't have to agree with them. And in fact, in a lot of cases, I don't. I think they're silly. But why would I silence people? That's un-American, gang. It's un-American. But speaking of
Hold on.
Oh,
Okay,
God,
chat. I don't mean
okay,
chat.
you're teasing them,
I don't
you're
mean
edging
that.
them at
I
this
don't mean
point.
the National Socialist chat. All right, here. Okay, here's a political theory pill that no one wants to take. The Nazis were actually centrist, and it's true, but that's way too spicy of a take to get into right now.
Oh boy.
It's actually the truth.
Look, Nazis were a youth rebellion movement. They're the youth. Okay, let's
TLDR on the authoritarian spectrum. The tankies are on the left. The Nazis are in the center. The monarchists are on the right. That's just how it is. Because that relates to how they like manage their economies. But I'm not talking about the Nazis. I am talking about the managerial revolution. Because that was not the same thing as the Nazis, the managerial revolution.
Oh, there's so much to pick at here. But we will get there. We will get there. Okay, we gotta stay on target. Stay on target.
Fair enough. When I make that video, that's something that you should definitely show your left-leaning friends, Brianna, because people on the left, especially the American left, they do not understand what Burnham meant by the managerial revolution, and it colors so much right-wing philosophy. Like it's important. It's one of those things. It's like you want to understand the right, you have to understand what Burnham meant by that. So that'll be a video.
Share that when it comes out. That sounds amazing.
Okay.
Thanks.
We good? We done edging chat because
I'm done edging the chat.
Okay, because they're
videos.
all like, okay, we're ready for this, and then suddenly, oh wait, one more thing. Oh wait, one more thing. Okay. I guess we'll just get into it. Is Vaush a pedophile?
Oh boy.
Cool. The four topics we had to say were Biden, we covered it, and then criticism of me, we covered that, and then Vaush. What was the fourth one?
Starship Troopers.
Well, you want to do Starship Troopers first? You wanna hold off on the Vaush till the end?
Look,
you love to edge the audience.
My audience is gonna rebel at this point. We can. I'm for it, right? Make them wait. I know people are stream sniping me right now.
I know you want it.
People,
I know you want it. You're gonna have to wait.
So, there's also a practical concern because the Vaush thing will lead into the food shops thing, and that's when you want to leave, Brianna. So we should probably leave it to the end.
Well, we got Connor and Star coming on.
Oh, are they gonna? Are they actually gonna come on?
Are they coming here tonight?
So. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait, you mean Stardust?
She's planning on it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, if they want to.
I mean, I can poke her. I talk with her a fair amount actually.
All right, let's get through these two topics.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
bring
go. Let's
Star
go to
on in.
Starship.
Yep.
Let's go to Starship Troopers. Let's do that first. Sorry, chat. I hate you. And this is why I hate you, is because I want to talk about Starship Troopers. I saw this pop up on my timeline, and I was amazed. I was amazed how many people would make the take that the bugs were just the defenders, or they weren't the aggressors here, or they were just like that the Starship Troopers movie, to be clear, was a clear case of a fascist government going against those poor oppressed bugs. And people, unironically, on my timeline, have made this take. Now, I understand that the movie, right, to be clear, was intended to be a satire. But my take here is it was bad at its job for being a satire. Much like X-Men is bad at its job, right, when it tries to make allusions to the civil rights movement, right? If you have a group of people who have superpowers that can blow up the world and like laser vision that can kill dozens of people, you probably want to regulate that group, right? You just probably do. Luckily, there are no actual human races that can do that. So it really fails. Like, it's one of those cases where, yes, if you're facing a bug menace that is trying to kill all of humanity, maybe we can justify a little militarization here. I don't know.
Do not agree with your X-Men statement there. I think it is really powerful as a metaphor for that, but we'll save that for another panel.
Thoughts, opinions?
Well, I mean, I also got into an argument with somebody about X-Men on Twitter recently, and he was like, just sub in mutant for black people. It's like, yeah, I get it, but you don't think that black people are inherently dangerous, do you? Because mutants are, and black people aren't, unless you actually believe they are. That's a different conversation. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't quite fit, because mutants actually they have powers.
But this is why it does fit, because so many of the stories are about it's about the way they feel about themselves and them trying to accept themselves and come to terms with it, and how they kind of use this fact that humanity hates and fears them, to like everybody goes on a personal journey in their own way. Like Jubilee has her own journey with this, and it's very, very different than, say, what Legion, what happened to Legion.
Do you think that those fears are justified, though?
Do I think the fears are justified? Like,
yeah,
I mean, for mutants, yeah, it's like, this is why like Magneto is so dangerous, because he like kind of makes those fears valid. But my point is, like, you can certainly like say X, Y, and Z is different, and it is, and black people aren't dangerous and mutants are, and that's fair. But like, the core comics are not about superpowers and like a soap opera. They're about characters and truth. And yeah, I can tell
they were. They're not anymore, but I get your point.
I don't read them as much as I used to, but like, I loved the X-Men growing up. I still love the X-Men. I even like the Dark Phoenix movie that came out last. So I don't know. I think it's a metaphor that works for me. I want to talk about Starship Troopers, so.
Sure, no problem.
So I am so like this. Okay, so I should say Heinlein is one of my very favorite authors. I've read Starship Troopers a lot, but like Puppet Masters, oh my God, I love Puppet Masters. I can quote that book backwards and forwards. Friday, amazing book. I love Heinlein. I very, very rarely agree with Heinlein politically, but I love him like struggling to figure out his philosophy book by book by book. And there's been this unfair characterization of Starship Troopers ever since the movie came out. And the movie, that's fine. That's one thing. It's by 𝕵𝖎𝖙. It's very like RoboCop. It's over the top gore, satire, all of that. And it's plainly fascist in what they're depicting there. Fine. But the book itself is not military propaganda. It's not fascism. It is a story of a child that becomes a man and how the military changes him. And it is both a commentary on the positives of the military, and it is a very damning like screed against what is stupid and comical about the military. And like people just get this wrong. When I read Starship Troopers, I see so much of my father in those characters and in the men I remember growing up that are just like normal people that love their country and have a job to do, and it sucks and it's stupid sometimes, but they've just got to get it done. And I think like the entire discussion about this that is not well served by these very shallow aesthetics that Helldiver has and kind of alluding to it, I just think people are dismissing what I think is a really good and important and powerful book.
So I'll push back against the movie being fascist. I think while it definitely portrayed some authoritarian stuff, right?
Sure.
I think that you need more than just Nazi uniforms to depict bad authoritarianism. Like you need something more than that. Now, people might not know this, but there were several movies, right? It wasn't just one Starship Troopers. Did you guys see the sequels?
I did. I'm
Okay.
embarrassed to say.
I did not.
You
Were they
need
like
to see the
direct to
sequels.
DVD?
Yes.
Like, kind of
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Very bad. Very bad.
No. You shut your mouth. 3 was a masterpiece.
3 was
okay?
good. I love 3.
3
I
was
like
a
3.
masterpiece, okay?
Yeah.
I still play that music video that they had in the show, right? Like whenever I turn up the difficulty on Helldivers, right? From easy to challenging, right? We put that on. It's a good day to die when you know the reasons why, right? And I think that 3, there's a much bigger case for it being like propaganda or in satire and things. But the original movie, if a intergalactic species throws a meteor at you and kills hundreds of thousands of people, right? Yeah, you go to war, right? You fight. What is this? I guess I'll ask you, Dev. Why do you think it is, especially on the left, that so many people are just vilifying response to being attacked like that? What are your thoughts here?
Okay, so even though the video was not about Starship Troopers, it actually completely fits into this. This is the demonizing strength video. And you probably know the list that I'm talking about.
Oh, I know what you're about to say. Yeah.
Yes. So Wick, since you already know, Brianna, I'll send you this here, Wick, okay? Hold on. Oh, come on. I was just waiting for things to work. Okay, Wick.
Are we still cutting out, by the way, gang? I've seen some people saying we're cutting out. How's the audio? It looks green on my OBS.
I hear
it looks
y'all
green
fine.
Yep,
on.
it looks good.
Yeah,
Looks good on my end.
So if we're cutting out, maybe check your settings there, buddies.
Oh, I don't think Stardust is not going to be here tonight.
No.
That's okay.
Nope.
Connor will be later, I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll be here.
Yeah. Okay. No, there's something going on IRL that I'm not going to talk about, but she's not going to be here.
Oh, I hope she's.
Yeah, she's texting me.
So anyway, Wick, I sent you this as a screen cap from my from the video where I go over this idea, where basically you have anarchists. When I say anarchists here, I mean like leftist anarchists. I'm not talking about anarcho-capitalists.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So the idea is basically that there's in the anarchist leftist community, like the anarcho-socialists or anarcho-communists, they're so deathly afraid of fascism, and they view fascism as so evil, with pretty good reason, but they view it as so evil that anything a fascist considers good, they have to adopt the opposite of it as good. So because fascists like strength, they view weakness as a virtue, right? Because fascists like discipline, they view indulgence as a virtue. And I could get really granular and blow out examples of each one of these, but it's probably not too hard to believe.
You're kind of preaching to the choir here.
Yes.
I have seen people like the argument I hear is, oh, if a Nazi is agreeing with you, you need to rethink your position. And I think that's just a silly kind of attack, because if a Nazi started coming out and for example, saying we should take climate change seriously, I wouldn't suddenly change my opinion on climate change just because a Nazi happened to be right in that instance. And I think that there is I just don't understand the.
Trump was right about criminal justice reform. He passed a reasonably good bill about that. He deserves credit. He funded Operation Warp Speed, of course.
Yep. So basically, when you have a movie and the director of the movie says, I made this to be a satire of fascism, and it's not a very good satire because the original book wasn't about fascism, but that was his intent. And so there's this movie that is a poor satire of fascism. And then you have people say, "Oh, this is what fascists are. We need to be the opposite of this." So where they're strong, they have to be weak. Where they're orderly, they have to be chaotic. It all kind of everything kind of falls once you understand this, it all kind of falls into place. This is why they're saying, "Oh, fighting the bugs is fascist and it's bad and it's evil because the fascists are the ones that did it in the movie."
It's
It's just kind of that simple, you know?
yeah, I
No,
mean,
I
like we're all
completely
preaching
agree.
to the choir here. Maybe this will be a really quick segment, right? Like,
I mean, I can go deeper into it. Like, how deep do you want me to go? Like, how much boring political theory should I start pulling out to explain this?
well,
Go for it.
I'm just I guess my question, right, and what I'm interested in is the way that different political groups interpret media and view media and through the lens of media, right? Um, and why it is that these different groups do it the way they do. Can you give me an
Right.
example, like of a? I think this is a case where the left, or the extreme left at least, are doing a poor job analyzing this movie. Do we have an example of where the right does a poor job of analyzing the media? Do you know anything off the top of your head?
Kinda. I mean, I did a video on this.
Yeah.
That's just what I say every single time. I did a video on it. I did a video on it. I did a video
Barbie.
on it.
Barbie.
Right.
They really missed the boat on Barbie.
You think so?
Yeah.
You weren't a fan of the Kenvolution?
I didn't particularly like Barbie. It was I just don't like movies that are surreal. It has nothing to do with the message, but like they were like you can look at the Ben Shapiro like analysis of this, and he's like, it's trash, it's gonna flop, this is the worst
Oh no,
thing ever.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah. He
yeah,
was wrong with that. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think like when I saw Sargon talk about it, he came to the conclusion that I saw several people on the right come to, which is basically that the Barbie movie is really more about Ken than it is about Barbie, and
Good
like
point. Yeah,
like Ken was treated poorly, and then he discovers the patriarchy, and he takes out his revenge on Barbie, and it's
yeah.
like, oh, like there's something there that's not just feminism, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean that's he was a great character, and I think that's part of the reason the movie succeeded. I also think like it's true that there's a lot in that movie about the expectations women feel that's extremely true. And it's not just Pink and Dua Lipa like singing a great song. Like it's saying something really true about women's lives, and I think that that's why it was so successful. But it's off topic, but I think that's I think that in a lot of media with women in it, the right wing tends to really get it wrong. Like when women just exist in certain story universes, they tend to get really, really upset in a way that I just think is wrong.
So there's like an almost article of faith in certain segments of the right, and I'm curious what you both think of if there's any truth to this, that over the last 10 to 20 years, media has become much more quote unquote woke, much more left leaning, that it's been pushing messages rather than story, etc. Is there truth to this, or is it just kind of like a right wing fear mongering? What do we think?
I think there's some truth to it.
Yeah, same. I think there's some truth to it.
Yeah, cool.
Hold on. Let me here. Hold on, because now this is a completely different topic than what I was going to talk about. So just give me like 20 seconds, okay?
You do your thing.
Sure. We started the start. I thought we were gonna have more disagreement with the Starship Troopers, but you were all based on the Starship
Apologies.
Troopers, so I guess we can't argue too much about that.
I love Starship Troopers. I mean, so let me just expand on my argument a little
Please.
bit. So I think it's not that I have a problem with it because, like growing up, like a very popular cartoon show was about a green-haired, like superhero born of the earth with a multicultural set of teammates with magic rings who would go like solve environmental crimes. Like, yeah, there's always been a certain amount of deliberate efforts to like get people to think about diversity, and I do think that's true increasingly. I think sometimes it feels artificial or forced in a way that it doesn't really serve the storyline. And I think really strong evidence of this is the way that I think this is actually the reason that a lot of women superhero movies are failing, right? If you look at like Captain Marvel 2, what Captain Marvel need to do to be better than the original? It needed to really focus on her character, Captain Marvel's character. It needed to give her higher stakes. It needed to have her like overcome more of the conflict inside her that she didn't really know who she was for that to be a successful story. What did the Marvels do? Like it brought in a very deliberately multicultural cast. It went to a whole bunch of, I think, sexist tropes about what women like musicals. And, was just kind of pandering in a lot of ways. It didn't really make the core story better. And I think part of that is because you have a lot of Hollywood executives that are sitting there and like going, well, this is like the diversity film. Well, we've got to get all these check boxes, clicked right here. And I don't think it's an approach that's leading to media that is like clicking with a wide, female audience.
But they're girl bosses, though. They're girl bossing it up the whole time.
That's not, I want Captain Marvel to have the same kind of internal journey that someone like Iron Man gets to have, or Hulk. Like that's feminism, letting women have those same kind of stories where they can be complicated and flawed and broken. And I don't think Hollywood is interested in that in the same way.
That requires them losing, and you're not going to get that right now. Same with Rey in Star Wars. You're not going to get a woman lose.
I just don't like. My problem with modern media is the repetitive nature and the kind of like how it's all seems to be. Oh, look, we get another MCU movie. Oh, number 297 of the same thing. It's all and then these live action remakes. Who the fuck is asking for a live action Airbender? Who? Who asked for this?
Yeah, I know what you mean. They're not making new stories anymore, and that's a problem. They're just making old stories again, and that's like well, why can't you do something new? Why can't you write like a new story?
Like
have a new
there's
thing, right?
archetypes, and I get that there's nothing new under the sun, but you can at least try, and it's just not.
Yeah, but I mean the Star Wars name. I mean, maybe not anymore, but the Star Wars name, carried a lot of weight. The Star Trek name carries a lot of weight. Marvel, Disney, they carry weight, so they want to use the weight. They don't want to make something new. Well, so here's the thing. Brianna, you and I are both Squaresoft fans, Square Enix fans.
Yes, huge.
And the women in those games are treated pretty well.
100%. They're people. They're people.
Yeah.
And the games of that era, like, do you remember Parasite Eve, where like Eve is naked? I'm sorry, Aya is naked in the shower for no reason, just like at the beginning of every time you turn it on. And there's some cheesecake with Regina throughout the Dino Crisis series, so that's Capcom. But I'm just saying, like the women protagonists of that era, in a lot of ways, I think are superior to what we're seeing today. And I think it's because you had to tell a good story. I think that's what they were focused on.
In Final Fantasy VII, Tifa and Aeris were both real characters, had real character arcs, and things happened to them.
That's
and
right.
It was Terra and Celes in Final Fantasy VI, and like Rinoa in Final Fantasy VIII. You can go through all the old RPGs, and the female characters were just as prominent as the male ones, and they had important stories, but that required them to lose sometimes, and it required them to not have perfect personalities sometimes. And I think that's just not something people are willing to do now.
But it's not like Final Fantasy has gotten better in terms of how it's treated women. I think Final Fantasy 15 had the weakest women in the series, period. Like, it's not even close. Lunafreya is a terrible character, right?
Well, that's true, but I mean, Final Fantasy 15 was meant to be the bro story, though. It's 4 guys on a road trip. Like, women weren't going to be the focus of that one.
But then you go to Final Fantasy 16. Like, I'm sorry, I've tried really hard to get through that. I can't. I just don't care about Clive that much as a character. The women are very weak. Like, it really feels in a lot of ways this series is just uninterested in telling the same kind of really powerful stories with women protagonists that they did. And it's a shame.
I stopped after 12 with the Final Fantasy stuff. I tried 15. I did. I didn't It didn't hit me. It didn't catch me.
I
But that might be
I
because I'm a
enjoyed
gamer.
15, but I knew it wasn't going to be like it wasn't going to have strong female characters because that one wasn't meant for it. That one was a story about guys. I think that was a story
Yeah,
about like male friendship specifically. So that one I can kind of I can be like, okay, fine. But
sure.
yeah,
And to be
16 was
fair,
pretty good.
13.2, I mean, not 13.2, 10.2 was the exact opposite, right? Like it
Yeah,
was
it was about
my RP.
female.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Oh, I remember
Um,
they were like a singing group, and you had the job system. I actually enjoyed that one.
I love that
did
That
you?
game.
was fun. Actually, it was short, right? But it was fun. It was interesting. Um,
I will karaoke every note of that theme
Hell
song to
yes.
you.
Um, I will say though, on the video game note, Helldivers 2 gives me hope for video games. I have been
I'll see 'em.
playing the shit out of Helldivers 2. It's one of the funnest games I've played in a long time, and just the if they can get their server issues fixed so I can actually hop in when I want to hop in, I think that is just a 10 out of 10 for me. It's just excellent. Have you guys played that
So
one yet?
I like
Nope,
the
not yet.
gameplay. I think the art style is I like it's really good as far as being a limited, very fun multiplayer shooter. Yeah, I appreciate it as a piece of game design. What I always want with a game like that is like Aliens Fireteam is one of my very favorite games of all time. I put a ridiculous amount of time in there. It's because I really care about the universe and the art style, right? To me, where Helldivers misses is it's got this like story that's a puddle deep and it's a great joke. Like I love Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. So I'm down for some like comical, like exaggerated tropes. But the art style of the helmets and the capes and the even the weapons themselves, it's just not very deep, and that really stops me from emotionally connecting with it.
I don't need to emotionally connect with it. I'm there to kill bugs and Terminators. Okay,
Fair
that's what
enough.
I'm here
Fair
for.
enough.
So so since we're talking about stories at this point, and we're talking
Yes.
about like why is it that the stories of games seem to be worse than they were, and the stories of movies and TV shows seem to be worse than they were? I do think that there's there's a reason for that. Um, when you, I think the best example is either you Trekkies, you like Star Trek?
Hell
Yeah, I
yeah.
like Star Trek. Mhm.
Yeah. So if you've watched any new Star Trek, what is the difference between Jean-Luc Picard and someone like Michael Burnham in Discovery?
Well, Discovery is a really bad example because this is a bad show. But
No, it is about true, but
yeah,
like what is the difference between the two of them?
uh, very different points of their life. Not really a leader, a captain, not exploring the same themes, not following the Star Trek formula. Where do you want me to start? I
Yeah, you're
mean,
right, right, right.
yeah,
So like when you look at like when you look at the the world of Star Trek: The Next Generation,
right,
that is like end stage liberalism, right? I
yeah,
don't mean socialism, even though they seem to not have money anymore, but they still have private property and they still have trade. So like, Gene Roddenberry didn't really flesh it all out, right? But it was the promises of liberalism that have come true, right? You have equality and you have diversity, you have inclusion, but you don't have the flattening down of hierarchies. You don't have the erasure of difference. Everyone kind of exists as their own thing and they all interact peacefully, right?
right.
You have constantly increasing technology, constantly increasing prosperity. You have um, an enlightened society based on rationalist morals. It is everything that we thought that the optimists in the 1980s thought that the future would be is Star Trek: The Next Generation, right?
Yeah,
And what that allowed writers to do is it allowed them to it happened a little bit on Next Generation. It happened a lot on Deep Space Nine. You could have really diverse casts. You could have shows that tackled serious subjects like racism or like sexism. I know there was definitely there was a show about being trans on Next Generation. Years before that was even on anybody's radar, right? It was the one where Riker ended up with like a genderless person.
oh right, that one, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Um, and it didn't devolve into the sort of identitarianism that we see today, because I think the writers back then genuinely believed it. Like this is actually what this is what the liberal future would be. This is what our philosophy will bring us. They were true believers in it, and they were optimists, right? But you don't really have that now, right?
Yeah.
Like I mean the Federation wasn't an aristocratic society. It didn't have a hierarchy like that. But you can still tell that like someone like Picard, he's not an aristocrat, but he is, right? Like he
Yeah,
carries
he's the
himself like one.
captain. He's
Right.
definitely the captain, right? Like
Yeah,
he's the
yeah,
one that
and
people.
well, not just in terms of
Yeah.
his rank though,
Mhm.
like how he behaves off the job,
Yeah.
like the stuff that he
Sure.
does.
Yeah.
He's a person of quality, right? And you didn't feel the need to flatten that down in terms of equality, right? Like he didn't need to be torn down because he is a person of stature.
I
But
think
then
that's
like,
really it, Dev. I mean, the thing about this next generation scripts is it came from like someone who's probably a white dude that sat down and tried to write a really good science fiction story, like exploring an idea, right? And the problem with Discovery that I think you're hinting to, and tell me if I'm wrong, is it feels like they're more like, even if they don't specifically say it on the show, it just feels like they're trying to go through a checklist. Like their non-binary character, Gray, was just emotionless. Like it felt so pandering and cashed in, and it just wasn't a very interesting, they weren't a very interesting character. Or if you look at I have so much love for Ricky, the actor for Ricky from My So-Called Life, who plays the doctor on that show. And yeah, the romance that he has with Stamets, it doesn't land for me, right? It feels like it feels like the writers are trying to make a point. And I think that show, the few times it succeeds is when they're trying to explore, like the mycelial network or the bigger themes there. It doesn't ring true the same way those themes ring true on like Next Generation or even Deep Space Nine.
that's part of it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely one half of it. The other half of it is that I don't think the writers believe in the dream now that they used to. The
Hmm.
writers of TNG, they believed in the liberal dream. They believed that liberalism would take us here. That this is where our values led. This is what a rationalist society could be. They don't believe in that now because like millennials are cynical as all hell about everything.
Right.
And cynicism was really cool when you're on the outside and you're a teenager. It's not so cool when you're the establishment. And millennials are rapidly becoming the establishment. So you have a bunch of millennial writers who have now been given the Star Trek property and said, "Write your Star Trek." Right?
Yep.
I recall watching the season 3 of Picard, where Picard is talking to a changeling about the Dominion War in DS9, and Picard says, Picard basically takes the blame for it. Says the Federation was at fault in that war. I'm like, no, no, they fucking weren't. I watched all of DS9. The Federation was not to blame for the Dominion War, not at all. Right? But there's this self-flagellation that's happening because nobody believes in this stuff anymore. Nobody actually
We
nobody
need
believes in
more.
the rationalism anymore.
We
They
need
don't
more
believe.
true believers. I agree.
Yes.
I think that
Yeah.
we can see this also play out with the people who needing to redefine punk as believing everything that the establishment believes, right? Punk used to be
Ooh.
outside counterculture, right? All that. But eh, a lot of those people grew up, got jobs, and they still want to consider themselves punk, but they're the man now. They're the man. And
Mhm.
like what can you do? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So like when you look at like Star Trek's writers now, they're a bunch of millennials. They're kind of just like festering in their own narcissism. They're cynical about everything. Nothing can ever be sacred. Nothing can ever be serious. Everything has to like all sexuality. So hold on. A friendship can either be only platonic or only sexual, but never romantic.
Mm.
And when it is romantic, it feels hollow because there's no stakes, right? Because if there's stakes, it has to be serious, and you can't be too serious. Every serious scene has to be hit with like some kind of punchline, some kind of joke. You can never just let something hang, you know? Because they never commit to anything. Even if it's wrong, they don't commit to it. It's just a bunch of like there's no foundation, there's no backbone to it. It's not willing to stake out a position and say, you know what, if you don't like it, this might offend some people, but this is the position that we're staking out. It just wants to be something for everyone, and it ends up being nothing at all.
Yeah,
And
I
so
think
there's
that's true for Discovery. I don't think that's a fair criticism, though, for Strange New Worlds, which I think really successfully copies the TNG like TOS formula and
it's
brings
doing
it
it better,
into a
yeah.
new age. Yeah, I mean, I
It,
don't. And yeah, the thing is that show has plenty of people that are, has plenty of women characters. It's got plenty of, like characters you can read as marginalized, right? It's trying to cover the same path. Like one of the very best episodes this season is about one of the characters, number 2, played by 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜. And she's like an augment, right? She's been changing herself. It's very much a trans rights narrative. Like you can see as gay rights, you can see as minority rights. It's hitting like the exact same beat. But that is such a damned good story. And it's well acted, and they believe in it, and they sell the premise. And you feel something at the end of it, right? So I agree with you that Discovery lost its way, but I think if you look at Lower Decks, it's very much a celebration of Star Trek fandom that has very little to do with any of that. And I think if you look at like Strange New Worlds, I would honestly say this is like, we'll know once more seasons go by, this could be the best Star Trek ever. Period.
Oh,
Point blank.
oh,
it's not
that's
going to
a
be the
that's a
best. I don't think it's going to be the
point.
best,
I
but it
think
is
it's
good.
really
I'm
good.
enjoying it.
It's
I'm
really
enjoying it.
good. Really
So,
good.
so I watched Picard season 1 and 2, and they're probably the worst TV I've ever seen in my entire life. Like worse than
I
Discovery,
think
worse
there's
than
good
anything.
work there.
Well,
Picard season
okay,
1 and 2
here
are
I
god
want to
awful.
stick up for Picard season 1 at least. Season 2, you're right. Season 2 was crap, but season 1 of Picard I enjoyed. I thought it was a different kind of story. Yeah, it wasn't Trekky, but I enjoyed it for what it was, right? So that's me.
I enjoyed watching a dumpster fire burn. That's what I enjoyed out of it. But yeah, what you said about Lower Decks and
Yeah,
Strange New Worlds, yeah, like Lower Decks is an incredible show. It's an
yeah.
incredible show. Strange New Worlds is like Strange New Worlds. I would say is like on par with like good Voyager. You know?
Really?
Yeah,
I think
and
okay.
and it has
The
potential to get better.
musical episode that does bring it down at least a full season 1 of TNG. So I will agree with you on that. I think the acting is so much more sophisticated than parts of TNG. Like the production values are better, and I don't know. Like, it doesn't hurt that, the captain is extremely, extremely hot, but it's just like, I just think it's a really, really good Star Trek.
Okay.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just DS9 will always be my favorite. TNG
Fair
will
enough.
always be a very close runner up.
The
I
most
don't.
political one.
Yeah,
Not
Yes.
DS9
surprising.
was
Yeah.
I think it was competing, if I remember correctly, with Babylon 5, right? So
Yeah.
I think that they had very similar kind of, this is a station in space, and they had very similar vibes. I really enjoyed. I think that was probably for TV sci-fi. I think Stargate was out at that time too. I think that was the top of TV sci-fi with the Sci-Fi Channel, and you'd tune in and you'd see all the cool shit.
Yeah.
But I have nostalgia for those days. Let's say that.
Fair enough.
So in terms of the broader conversation though, if the problem is millennial writers, and I think it is,
Mhm.
the underlying problem is cynicism, and it's like it's a lack of conviction, it's a lack of belief in the story that you're telling, or in the values that should underpin that kind of story. It's that's what it is. That's what it is.
I,
It is
yeah.
cynicism and narcissism.
I
Yeah.
think this is why Mass Effect Andromeda failed, to just really be honest with you. Like the original story of that trilogy, you read it and it is very much classic sci-fi, huge stakes. If you really think about the story of Mass Effect Andromeda, which have very young, group of people writing it, yeah, it was millennial effect, right? Like it's all about people, like they're not like grizzled soldiers that know who they are and have seen some real stuff. It's the CW after school with someone having stress with their mom and, trying to figure out their identity. It was just like, I think that the writing on that fundamentally tanked a game that I thought had some underlying, like, really good, at the very least, good combat behind it. So I fully agree with your assessment.
Gang.
Um.
Last
Uh,
thoughts, but
Well, is it last thoughts? Because you haven't even scratched the surface of this.
we
I did
haven't.
okay.
But my
I
audience
did a
will
whole
rebel if we don't do
I
the
did a
Vaush stuff
whole
soon.
I did a whole hour-long video talking about the conservatives and how they tend and how they analyze. It was video games, not not movies. But like you see a lot of people on the left say like how is it that conservatives can like The Boys when The Boys is very clearly an anti-conservative movie because it's anti-American with the Homelander stuff and it's it's like anti-military industrial complex and it's anti-corporate and it's like I see so many people on the left say that. Okay, let's hold on. I'm gonna use my words more carefully. On the internet left that leans more socialist than Democrat. Okay,
Fair.
I see. Yeah,
Thank you.
I see.
We're getting
I
him.
see
We're
so
gonna
many
we're gonna
people.
push him more.
Yeah,
We're gonna influence them. Okay, this is where the
I
progressive
see
victory
so many
bucks are going.
people
Okay.
like that saying that conservatives are just media illiterate and the only way they can enjoy something like The Boys or play games like Resident Evil because it's a big bad corporation in that game or whatever the case may be is by turning off their brains and they just have to they can't think about what's and it's like hold on no there's conservative analyses of these stories. It just seems like these people are ignorant of them. And now meanwhile the conservatives they're not ignorant of let's say the socialist analysis of these stories because those that's all over our culture, right? The evil corporation that comes down to destroy the little guy. We see that story so many times. Like the conservatives, it seems like the conservatives are not ignorant of the socialist interpretation of media, but the socialists are ignorant of the conservative interpretations of media. That
It's
is one situation
yeah.
where it only flows one way. The
It's
problem.
it's it's
I think
it's
that's fair.
difficult because I think that it's about taking your side lightly as well. Like if I can read or watch a piece of art, literature, or a movie or a show that is a satire or a condemnation of my belief systems and things like that. And I can still enjoy the story for what it is. I can still enjoy the characters. I can still suspend my disbelief and buy into the world that they are presenting and enjoy it, even if I don't agree with the underlying premises. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, that seems to be impossible. Unless you agree with the underlying premise of the show or what you believe the underlying premise to be, for whatever reason, they can't enjoy it. And I don't know why it's become so hard for people to suspend their disbelief or their worldview. I don't know.
I think ideally a piece of media, if it's going to succeed, like I think it's really interesting to talk about Star Trek because I read a lot of like Stephen King novels, right? And the thing about Stephen King novels, horror works when you tap into a universal that is going to like it's a fear that exists for all time and place, and assuming you've got enough cultural like interest in something, like that fear is going to tap into you like clowns. So I think inherently, if a piece of media is going to be successful and speak to an audience, I think ideally it should not read as like right or left. I think it should aim for really wider themes. I'll give you a very specific example. When I did Rev 60, like my video game during the Gamergate era, I wanted to tell a story with women characters, and we did that. Like, I'm really proud of the fact that if you play that, it's 4 kinds of women, completely different personalities, perspectives, and I don't think you get to see that a lot in video games. Then, The Expanse came out about the same time, and I love The Expanse. I think it's one of the very best piece of media I've ever seen. I'm really proud that James S.A. Corey, both those writers are friends of mine. You see the way that they tackle these same feminist issues, and I see now that they're doing it in a way that makes sense because they don't like have Naomi going into a really long screed about childbirth and how she couldn't get this. It's like they're trying to tell a grander story about the human condition and all the colors of it. And you've got like probably if you broke it down, you have about half the characters are men, half the characters are women, but it's trying to talk about those wider themes, which is why there's so many conservatives that love The Expanse as much as I do. So I think that if you're trying to tell a story and you're sitting down, you're going, my agenda here, like I did with Rev 60, is to tell a story with women. I think you're going to fail automatically. I think you've got to say, what are the themes that people are going to care about? What are those human universals? And I think that's what Hollywood is getting wrong.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I guess since we're now like surfacing back up from the depths of this topic to bring us back to Starship Troopers where we began, right? So what I recall seeing is basically that the director of Starship Troopers, the movie, tried to read the book, could not get through the book, put the book down, and said, "All right, I'm gonna have somebody else read it. Give me the basic story beats, and I'll make this into a satire of fascism." And it's like, well, why would you do that? It's like, well, because it's very clearly a fascist book, and that's what he thought. And so that's why it didn't quite fit, right? Because the book wasn't a fascist book, and he made the movie to kind of push a message that just didn't work. But based on an interview that he gave at some point, somebody identified the page where he stopped reading. So let me just read a little bit, okay? So I have the page, okay? So um let's see here. This is basically it's the page where he's talking about violence settling things,
Mhm.
right?
Oh, I love this. This is so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, so this is the teacher talking to a student, and the female student says, "You're making fun of me. Everyone knows that Carthage was destroyed." And the teacher says, "You seem to be unaware of it. Since you do know it, wouldn't you say that violence settled their dispute rather thoroughly?" I wasn't, However, I wasn't making fun of you personally. I was heaping scorn on an inexcusably silly idea. A practice I always follow. Anyone who clings to the historically untrue and thoroughly immoral doctrine that violence never settles anything, I would advise to conjure up the ghosts of Napoleon Bonaparte and the Duke of Wellington and let them debate it. The ghost of Hitler could referee. And the idea basically is that violence does actually settle things, and
Yeah.
it settles things pretty with a lot of finality sometimes, right? And the liberal response to Heinlein should be, it used to be, and I don't think it is anymore, but it should be that, yeah, force underpins everything, right? You can't have a society without some level of force, and that means coercion, and that means you have a police force that comes in and punishes you if you do the wrong thing, whatever the law is, right? There has to be something there that keeps people in line. But we can still have like negotiation on top of that, right? The force comes in only in the final hour when the negotiation breaks down. And so you have a philosophy like liberalism, which really values negotiation, but should still have the threat of force underneath because it's necessary. And then you have, let's say, a philosophy like fascism, which does not value the negotiation at all and only has the force, right?
If I may butcher a Brandon Sanderson quote from
Okay.
the Sword of Truth series, not the Sword of Truth. I'm sorry, the Way of Kings series. Um, Violence is the last refuge of a failed state, but it is better than having no refuge at all, right?
Ooh.
And I
Yes.
think that
Yep.
we have to. I think it's good overall to want to minimize and do violence as little as possible, but we cannot be extremists in our thinking and say that violence is never the answer. Sometimes, unfortunately, um, there is only one answer to a problem, and that is to eliminate the problem by force, by killing the people who are intent on doing violence themselves. So yeah.
Hmm. And even
I
then,
completely agree.
it's not just that though too, because you can see some anarchists on the left, and the anarchists will say stuff like, I'm sure you've both seen this slogan a lot, property is not more important than human lives, when talking about like home defense, right? And it's like, well, I mean, that's probably true, but if you have a world where you cannot shoot the home intruder because he can just walk into your house and take whatever he wants, and you can't even use any force against him because someone might get hurt, that's a far worse world to live in than the current one.
I
I
agree.
think that's obviously well said. I think that one of the things that's really disturbing to me is I don't understand why it feels like younger generations do not care that much about national security, and they take peace and prosperity like for granted. And I think that the WhickTV show, I believe, last night on NATO and the lessening support for this. This is mind-boggling to me. Like, if you read the newspaper every day and look at what the State Department and like all the threats around the world, my God, we have got to be engaged in this. Like, we are. There are a lot of reasons to like be working through the process so it doesn't arrive at violence. There's so many situations today where there's a legitimate like case for military intervention. Like, don't even talk about Ukraine. You've got like fringe right people that've taken over ports in Africa. You've got like roving gangs. I mean, there are so many situations where violence is an answer that you have to bring. It should absolutely be a last resort, and it's not something we should rush into. But I don't understand when it became so wise to pretend like every single instance of us using force, America is wrong and evil. It does not make sense. It is such a simplistic reading of history.
I had a debate, not really a debate, a conversation with P.F. Young the other day, and it was on Ukraine, and I'm funding Ukraine, and he asked a question which I find kind of an appalling question, right? I understand it, and I think it needs to be answered, but it just rubs me the wrong way when people ask this. And he asked me, right, why should I, as an American, care what happens to Ukrainians?
Oh.
And that's how, unfortunately, there are a lot of people who do not understand that global incidences, right, the global conflicts, do have spillover and will affect us. Maybe not tomorrow, right, but they will have deleterious effects down the road. It's like there are a lot of people. This was echoes of the 1930s, right, when a lot of people were like, well, why should we care what's happening in Germany or France right now? Right? How will that affect us? And it absolutely will change, especially since we're in a global economy right now. We're in a global world stage. It's absolutely going to affect you. But as Brianna's doing her thing, I see you, chat. I see you. I think
any super chats while she's away?
Gang, give me some super chats. There was no new super chats, unfortunately.
Oh,
but we are. I know they're falling off on their duties. But when she gets back, do we
have to? Because I do have one more thing to say on this topic. I'm now at the end of all the things I had planned to say on this topic. I'm at the very end of it.
Okay, very end of it. We'll go to the very end of it, and then then we're gonna release.
Then we'll do Vaush. Then we'll do Vaush.
The horses. Okay.
Is that the time?
Then it'll be Vaush time then. I know you've all been waiting for this.
So I sent you that. I sent you that image, right, Wick, of like the fascist and the anarchist.
Yes.
And like how they kind of So like, there's a lot of fascist writing on the use of force, right? Like Carl Schmitt wrote about the state of exception. Robert Michaels wrote about the iron law of oligarchy. These all have some underpinning of the justification of why you have elite rule and why you have force that just maintains the elite rule, and why we should forget about things like negotiation. Just kind of brush that to the side. That's a liberal fantasy. There is no real negotiation. It's simply the ruling class that pretends to negotiate, and they get everything that they want, right? Which is not how it works, but it is how they believe it works. But because force underpins it, the use of force becomes fascist, which is why most of the pacifists are also anarchists, right? So it's a ridiculous way to view these things. But now that you're back, Brianna,
I'm back.
You mentioned that you were a big fan of Heinlein, right?
Oh, I love him. Yeah.
Yeah, the author of Starship Troopers. It's my view that Heinlein and Orwell are kind of like mirrors, where like Orwell is like the left wing mirror and Heinlein is like the right wing mirror, but they kind of say the same things just from their own perspectives. So like, if you look at Orwell's time in Spain, when he was fighting for the socialists against the nationalists in Spain, because he that colored a lot of his writing, is his time as a revolutionary, right? He noticed, and this later influenced like obviously 1984, but other books that he wrote as well. He noticed that when revolutionaries talk about the cost of the revolution, they're very vague about it, right? And they're not going to talk about how many bodies are actually in the hole, how many people they put down, right? It's much easier to gain support for very brutal policies, especially during a civil war or a revolution, when you don't talk about the cost of them, right? It's like, yes, the proletariat has won, but how many people are dead? We're not going to talk about that. We don't talk about that, right? And in the same way, like Heinlein often spoke about how you have what he would call like these pacifist hippie leftists
Yep.
who think they're superior to the cops because they don't carry guns around and the cops do, right? And it's it's the same kind of thing that they're both getting at, and it's that policies have prices. It's not just, oh, this is a good policy and we should do it. There's always negative blowback to every single policy you implement, right? Like if you pass a law, even if it's a good law, what that means is that someone will break it, and then someone will go to jail, and then if they escape from jail, they'll be shot, right?
Hmm.
You know, if you engage in the political process, you can probably trace a path from you casting a vote for a candidate all the way down through the institutions to someone's death, right? And then you can say, well, I mean, do I have blood on my hands because I voted for a guy that passed a law that did a thing that killed a person? I mean, maybe you do. It's easy to say you don't. It's easy to hide from that, but maybe you do. And so then you have to ask yourself, like, well, is it better that I do this or that I not do this, right?
Yeah.
Is it better that we understand that policies are not fix-alls, but they have prices attached to them, and we must weigh them carefully, and we can't simply be bleeding hearts about it and say, like, if one person dies, that's too much. No, 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 no. Like, if you erect a border, someone's going to die because someone
Yeah.
will die trying to cross it, right? So you have to be honest about what these things cost.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Orwell and Heinlein were both trying to get at from different points in the political
I
spectrum.
think honesty is kind of a good theme and a good kind of like pin to put in this. I'm going to read a couple super chats. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. And then I think we're going to have to switch to
Horse time.
horse time.
Is it time?
$50
time?
from Adam Unfriended to say, I disagree that conservatives are media literacy because they can only take apart media that are against their beliefs, like wokeism/Marxism, but they apply the same thinking like their enemy, making wrong claims of art. They can't think outside the box. And then $2 from 𝕾𝖎𝖙 to say, is SFO the anime expert we need to judge Vaush? And
Probably, yeah.
I think so.
You know what's interesting is that last time I was here with you, Brianna, 𝕾𝖎𝖙 showed up and he asked me a question that I can't remember what it is, but I remember my answer to it. My answer was, I don't have this figured out yet. I know that in the time since I've figured it out and I wrote it down somewhere, but I can't remember the question. And I'm sure if it comes up, I'll be able to explain it.
He should
you ever-
call in. Call in.
Yeah, call in and ask the question again. But yeah, let's talk about Vaush. Where do we want to start on this? I'll ask the question again. No one answered me.
Oh, boy.
Is Vaush a pedophile?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. No, he might be. It's possible. It's within, like, if there's like an arc, if you drew like a circle of all possible things, there would be a subcircle inside that of Vaush is a pedophile and another subcircle of Vaush isn't. It's possible,
Did
but I don't think he is.
we all see his response video, the context
Yes.
video? Just
I have not seen all of it. No,
you've not seen all of
I
it.
was watching Erudite talk about it, but I didn't finish.
Okay. I think we'll start with this. Do you think that the contents of his porn folder were, I guess, for lack of a better word, lolly?
Yes,
Yes.
I
the ones that were lolly. Like there's others that weren't, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know the ones you mean.
deliberately have not sought them out, so I cannot personally make that assessment.
Do you want me to show them to you?
I don't actually. There's a reason I didn't look at it.
You want me to describe them?
I will trust your judgment for the sake of this.
Well, I can describe the
discussion.
two that are that I can describe two of them.
I understand there's a horse and a very young girl involved. Is that correct?
That's not the worst one, really.
Oh no.
So here, you can mute if you want, Brianna, but for the sake of the chat,
No.
Go
ahead.
The worst one is that so there's a horse that's fucking a woman who does appear to be of age, the blonde, because she has like really big boobs. But while the horse is fucking this woman, there is a lolly rimming the horse's asshole. Yeah. Anyone who's worked on farms knows why this should not turn anybody on. I've been on farms. I think you have as well, Brianna.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Oh.
That's probably the worst one. The most grotesque one is probably that. The other one was it looked like a little girl getting fucked while another little girl was like kneeling, and it was like in the it was in like the full Nelson position. Yeah.
I'm not going to be
Those
defending that. I
Yeah,
can't.
no, I understand. The others, like there was like a few blowjob pics, but like the person was of age or the character was of age, and like just like random anime pics that like you can't really tell. Those two are the ones that everyone's losing their mind over.
It does bring up the question, right? Because we only saw a portion of this, right? We only saw a single little bit. Like, what else is there? And I think it's fair, right, to ask that question, like, hey, especially since, as I understand it, Vaush has been very critical of hentai or of lolly and these things. And to
Or
find
of
out,
anime in general.
yeah,
I've heard him say that if you watch anime, you're like a right winger and you're a Nazi. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, that's insane to say that. Like, see, here's the thing, right? For me, it's more Schadenfreude because he's being hung by his own standards. He said he said so much stuff about this over the years, and now he's finding himself in the position of the people he demonized, and it's like, well, you kind of deserve this, dude.
So, okay, I definitely hear you on that. And yeah, so to be clear, I just want to say this. I'm sure Vaush would not mind like anything I'm gonna say tonight. Like we're friends, I respect him. I've told him privately this was a mistake. I'll say it here tonight, I can't defend anything, and obviously I am very inclined to cut my friends a break sometimes when it comes to this stuff. So, but I think I can talk about like Lolly in this issue in like a wider context. And I think there's a really, I think Dev, you watch a lot of anime. And I think one of the reasons I've really pulled away from anime is as much as I appreciate the storylines, there is just a perversion that like goes along with it. And like best case scenario, you're talking about like, underwear shots of like women that are at least of age, but like as well as I do that you can't like watch anime without like this constantly being a theme. And I think it carries over to a lot of Switch games that I see. It certainly carries through to a lot of manga. And I think that there is kind of a casual sexualization of children that is constant, and I think that it's hard to like have these hobbies and not get desensitized to it to some degree. Does that make sense to you? Do you know where I'm coming from?
I think it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Here, just so that we all know what we're talking about, because let's start striking things off the list, okay?
Okay.
Because we're all obviously anti-CP, like
Sure.
actual CP of kids, obviously.
yes.
Um, and
Brave
I do
stance. Brave,
think,
stunning and brave from all of us, by the way.
stunning and brave. I do think that it personally. I think it's kind of ridiculous to treat Lolly as if it's like CP because there's not
Mm-hmm.
actually a child there. I don't think those are equivalent. I don't think that we can say that a person who consumes Lolly is the same morally as a person who consumes CP. I wouldn't say that. There's obviously degrees to what's going on here,
Can
right?
I just I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I gotta address real quick. Food Chops,
Okay.
what the fuck are you doing? Counterpoints is not
What?
coming on when you're on. We're not ambushing you, and I told you that you would come on after the main segment is done. I didn't know the time that would care. So I understand that you can be frustrated that we're going a little overtime. That's fair. That's fine. But come on, this isn't an ambush. No one's tricking you. No one's doing you dirty. Calm down. You can come on when we're done if you would still like to. It's up to you, right? I'm more than willing to hear you out, but let's not make shit up, please. But let me just kind of talk about because I wanna address you real quick, SFO, on the
Mhm.
Lolly
You can
isn't
call me Dev,
child
by the
porn.
way. That's my actual name.
Dev,
You can just call me
sorry,
Dev.
yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Um, I guess my question for you would be I understand that Lolly isn't the same as CP, but I think that there is a connection there. And while actual child porn is absolutely worse, 100% across the board, 1,000 times worse, Lolly is still bad. in my opinion.
Right.
Lolly is
Yeah.
still wrong. It's still there is there is a moral failing for people who consume it and view it and seek it out, in my opinion.
I think so too. Yeah, but I mean, is it something that is so immoral that it should be made illegal?
I don't know about illegal. I don't know if I would take that strong of a stance that the government should get involved. But I will say that you should be socially sanctioned, at least somewhat, if you engage in that practice. If I
Mhm.
knew that my babysitter for one of my nephews or nieces consumed lolly content, I would fire them.
Yeah, I mean that's your right, right? Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's one of those
I
things where it's like there's a bunch of vices in our society, right? Like pornography is a vice, and gambling is a vice, and drinking and drugs are a vice. Clearly lolly is also a vice, right?
Sure.
But we have vices that are legal and vices that are illegal, and it's like
I think
I don't think this one should be illegal.
I think where I fall on with like making it illegal, like this is gonna be gross, but I'm gonna tell you a real story. One of my very favorite games of all time is Danganronpa. I absolutely love that game, mad love for it. I've played through every one of them a
I think
million
I know where you're
times.
going with this. Go on.
So yeah, you probably know. So there's a spin-off game called Danganronpa Another Story. And this is a really, really good, it's a good story, and it's part of a soap opera that I really, really care about. But it's also a game where children are the killers, and like there's a whole sequence of this game that basically you're watching a child like get sexually violated like in a completely gross way in like a game you get on the Sony Vita, right? And it's like I didn't know that garbage was in there when I played it. I haven't played Danganronpa, that particular game, since I beat that section. And it's just it's like there are so many examples of like manga that has literary merit but has these themes, and I wish to god I could just like guarantee like there's a button I could push to like make that go away. I would absolutely click that. But you just like if you criminalize it, then it's like what's going to happen? Like everyone that's ever bought like X manga, they're going to go to prison. We've got to destroy it. Like Kindle's liable for all this stuff because you're buying it like through the iOS store, or like it's just I don't see where it goes. So to
Yeah.
me, what makes sense is I do think it's okay to and I think we use this too much as a technique, but I think it's okay to publicly shame lolly. I think it's okay for all of us to go, you know what? If this is something you are enjoying sexually, that actually is degenerate and weird, and you should probably like think about seeing a therapist about that. Like we do know that this can lead to children being hurt. I think that that's okay.
And I do want to I want to piggyback on this because I think that people saying, well, it's not actually there's no actual children being harmed with lolly. That's true, but much like we see the kind of like it desensitizes you, and and this is just my intuition here. I don't have a study to back this up, but I think that it's like a gateway drug, so to speak, right? This is a starting point for a lot of people. And they will start on this, and then they'll need more extreme things to kind of get off. We see this with pornography too, right? There's a lot of people who start pretty tame, but then they'll need more extreme forms of pornography to get off. And I think that the same applies here. My issue with Vaush specifically, right? There's an old saying, right? It's not the crime, it's the cover up. In this case, it's kind of both. Um, when he did accidentally like leak that, I had some concerns. Let's say that. And I was like, okay, well, let's see what he says. And his responses have been unsatisfying, to put it bluntly. Like his initial response about trying to play it off as like goblin porn. What?
Okay, hold on. So Wick, this is where I can actually be a degenerate. Do you know what he means by goblin porn?
I don't.
I
I
don't.
would love to
Okay.
know.
Okay, hold on.
I
Give me a
don't know
second.
if I want to, but go ahead for the purpose of the discussion.
Well, I'm going to show you some things. Just don't pull them up on stream, okay?
Oh God, I don't want to go on a list. Okay.
It's completely fine. Just don't pull it up on stream, okay? Here, just wait a second. So,
I'm enough of a pervert. Send it my way. I want to see it.
okay, actually, you know what? This is a safe for work enough drawing. I think that this'll. Oh
I'm
my
not
God! If
pulling it up on
the internet
stream
will
either
ever
way,
fucking
but-
work. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's not. Actually, you know what? This one will do. Okay.
What's going on?
Oh boy.
I'm trying to find one that's not too bad. Okay. Okay. So, here, I'll DM this to both of you real quick. Okay.
Gonna have
Hold
to
on, hold
nuke
on.
my account. Hold on.
I really, really hope this is just something from Baldur's Gate. I really.
It is not.
Okay,
It's
this
not
is
good.
this is. It could have
Okay.
been worse. It's
Okay.
It could have been way
fair
worse.
enough,
Okay,
fair
so
enough, fair enough.
this body
This is
type.
nothing.
It's not.
Oh, I
Yeah,
get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
This body
yeah.
type in pornography is called the short stack, right? So a short woman
Oh.
with very big thighs and very big boobs and a very big ass, but she's tiny, she's short. But this creature looks like it's of age, right? Like it's not flat. You know, there's curves here. There's secondary sexual characteristics, but she's just short, right?
It's a goblin.
So
It's obviously a goblin. Fair enough. Right?
it's obviously a goblin, right? But there's also human female characters that are drawn like this in some pornography, where it's short women with big tits and big asses, right? And it's the shortness that puts some people off because, I mean, what's her name? If anyone, oh yeah, Yuzaki-chan. If you look up Yuzaki-chan, she's a short woman with very big boobs, and she's like 22 in her show, but she's like 4'9".
And this is,
okay?
to be clear, gang, this is completely safe for work. I'll post it in my Discord even because again, it's just this.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you just do like a quick Google search for Yuzaki-chan, Uzaki-chan, you're gonna get a girl who's about 4'9" who has really big boobs, and she's like 22 years old, just a short woman, right? And I've seen people online say that this is lolly, and it's like, well, no, it's obviously not. Like
No.
a little girl doesn't have boobs this fucking big because they're huge, right? She's just short. And when Vaush says goblin porn, he's referring to this body type, which is common in drawn pornography. And he's saying, listen, I didn't think these were little girls. I just thought they were short women.
But that doesn't match up with the screenshot at all. It's even worse now, right? Because that's just wrong.
It is just wrong, yeah.
Okay, so I watched the whole Vaush video. And I hear you, Dev, and I think that's really fair. And I think anytime the left, like if a woman is not portrayed as a child, right? That's kind of where my interest in this ends. I'm not interested in policing people's sexuality. I just think societally, I think it's okay to say if you're really, really into this stuff, if you're getting off on it, if you're seeking it out, I think that's really strong evidence that you should go see a therapist so you don't hurt someone. I think that's an okay message to say. I want to take what Vaush's video. Oh, please proceed.
So
yeah.
When you say that, you mean lollies, not short stacks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking, someone who's obviously an underage prepubescent person in a sexual situation, right?
So I guess real quick, because there's definitely things when I mentioned that we should start crossing off some things off the list, right?
Sure.
Because if you look at Senran and Kagura, those girls are 17. They're of age in Canada, they're below age in America. They're 17, but they have complete secondary sexual characteristics,
Sure.
right? They have big butts, they have big boobs. The number on paper in the lore is underage, but if you're attracted to that, you're probably not a pedophile because they are of age women. No, they look like of age women. They're not of age, but you know what I mean, right? Like when the difference between somebody who's attracted to a woman who they think is above the age of consent, but is actually below the age of consent, the difference between that and someone who is attracted to a child who they know is below the age of consent because they don't have secondary sexual characteristics, those two things are different things, right? And there's a lot of conflation whenever we talk about these things.
Yeah.
I know I know like you've both probably seen that one cosplayer who's 4'11" and who's very petite, and
Mhm.
she's like in her mid-20s, and she does cosplay, and people say that she's a lolly, and it's like, no, she's not, even though she has like, you know what I'm talking about from
Yeah.
One Punch Man? Yeah.
I've seen you talk about
But
this.
Hmm.
and I'm going to push back on this because I agree with you in general, but I think people play in the gray area to push and normalize what I would consider lolly, right? The meme going around like, oh, it's just a 6,000-year-old woman trapped in the body of a 14-year-old girl, right? Like that's
Yeah, that's the other
it's
thing.
a
The other.
problem, and I think that we look. I don't know if Vaush is a pedophile. I don't. I don't. I invited him on stream to talk about it, but he said, and I think wisely so, that it didn't merit a live stream, right? I get that, but I just wish his video response had addressed it better. I still have a lot of problems and I still have a lot of questions.
So,
As I
so this
understand it,
is
his video,
where,
if I
yeah.
may, if I understand his video response was basically just, "Oh, I was going through it so fast, I didn't notice the lolly within it." And I, what he's,
I mean,
huh?
I think that's a little not charitable, but let's go through Vaush's video one at a time
okay,
because
yeah.
I think there's an assumption that everyone out there knows all this lore about every single one of the streamers, right? And I'm someone that has, hand to God, my only exposure to any of those clips that Vaush, like a Vaush, like saying things that made it sound like he was sympathetic to pedophilia, was hearing Ethan Klein play them, right? So the Vaush video really goes clip by clip by clip by clip by clip by clip painstakingly for like probably it's an hour and 10 minutes before he even gets to the lolly in the folder on his computer, right? And I think for some of these, he gives really good examples of where Ethan Klein took out some really critical context to it. One example of that is the Mr. Girl conversation. He plays it in full, and I think anyone that's listening to that conversation honestly is going to come to the conclusion that Vaush is uh, utterly horrified by the pervy way that Mr. Girl is talking about these issues there. Like it's deeply uncomfortable to listen to. Vaush is disgusted. I'm disgusted, right? And then it's some of the other clips where he is so clearly saying things that are just edge lord debate, bro. And Vaush is going like, I have no defense for this, and I'm like, good. Like this is a terrible thing to say. There's no defense for this. I wish you'd just apologize more forcefully so we could all move on. So, like, the first hour and 10 minutes of this video is like with a lot of evidence going through all of these claims and giving Vaush's side of the story for that. And I'm not saying I think he did all of it successfully, but I think it's really mischaracterizing the nature of this work to, say it's like this one statement he said about the lolicon folder.
So here's the thing. Like I said, I haven't seen his full video
Mhm.
yet, but I have seen him explain these clips in previous streams, like a year ago or whatever. I've seen him talk about these things before. He's talked about these things many times before. It seems like, and he always says like the big one that everyone remembers before this event. The big one that everyone remembered was the comparison with cobalt mining and child labor, right? And how if we allow that, we must also allow child porn. And
Yeah.
it's like, and he always says like, whenever I've heard him explain that in the future, he's been like, yeah, that's clearly like me being an edgelord debate, bro. The obvious reply is we shouldn't have either of those things, not that we should allow one of them because we allow the other, right? Like that's his point. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, fair enough. You just said it really, really fucking poorly, right? The issue is that like it's still not really a one-to-one comparison because the um the product of the cobalt mining is not the suffering of children. The product of CP is the suffering of children. So it's not. It's you can't. It's not a good. You didn't make a good argument basically
Right.
when he.
Yeah,
But
And he
and
says that in the video. He says that
yeah, and
repeatedly.
I
mhm.
just want to be clear. I don't. It another portion of the video. I understand why he did it, but it's just I've heard these clips out of context before. I've heard the context of the clips. that's already baked in the cake when it comes to Vaush for me. It wasn't new to me, so I was like, okay, fair enough. I just kind of fast forwarded through some of those, right? Not all of them. Some of them I hadn't seen, right? But the ones I was familiar with, I was just like, okay, I don't need to see this again. But the reason we're having this discussion isn't those clips. The reason we're having this discussion is because he had Lolly on his computer.
Yes,
I don't know if that's true, because
I
the
think it is, actually.
allegation is that he is a pedophile, and the evidence that people use for that are all those clips in sequence, right?
I mean, that's the backup thing, but the instigating incident, at least in this case, and at least in this round of discourse, and the reason Ethan Klein and all these people have been covering Vaush is because of the leak. Like, it's one thing to make bad arguments. It's one thing to make out of context arguments. But there is something that is just tangible, more tangible, when you, again, totally ad-libbed. It wasn't planned, right? It was just the most genuine kind of mistake where he just, oh, look, this is my porn folder and here's Lolly in it. And then suddenly it adds context to all those past statements that you could read into it bad faith. Again, or good faith. I don't know. That's the thing. And this is a problem. I don't know. And I think Vaush's response to it has been incredibly poor. Now, this is easy to say from the comfort of my chair, right? Again, when you're being attacked, it's hard to give the exact right answers at the right time. But man, like, I wanna defend Vaush more, but I can't. It's almost impossible.
So here's the thing, right? Like, I don't want to defend Vaush because he's come after me several times over the years. He thinks I'm a Nazi. So I'm happy to see Vaush kind of go down in flames
To
right
be
now.
fair, you have run videos that are like Vaush is unironically evil or something like that.
That was Doomer's video. I backed it up
Yes,
for him because he wasn't even the
fair
internet.
point. Fair point.
Yeah.
But yes.
Well, I'll be making my own eventually, though, for sure, because I don't like him. But basically, I am predisposed to not like Vaush as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the same time, I'm not going to go as far as someone, because Lolly is not CP. I'm not going to go that. I'm not going to. Some people wanted to basically string this guy up as actually having raped a child, and he did not. Right? That's too far. He didn't do that. And you're right, Wick, when you mentioned that we're not having this conversation right now because of his past statements. We're having this conversation right now because he had it in his folder, and that changes those past statements somewhat. And now we have to think a little bit harder about those past statements.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it does seem like he's done. Like, I can't see him recovering from
Did
this.
Did you see his stream today? He had 8,000 live viewers.
Oh, sure, but they're all hoping to see something crazy
Engagement's
happen now.
engagement.
I think so.
Engagement's
engagement, but only to a point. Only to a point, though, because like, there's definitely people who would back him up before that won't now. There's definitely people that would like collaborate with him before that won't do that now. I think he's pretty much destroyed any upward reach he has now. That's done. He might be able to recover given enough time. But I mean, the way the internet's taken this is kind of the same way that like they took the 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 canceling from like 2 or 3 years ago, and 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 kind of recovered and kind of didn't. Like, he it after the initial wave of people, everyone looking at him to see what was going on. After that passed, he just kind of faded away, and he's like been trying to rebuild, and he's been having like only middling success at doing so.
But
I think in a few weeks, Vaush will definitely have fallen down quite a bit.
I guess we'll have to see, because I think what protects Vaush in this instance, right, is that he has been fortressing for a while now, right? So I think that the people who are with his influence, he hasn't been reaching out like in big ways to people, at least not that I've seen. At least not how other people in the space do it. And so I think that kind of insulates him from some of the blowback. Now, I think you're right that it will impact him negatively, but I don't know. I think there's too big of a cult of personality around the guy, honestly.
You think this isn't the end?
I think he's badly mismanaging this entire thing. And, he should have come out immediately and just straightforwardly apologized. The wrong format, like putting out an hour and 40-minute video. I could barely watch it, right? He's my friend. I could barely watch it. He should have made something shorter and more media focused and just extremely apologized. That's it. This is my read on this. And before I say this, I just really want to be clear. I could be totally wrong on this. I'm always inclined to cut my friends a break. I think it's a good part of me. It's a bad part of me. But so I do have a charitable interpretation of this. And this is how I feel about it. So I have had to turn off Vaush's stream so many times over the years because he will be on there talking about something like sexual and in so much insanely gross detail. It's like, nope, I'm done. Like, I remember this one time he's talking about anime, like clocks in anime, and is going through them for like lurid detail, talking about them, comparing them, body types, all this stuff. And I'm like, look, I like dudes. This is too much even for me. And there's a part of like his sexual tastes that is just so much part of his public persona that I think his audience is kind of tuned out to it. And I think he himself is tuned out to this. I mean this as a compliment for Vaush, but he is so autistic in person when you meet him. Like, he's lovely, great person, very sharp, very friendly. But there's a pause as you're talking to him. He's just kind of tuned out a little bit in a way that's really familiar if you have friends on the spectrum. And I think that in all of this, I think he's thinking about it like, well, I just like XYZ. You know, I can be into this. I can talk about this in public.
But that's
it's
a
fun.
problem if
And
X, Y, and
it's wrong.
Z includes
Yes.
lolly. That's a problem for
I
me.
agree. I fully agree. And I would condemn him for that. I do condemn him for it. And I absolutely understand why people think he's a pedophile.
So here's the thing, right? Like, it's weird to like lolly, obviously, but it's one of those things where, because he's had so many inflammatory statements in the past regarding pedophilia, and then regarding child porn, and then he's had so many instances of just blanket calling right wingers pedophiles for liking anime, like shit like that, right? There are so many people who are predisposed to hate this guy because of all the stuff that he said that has been wrong, that now that it's finally come for him, I think everyone is just like, fuck it, let's go, let's tear him down. Like,
It's entertainment.
everyone's been waiting.
Right.
Everyone's been
Remember
waiting
when
for
I
this
talked
to
about
happen
vultures
because
earlier, right? The circling
yeah.
vultures.
Well, sometimes the vultures actually have a point though, because like if like this, it is very hypocritical to say if you watch anime because you're a right wing Nazi and you're a pedophile, and then to have this shit in your download folder, like the vultures have a point when they're like, you know what, this, like, we need to judge this guy by his standard. They have
The
a point.
rain falls on the righteous and the wicked alike. I want to welcome Counterpoints to the show.
Yeah.
Right? I know we are so behind schedule on everything, but thank you for joining us. You're right. We have saddled up and we are in deep, gang, horse deep into the discourse. What are your thoughts on this, Counter? Go ahead.
Real quick, have we spoken before, Counterpoints? I think maybe. I don't remember.
Maybe,
I know who you are, but
yeah, maybe once we might have been on like a Sitch and Adam stream at the same time, but we've been Twitter mutuals and swimming in the same pools for a while now.
Right. Yeah. Because I know who you are, but I don't know if you've ever spoken before.
Yeah, not sure if we've spoken one-on-one, but I'm sure we've exchanged a few DMs, and also, again, like Sitch and Adam are like a nexus for my centrist world. But if I could share some thoughts and then ask some pointed questions, I would appreciate it.
Please.
So I have no problems differentiating, and kind of I think Dev had a good instinct, which was, let's eliminate what we care about versus what we do care about, and then let's boil down the variables that we are offended by, and let's boil down the variables that we think are bad for society, right? Because that's important. So I think that a 16-year-old who is reading cartoons about 16-year-olds that are sexualized or whatever, I don't give a flying fuck about that. I don't think anybody does. I think even like a young adult, 19-year-old, 20-year-old, whatever. Let's just use, Romeo and Juliet rules. If you're a young adult and you're reading about teenagers being teenagers and you find it a little titillating, who gives a shit? I think the main thing that I'm focused on and that most people are focused on is either like pubescent, so people who are budding into their sexuality, like 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, that kind of age gap, and then also prepubescent. That is like the focus because that would correlate with real world pedophilia. So are people kind of, do you match my reaction or am I off?
I mean,
Do
I,
we
I
do we
generally,
care
I
as much
generally,
about
I'm generally tracking.
17-year-olds
I'm generally getting
watching?
it. Yeah,
no,
Yeah,
no,
do we care about 17-year-olds reading about 17-year-olds who
I
are
don't
going on
understand now.
dates?
of course not.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's the interesting thing, right? Because having grown up with anime, if you go back
Mhm.
and watch Sailor Moon from the 90s, I think she's 14 in that show, and I would have been much younger than 14 when I watched that. And I had my
Mhm.
Sailor Moon crush as a kid, right? And there was she definitely wore a short skirt. It would probably be weird for an adult to watch Sailor Moon and have a crush on Sailor Moon, but I don't think it's weird for a kid to watch Sailor Moon and have a crush on Sailor
If
Moon, right?
Is there a moral or philosophical or psychological difference between an adult who looks at a drawn depiction of Sailor Moon where she has secondary sex characteristics versus a picture of Sailor Moon who has no secondary sex characteristics?
I think so, yeah.
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 I think the secondary sex
Well,
characters are what make that basically.
right. And then can we so this is kind of like where I feel like we fall into a slippery slope. So I think I agree or I conceptually agree that I don't care about adults who have secondary sex characteristics playing with like the aesthetics of youth or whatever. Like when I was a young man, I had a girlfriend and we role played some professor stuff,
Does
right? Like that wasn't sorry. So that's not like a problem for me per se, but what it would be is if you were like doing like kiddie shit. You know what I'm
so
Yeah.
saying?
if I may, and this is a good
Yep.
question from I got this in DMs, but I'll just ask you because it's a really good question. Does to Connor, does this do you care about it if it's like a 16 or a 17-year-old being depicted and a 17-year-old's reading about it, but the 17-year-old's being sexualized and being sexual with an adult? Does that
Yeah.
change the
Yeah.
Yes. In
Yeah.
the in the reason why is because I wouldn't impugn it to the degree that I would prepubescent or pubescent depictions. However, I would still think that that would belie some kind of like psychological issue. For instance, if you become an adult and you're not attracted to other adults, you're attracted to people who don't have they have like perpetual innocence that you are trying to corrupt. Yeah, I think there's something fucked up in your brain. You never matured. You stayed a 17-year-old in your brain.
So
Or you
when
want to
it
get back
comes
to that
to like,
place.
so we've gone through this like striking out things. I guess I'll just ask you directly, Connor. Do you think what do you think of what Vaush did and what Vaush is doing
Well,
responsible?
so that was going to be one of my pointed questions.
Mm.
So I didn't to be honest, I kind of assume that whenever a lefty takes a liberal or libertarian perspective on lolicon or shadowcon, I assume that their hard drive is fucked up. So I kind of always assumed that this was the case, to be honest. I always thought of leftists, no offense to lefties, as degenerate sexual freaks. So when this happened, I was kind of like, and then I didn't really look at the specifics. So my pointed question is, with the specifics, is it as bad as people are saying it is, where it's like no secondary
Dev, do you
sexual
want to describe them?
You want me to describe it again?
well, I heard
Oh,
the short stack, and I heard the difference between short stack and lolly, where you can have the short stack body type, which has secondary
No,
sex
did you hear the
characteristics, but then
description
there's
of
the ones
what
that
Vaush
don't.
had specifically that we saw?
No, and I guess I'm here, so I might as well suffer to the fullest
Go
extent
ahead, Dev.
possible.
Give it
Okay,
again.
so of of all the images, only two of them were really bad.
Okay.
One of them was very clearly a little girl in is it full Nelson with another little girl like kneeling like at the point of contact. And
Okay.
this is the one that Vaush said was the short stacks. And he's like, no, it turns out
Mm.
that she was just being bent and squished, and she was actually a lolly. But I thought it was a short stack. That was his defense there.
Okay.
The other one was a horse, fucking an of age blonde woman. She had very big boobs. However, standing behind the horse was obviously a lolly who was rimming the horse's asshole.
Christ on a pogo
Ugh.
stick. So,
hmm
okay. So,
and you know, understanding what anime body types are, I would peg the girl as like 13 or 14.
It's
okay.
disgusting. I mean, if you're defending this, like, you belong on a
Well,
watch
this
list.
is the backslide though. So Dev, this is kind of where I wanted to push on you a little bit, because I understand being very nuanced and separating variables, and we're trying to dig into the miasma of this thing with a nuanced way, because the truth is we could all just make fun of Vosh for the next 4 hours. We'd probably have a good time and it would all be funny, and I'm sure the audience would love that as well. But the point is, I think what we can do a little bit better here is actually try to parse apart the variables, so to speak. But one of the things that I saw you say, I think in public a few times, is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. One, I think you shared a meme of, like, it was like a stick figure drawing, and it was like, this is a naked 6-year-old girl, and it's like a arrow or something like that. And then you're kind of like, where did the picture hurt you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so there's kind of like this like liberal or libertarian approach to Lolly or Shadowcon, where it says like, okay, well, where's the harm? And so can you kind of like expand on that concept for me? Because I think that's the kind of thinking that allows you to do these actions in the first place.
So that was in context of I was getting into it with Jangles, and Jangles was taking up the position of like this person needs to be investigated. We need to have the cops come in, and I was like, no, no, you don't. All right, because for me, this should not be illegal. It's immoral. You shouldn't do it. You probably have problems if you do it, but it should not be illegal. And so that the context of that discussion was that Jangles seemed to be very much like a, if you're into a 17-year-old who has big tits and you can't tell that they're 17, you should be locked up. And it's like, no, you shouldn't. Like
Okay.
that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah. So
Yeah.
understood that part, and I kind of feel like we need to parse apart something there as well. So I've told Brianna Wu this in the past. Whenever we talk about law and law enforcement, I think of the conceptualization of the force of the state. So when you have somebody who produces, let's say, this drawing, the drawing that was consumed, or if you have somebody who consumes that, if you make that illegal, what you're talking about is you have armed people show up to their door and basically put them in restraints and take them before a judge for judgment. So I'm kind of asking, Dev already said no. So I'm kind of asking Wick and Brianna, do you think that cops should show up to people's houses to take
For
them before a
Lolly
judge?
specifically?
For law,
For
yeah,
Lolly,
for drawn lolly,
probably
no
not.
other thing.
Probably
Okay.
not. However, I
Mhm.
and I want to be clear, just because I don't think it should be illegal doesn't mean I think it should be okay. And I think that we should shun, belittle, mock, etc. those who engage in these practices or try to run cover for these practices. And I think that it's the reason I would be against making it illegal is because where's the line here, right? Like it's because there's a lot to it where it's like, oh, but yeah, I think that no, it shouldn't be
I
illegal,
think you
but
have to
should
look
definitely
at
be
it.
an issue. Yeah.
I think you have to look at it in terms of like what is the desired outcome, right? The reason all of us, I assume, we are against this is because we don't want children hurt, and obviously this is a precursor to predatory behavior towards children, right? So like, is putting people in jail that enjoy this stuff, is that the best way forward? Or is like making it extremely clear this is beyond socially unacceptable and you need to go see a therapist immediately if you're sexually into this degeneracy? I think to me that is a better public policy, right? I have to say, I feel like we're really dancing around something that's really different here, which is, Vaush is like, do his intentions matter, or does the way this happened matter? And to me, it's not like Vaush is like some other streamers who regularly talk about jacking off to Lolly in a way that's really gross and they make that part of their public like profile. Like this is him accidentally making a mistake with some lewd images and getting out there to the public. I think that's a really, really big distinction, even though I would heavily criticize Vaush for making all kinds of weird sex stuff part of his public persona in a way that's really uncomfortable.
I
So,
I see you, Connor. I want to do two things. I want to read a bunch of super chats, and then I do have a comment on that. So let me get to the super chats, and then we'll go. $5 from Testicle Johnson. Say, I'm glad to hear Wu will no longer appear on stream with Vaush because of her principles and strong stance against Lolly. $2 from Short Stack Goblin, and this is going to be $6 in total, all from the same person. Lolly shares the same proclivity as CP. Wu won't talk to food shops, but will lie for Vaush. Why does Wu ice food shops but defend Vaush? And then, lastly, $10 from Adam Unfriended to say Lolly is a body type of mature women, either looking more or short women having flat chest.
No, that's moe.
Moe.
It's another body type.
Okay,
Another
moe.
Japanese body type. Yeah.
Having petite body type doesn't equal to a child. Japanese have an obsession with cute, and that's where Lolly comes from. So I guess to just answer that last one real quick, what I think of Lolly, I think it's of body types that are obviously children, right? Obviously 13, 12, 14, whatever. Obviously children. So I don't know if there's like a technical term that I'm not aware of, right? But when I'm speaking of Lolly, that's what I'm talking about, and that's what I find to be reprehensible. I guess to talk to answer you, Brianna, when it comes to intent, I can't read his mind. I can't read Vaush's mind. But in his video, he does say that the reason it's there is because he didn't know it was an accident. And
Yeah.
well, okay,
I
but
don't know if
yes,
I can.
if I can object to this real quick, the reason why what's more likely a more likely explanation, okay, this is pure conjecture. I'm not basing this on evidence. I'm basing this on vibes. What I see as somebody who probably sympathizes with like the Jordan Peterson level of social conservatism, where I don't take biblical stories literally, but I view them as guideposts for human moral behavior, as things that we should integrate into ourselves in order to hold us to our highest ideals. What I think is when I look at lefties and giga progressives, and they're like, tear down hierarchy, all the moral virtues and laws of the past of religion and dogma, they're all bullshit. They're all social constraints that are put upon us in order to normalize the cis hetero patriarchal perspectives on youth and beauty and sex and all that kind of stuff. What I see is the willingness to play with taboo in kind of like a fearless way, where I almost feel like this is like the natural result of it, where when you live in a brain that has no constraints, when words don't have firm definitions, when everything is a social construction, how is it not easy to come up with whatever like personal pretext you need to do whatever degenerate shit you want to do? That's part of the reason why conservatives like guardrails in the first place, is because it typically just says this shit is bad, don't do it. Whereas a lot of lefties will be like, well, what's the definition of bad? And all that shit.
No,
Are you reading a bunch of Latch now counterpoints?
I'm not, but I'd be interested to know what it is.
Oh, Christopher Latch. He's a
Yeah.
conservative political theorist. Sounds like him.
Well, and
No,
is he
no.
kind of saying that like conservatives have guardrails because we believe that like you have to have these reinforcements so you don't play in the fucking muck and mire of natural human degeneracy and fucked upness?
That's part of what he says. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to your point, Connor, I would love it. Like, I'm amazed there's not been a national scandal yet about the games on Switch, which regularly have sexualized children. I cannot tell you how many times I
Wait,
bought
what?
like a Japanese RPG on the Switch, and it is just
Oh, Switch, not Twitch. I was like,
Switch.
what? But go
No,
ahead.
Switch, Nintendo Switch.
It's on
I
too.
I
Don't
I would
worry about it.
love, yeah. I would love to see a policy. I'd love to see Nintendo get serious about that, because I agree with the guardrails that you're talking about. I really thought about this. Like, what is the reason though that like we all agree these images are degenerate. We all agree they're wrong. We all agree that like if you want to come to the conclusion you can't watch Vaush anymore after this, that's entirely reasonable. Like we all agree that Vaush has addressed this very poorly. I think what I'm really coming down to is like, why do I not think Vaush is a pedophile at the end of the day, even though I am
I
in
know
no
why.
way defending this? And I think it's because Vaush is so disgustingly open about what does turn him on. Like he's not, if he was a pedophile, there would be clips of him out there sounding like Mr. Girl. And
Well,
maybe I just haven't seen those in the same way of him like talking luridly about stuff. But he does this a lot for horses and cocks
I
and
want to,
like
yeah,
hot women. Like
yeah,
I
I
know in
I would
far
like
too
to
much
address this head
detail.
on.
Please,
I
yeah.
will let you, but okay, yeah, address it head on first, but then Wu, I do have a pretty hard question for you that I want to ask.
Go for it. Go for it.
So Connor, go first, and then I'll
Well,
go.
so yeah, so if I can address it. So pedophile, if we're breaking these terms down, it's like lover of children. And I think
Mhm.
I've heard people define this as like a primary or equal sexual attraction to prepubescent children or whatever. And so, you know, for the libertarians, there would obviously be like a separation of ephebophilia, which is people who have a primary sexual attraction to teenagers. So we're kind of separating that out a little bit. But I also don't think that I could be corrected, and if I was corrected, I would want Vaush to go to prison. I don't think of Vaush as being primarily interested in sex with children. I don't really think of him as a danger to children. He doesn't hit me with that vibe. Now, would I let him hang out with my kids alone after this? Probably not. But in general, I just don't get that vibe. I
Yeah.
think that he was playing with fire. He wanted to push the limits of the fucked up shit that he could check out. He did some fucked up, like he either wasn't paying attention or he played some fucked up mind game with himself about why it's not a big deal, and he took a liberal and libertarian perspective on pornography and then downloaded the most fucked up shit that he could possibly think of, and then as a result he consumed that
Well,
shit.
now I have a question for you
So
too, Connor. Finish your
yeah,
point, but I
so
have a question for both of you.
yeah, so finishing the point, the thing that we're most afraid of, the reason why I think most people knee jerk back away from this, they want to set it on fire, they want to hit it with a flamethrower, is because these are all warning signs of someone who is willing and able to play with those social limits to the point that they might abuse a child. And so if somebody was playing with those things, those ideas over and over and over again, who's to say that they're not going to be like, oh, well, social rules don't really exist for me. So as a result, I'm actually going to go to the most socially egregious sin that our society has.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
question
that's
for
well
both of
said.
you at
Mhm.
this point, because it's been
Sure.
brought up in super chats, and I think we haven't addressed it, but I think it deserves to be addressed. Why are we willing to associate with Vaush, but not food shops?
I
They've
am.
done similar thing. No, I'm with you. Like, I'm willing to hear food shops out at least, right? But what's the difference between these two, right? Why, when we see Vaush having Lolly on his computer, right? And he may put out a bunch of reasons why that was true, but then when food shops, I don't think I've seen her have Lolly, but she has admitted and made some pretty gross statements as well. Like, what's the difference? Why? Yeah, this is both Connor and Wu.
So I want to be really clear about this. My objection to food shops is not that she jacks off to Lolly, which she's talked about many times. Like, as I understand it, she's in therapy for that. Good. I'm really glad. I hope you don't hurt a child. My objection to food shops is she's a drama farmer and she's doing it right now in your chat. And I just like, I don't think it's a good faith conversation. I don't think she's interested in like I think she's interested in like farming drama and getting attention in a really low rent way. And it's like I just don't have to participate in that. I get enough of that. So that's it's just the truth. Like yeah, again, food shops, I like her personally. I used to think she was cool before she went on this like drama farming nonsense that she's doing over and over and over again. So, stop that. Jump into my DMs. You want to talk about it like adults? I'm down. But I have to conclude you're just doing something that is, it's fundamentally exploitive, and I don't want to participate in it.
Yeah,
Hold on. Can I reply to that real quick before
Yeah.
before you answer counterpoints? Because I want something clarified if you don't mind. You're friends with 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙𝖘𝖍𝖔𝖜, right? Because he's also a drama
Yeah, a
farmer.
little bit. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he does much the same stuff.
Yeah.
Is that why you've distanced yourself from him too?
I think I
was
don't
about to
want
say
to go
he stays on the sidelines and throws rocks.
Yeah. I mean, I like Chud. I like his stuff. I go on
So
his
do I, by the way.
stream.
Nothing
Yeah.
against him. I like him.
I think that I see now I got to say something mean. And I don't want to, but I think Chud does a better show, and I think there's more talent there, and I just
That's
think
a
there's
weird
more work.
line, Wu.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real. That's a weird line. This is more entertaining to me, so I'm willing to overlook
No,
the
no,
same
no.
behavior.
That's not what I'm saying. I think at the end of the day, like Connor had a discussion about, was it Lolly Connor? Can you remind me? You had some really, really good. Yeah, it was about Chud logic and why he was like.
Yeah, I wanted him to be more strong about his stance of it being
Correct.
negative and degenerate.
Correct. That was a conversation, and I really felt in that moment Connor was connecting with Chud. It was a real conversation. It wasn't drama farming. It was really exploring something in an entertaining way. I think the fundamental mission there was truth. And I think my assessment of food shops is this fundamentally performative.
The interesting thing about that conversation is I think I went super hard in that conversation because of my fear and anxiety around normalization of this. Whereas
Mhm.
I've watched all of Chud's coverage of the entire event. He's almost said verbatim what I would want him to say. He's
Mhm.
been like reasonable and trying to perceive like Vaush's strongest perceptions while still not letting him get away with bullshit. And so as a result, I feel like he did a really good job of being strong, holding his feet to the fire, but also seeing nuance where there was capacity for it. So I
Yeah.
actually think his coverage of the drama so far has been fantastic.
Yeah.
What I would say when it comes to maybe me being uh, hesitant about food shops versus Vaush, which by the way, I think this variable could totally change, is whether or not I feel like there's an attempt to normalize. So
Yeah.
when I hear
Yes.
food shops saying like, oh well, I had POCD, I was anxious about this for a really long time. As a result, I started consuming a certain style of content. I gratified myself to that content, et cetera, et cetera. What I almost see is like a opening of the discourse to saying we should consider this as a treatment for POCD people, or we should consider
Right.
this as a potential treatment for pedophiles. Whereas what happened with Vaush, let's be real here, he got caught with his hand in the proverbial lolly cookie jar, and then he sprinted in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
Yeah, but isn't that almost
His
worse?
first stream, well, hold on. His first stream was relatively speaking cope, and then his extended thing was let me explain all of the clips that I've had in the most painstaking detail possible. Let me whip myself on the back about why it was fucked up and stupid. And then on top of that, here's a half-assed excuse about the stuff that was on my computer because I don't actually want to, probably own up to what the fuck was going on. But he at least has the capacity and desire to feel shame. Whereas I feel like he's not trying to normalize what he did. At least he hasn't so far. And if he did that, if he came back in a month and he was like, hey, gang, turns out what I did was based. You should do whatever you want. Who gives a
Yes.
shit? No kids were exploited. Then I would be like, fuck this guy.
Yep.
I'm never talking to him ever again. And if I can do what I need to do in order to make sure that my circle isn't helping him, I would.
So
Connor,
I'm not going to
that's
help normalize this shit.
hold on, Wick. I have to agree with that. Connor, you just hit it absolutely on the head, which is if you listen to food shops talking about this over and over, it is minimize, it is blame, it is there's no problem, it is not understanding why it's so disturbing. And you're 100% right. Vaush ran in the other direction. And if Vaush had done a fraction of that, you're damned right I would end my friendship with him, and I would have a very, very different message today. So you're God, that is so well said. Is the attempt to normalize this stuff. If I'm remembering correctly, this is what Food Shops has said she wants to do: is normalize these kinds of feelings and these kinds of struggles and make people talk about that. Like, that's disgusting to me. You need to talk to your therapist about it, and you don't need to talk about jacking off to Lolly on stream. It's really, really
so here's a
fucked
couple
up.
things.
Well,
Here's a couple
I,
things.
I, I have okay.
Okay, a
Go
couple
ahead.
things that I just disagree. 100%. I disagree. I think that almost it's
I'll take some notes.
please. It's almost worse to me, right? When one person it feels dishonest. And I don't know if Vaush is being dishonest. To be clear, I want to make that clear. I don't know if Vaush is being dishonest, right? But it looks like he is from certain angles. It absolutely does. It looks like he got caught, and that is why he's running away from it, because he got caught. That he had been very critical of this, but engaging in it behind the scenes while also telling people how gross it was. And that it makes me have to reevaluate. Now, I'm not here to defend food shops by any means. However, if she's willing, she can come on after, right? I know that she doesn't want to be ambushed, and so she didn't think Connor was going to be here, and I know that Wu doesn't want to have her on, and that's fair. But she is welcome. We're gonna stream as much as we need, and we'll bring her on after. So unless she annoys me enough that I rule 0 here for my Discord, which she might if she keeps on going, right?
She's so
In
annoying.
chat,
Ugh.
right? But right, I'll say this, that being honest about it, I see your method about normalization. I see that point, but it becomes trust. Like, do I trust Vaush now? I don't know if I do. It's just straight
I
up.
Well,
don't
and you
know if I
don't
do either. Oh, go ahead.
you don't have to. So for me, shame is a powerful social motivator. And by the way, like this isn't to be mean to any creators or peers or whatever, but you guys are people. Like I will shake your hands. I'll be your friends. We'll go get drinks whenever we're in town together, et cetera, et cetera. But what I care about is the way that you affect your audience. What ideas are you spreading? How are you affecting young people, et cetera, et cetera. And so you're all mentors to a certain degree. I know Chud doesn't believe that we really have that large of an impact. But let's say that food shops and Vaush were the same size and they were engaging in the same behavior. I would infinitely be more concerned with food shops being like, we should consider this as a way for treatment. We should push this to be normalized. We should welcome non-offending pedophiles into our space. We should do this. We should do that. Which, by the way, I only caught this off of a few streams. Whereas Vaush, like you said, he could be being dishonest where he's running away from this. But at the same time, at least he has like the social feedback loop instinct to know that it was bad and he should be ashamed and he will pay a social consequence for it. And by the way, that's what I want his audience to see. I want them to see that even Vaush, like 400K subscribers,
Do you think he
making
will?
tens of thousands of dollars a month, he's going to pay a social consequence
he?
for this. Yes.
Is he? Did you
Yes.
see
Yes.
his numbers today?
Yes, he is. Yes, he
Yes.
is.
Okay.
At
Everyone
minimum,
disagrees with me. I don't know.
reputational.
Maybe I'm being cynical. Maybe this is me being cynical, but I don't know if he's actually going to take a hit. And that
I don't
I
think
think
he's
he
going to
worries
take.
me.
I don't think he's going to take. He might take a slight financial hit or whatever. He might have like a core audience because let's face it, he's charismatic. He's good at rhetoric, right? However, I do think that the reason why Destiny, as an example, has been able to get into the rooms like Jordan Peterson, like Ben Shapiro, et cetera, is because he has the social acumen to know when to own arguments and when
Yep.
to kind of like be tactful about them. I think that uh, Destiny really should have been sunk by the incest arguments that he was having 10 years ago. He's not, because he has the ability to articulate, like, I'm not actually into incest. I'm doing debate bro argumentation. This would be like if Destiny was caught with like not just incest porn, but actual like incest videos and photos on his computer, right? That would have prevented him from getting into bigger rooms. So, yes, Vaush might stay the same size. He might even grow a little bit online. He might even do well online, but I don't think he's ever going to break into the mainstream as a result of this.
Yeah.
I want to hear
Yeah.
from Dev. Dev's been we've been talking
Yeah.
over Dev.
I've been waiting.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Dev.
Well,
Now's the time to
everything's
chime
going
in.
off. I want everyone to talk, right? Okay, so I think I've probably like compiled 3 things that I want to say. One of them is from pretty far back in the conversation, so we'll rewind a bit. I think it's really important to point out the difference between if you're somebody who is into lolly and the lolly is of like a 5-year-old girl, like a 5-year-old character, then you're probably just a pedophile, right?
Yep.
Because there's nothing like there's no secondary sexual characteristics. There's nothing there. You're just a pedophile, most likely. If we're talking about the character who is like 16 or 17 but looks somewhat adult, and you're still into that, you can't treat it the same, because like now it's like, well, why are you into somebody like that? Because it's not that you're a pedophile, it's that you want somebody who is very immature, and that's a different, like, it's still a problem, but it's a different kind of problem, right? It's like, well, why do you want somebody who you have such a massive hold over? If you're like in your 30s and your girlfriend is like 19, that could be a problem. You know what I mean? So they're different conversations. They're both bad, but they're very different conversations.
Yeah, can I throw a rock at the English people real quick?
Sure.
So there's a song called "Girls" by the 1970s Fives, where he's like a 30-year-old man and he's singing about his 17-year-old girlfriend smoking pot with him and how they just were just meant to hook up and never do anything again. So what I would say is that the amount of social indignation you should have for an early 30-year-old dating somebody who is just at the age of consent, depending on that country, is the same kind of moral indignation you should have for somebody who consumes hentai of upper teenagers or whatever. So yeah, it's bad, it's gross, and if you're taking advantage of people socially for their lack of maturity, it's gross. It's not the same thing as a prepubescent child. So you said it, but I just wanted to say English people are pedophiles.
Okay.
I came back
The
at the
second
right
thing
point, but go on.
is
Or
I do actually
ephebophiles,
think,
excuse me. English people are
yeah,
ephebophiles. My bad.
I do actually think you guys are giving Food Shops a bit of a bad rap here, because I have been watching a fair amount of her in the past couple months, and she has come out and said a lot of the things that you guys say that she should say. Just that
Mhm.
no one's watching now. Like, everyone's kind of moved on, right? So she has said, like, listen, I was being I was being a debate bro. I was being an edgelord. I obviously fucked this up. This is not how I feel, and I've heard her say it several times. So it's one of those things where, maybe you guys just haven't heard it, but she has done the disavowals that it seems like the two of you are searching for.
I tell you
Yeah.
what, Connor and I are starting a new show. It's going to debut on Friday of this week. I think we're going to start doing it every Wednesday. We already have a guest this week. Just talk about the Houthis, but you know what? Food Shops, jump into my
Oh,
DMs. We'll see if we
she
can.
is. I mean, like, we
We'll
don't have to
see.
wait. She's backstage if you want, right?
I don't want to do
Fair
it
enough.
tonight.
Fair enough. Okay.
But yeah, we'll see if we can make
I'll
that happen.
stay after we're done in order to have the convo, and then
Okay.
we can do it later as
Sure.
well.
Sounds
The
great.
But
Yeah, so
in my opinion,
mhm.
based on all the times I've spoken to her, because I've been on her stream a bunch of times, just like doing other debates about other topics, and the stuff of hers that I've seen, I do think this is something that she has actually backed away in much the same way that Vaush has backed away. So
well,
I think it's fair to give her a shot.
But it's
well,
not
in the
my
chair,
objection, it's the psycho behavior outside of this. That's my objection, right?
She's
the
also pretty
charity.
schizo. Yeah, I know. I know
Yeah,
what you mean.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, but here's the thing. So the charity that this is the thing, is I like to say what's in my brain. Okay, that's the way that I communicate. I don't do these like 4D chess moves. However, I think that Destiny, arguably, especially early in his career, with the incest argument or whatever, also with some of his abortion debates, what he was doing was trying to isolate the variables in the most hyperbolic way in order to create the most contentious conversation possible, in order to invite the most amount of controversy so he could get the most amount of eyeballs on his stream. I think that's what he did. As a result, he did pay a social consequence. If you'll remember, Soph was like a dissident right-wing debate girl who was on YouTube for a little bit. She was
I
fucking
remember. Yeah.
funny, but she was actually racist as fuck. Um, she was basically just in a debate with Destiny and just called him a pedophile and an incest weirdo for like 40 minutes straight. And Destiny just had to contend with that over and over again. He's paid a social consequence here, but I think the difference being that he's always said, like, this is a rhetorical strategy. I'm isolating variables. I'm trying to get people to think about why they feel the way that they feel, et cetera, et cetera. I don't actually want to engage in incest, right? And I think the reason why I'm willing to extend to Vaush that level of charity, especially for the slave debate stuff, is because I've seen the logic. I think it's bad logic,
Mhm.
but I get it. Which is you guys don't you guys, meaning normies and liberals, you guys do not pay attention to the negative variables that go into your society. As a result, aren't you just as hypocritical and shitty as people who exploit children? Now, the obvious answer is that there's like little variables that make it different. But at the same time, Nick Diorio, as an example, I like Nick. I think he's one of the best drama shit posters on the internet. However, he basically missed the point. He was like, well, the difference is that nobody understands the exploitation and the supply chain variables. And I'm like, that was Vaush's point to doing that rhetoric in the first place, was to get people to consider the abuse inherent in exploitive
So
global supply chains. So that's an so if you're saying, if you're screaming about how you're wrong because of the exploitation, that was exactly the entire point of that line of
so
argumentation.
people in chat, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, are saying that Destiny recently has defended Lolly a few times
Oh, really?
on his
Yeah,
channel
I
recently.
hated that, and I didn't want to lose the brain cells of
Okay.
it. The clip that I saw or whatever was like, who gives a shit if you jack off to fucking cartoon drawings, blah blah blah. Wouldn't it be nice if you had a large streamer who was able to back you? Too bad you burned all of your bridges. That was the 30-second fucking clip that I saw where he was shit talking Vaush for not having Destiny in his corner anymore. But by the way,
Mm.
that's why I went to Dev immediately in this conversation, and I was like, what did you mean by your liberal libertarian jerking off to drawings doesn't hurt anybody thing? And by the way, I think Destiny's dead fucking wrong on this. And the only reason why I'm not engaging on him on this is because we would basically scream at each other over it, and I would lose brain cells and probably blood pressure. And I think that his sycophants would agree with him, but ultimately it would be like optical black eye for all of us.
Optical black eye for all of us. Fair enough.
I think so. If I'm screaming at him, don't jerk off to cartoon kids, and he's like, well, it's my right to as an American, then yeah, I think we all lose in that conversation.
So the
I
third
want
thing.
First
you,
Amendment,
Dev.
Connor.
No, I wanted to ask you, Dev, like, how do you, like, as someone who watches so much anime and, like, you're clearly, like, look, you're in this culture. Like, how do you feel about all of this? Like, what standards do you hold yourself to? Like, do you try to avoid this stuff? Like, how do you kind of thread this needle with your, like, love of the genre that is famous for this kind of stuff?
Which, by the way, this is off-putting to me for the genre. It's part of the reason why I don't participate in the genre. Is because of all this shit.
Same.
So I've definitely found that naturally my tastes have changed as I've gotten older, right?
Mhm.
So there was definitely a period where, like, when I was the same age as the underage girls and I was watching it, I was like, this is clearly meant for me, because this is a 15-year-old girl being sexualized and I'm 15, and that's exactly what I should be looking at, right? And then,
If you're a 15-year-old boy looking at a Sailor Moon cartoon and
Yeah,
she's
no
15
one
in the
cares.
cartoon
No one
and
cares.
you think that she's cute, nobody gives a fuck. Or at least I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck.
yeah. And then, like, there's definitely a bleed over effect where, like, when you're like 18 or 19 or 20 and you're still watching the same stuff because it still interests you, but you're like, hold on, man, I'm a little bit older now. You when you watch it, you kind of you go back into the headspace of when you were 15, and you have to realize, oh, I'm not 15 anymore. This is kind of weird, isn't it? And then after
Yeah.
like after a few viewings, you're like, oh, this is actually really kind of weird, isn't it? Like, and then like eventually I got to a point where like when I watch something like Attack on Titan that's not sexualized at all, I'm just like, it's a show, right? And
Yeah.
I'm now at a point where watching girls walk around with their tits out in anime is just not as appealing as I've gotten older, and my
Yeah.
taste has just changed away from it.
So
The
Just naturally,
stunting,
you know.
this is an important thing though. So I feel like when you stunt emotionally or socially, then you're going to stay in the milieus of your teenagehood. So if you don't have sexual partners,
Ooh.
if you don't have an advanced social relationships, if you don't have a girlfriend or a wife or whatever, then you're going to stunt towards like the end of your teenage development. And then as a result, the reason why it's weird is because if you're still mentally or emotionally 15 or 16, but you are 32 or 34, then I think you're correctly impugned for not maturing. But guess what? It's going to involve, I hate to say this, it's going to involve touching grass, going to the bar, talking to real people, being socially anxious, and going out and exploring life. It's not going to involve staying inside, listening to your favorite streamer tell you about why jerking off to fucking 13-year-old drawings of children is okay.
And can we
So
just
this is all true.
You
Yeah,
got to
this
pick a
is all
path
true.
there, and there's a
Yeah.
right path and a wrong path.
and
No, I know exactly what you mean, because here's the thing. I was probably like that when I was like 19 and 20 myself, where like I went through a period of stagnation and like I couldn't handle the fact that my life had radically changed, and like I was failing out of school, I was in a really bad relationship, and I had to drop out and lose the relationship. Well, I didn't lose it right away, but like I had to go through several like life changes of you're not a teenager anymore. You can't keep behaving like this. And so the problem that we're talking about is Like lolly seems to be a symptom, but the problem is something very different.
So let's
Right.
talk about
Peter Pan syndrome to a certain degree. People don't want
Yeah.
to grow up. And that's
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
if a creator encourages somebody to not grow up, that is a moral indictment of that creator and of their audience to me.
This is
Lumi's in my
yeah.
Twitch chat saying I will not grow up over and over and over again. Lumi, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, I'll check your hard drive later. We'll see what's on there. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
I will let me say this. I think that there is a conversation to be had because you mentioned Dev, right? That you grew up, you were looking at sexualized anime, basically, right? I
Mhm.
think this is and Vaush mentions this to his credit. There is a problem in anime with over sexualization of childlike and sometimes actual children, right? Like that is a big problem. It's one of the reasons I can't get into anime, right? Because I'll be watching a show and I'll be like, oh, this seems interesting. Why are they doing this for a 14-year-old girl?
Yep.
Why is she suddenly
Yep.
why are we doing fan service for this? And I just can't watch it anymore.
Can I Evo psych this a little bit?
Yeah, if you wait, let me get through some super chats and then we'll go to Connor's.
I still haven't covered my third topic yet, but okay, keep going.
Again, this is why these things take long. Maybe we just need like a monthly show where we all get together and talk about issues of the day. I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll be great. We'll
Okay,
set it
as
up later.
long as it's not exclusively about anime and Shoto and Lolicon.
Oh God,
sure.
absolutely not. Let me get through these super chats. $5 from Parallax. Food Chops has historically done horribly defending this. Carry on, hand her the shovel. $5 from Short Stack Goblin. Real dishonest excuse from Connor and Wu. Just be honest. Vaush is too big to fail, so you defend him being a pedophile, but not Food Chops.
I'm not defending shit.
Yep. $2 from Hassan Piker. I'm sorry. $2 from Antelope the Greek to say, Hassan Piker, I'm coming for you. Sam Hyde. Big Goth for £5, or euros, I should say. I'm concerned that the left's fear of groomer discourse and the continuing need to tear down all social barriers will give Vaush a pass on this. And then finally, $5 from Antelope the Greek. What's the IDF about? What's the IDF? How about IDFC? Them J-boys really turning Gaza to Zaza smokes. How y'all going to praise Muhammad but make no profits?
Jesus.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
So Dev,
Okay.
can I give you my Evo Psych explanation for why Japanese people draw hentai and why hentai disproportionately has childlike stuff in it?
Is it all hikikomori shit?
No, it's actually it goes back to the nukes. So I
Oh yeah, I know. I know. Go ahead.
yeah, so I joke, but I think there's a serious point here. So the joke is like we either nuke Japan too much or not enough. Like clearly whatever happened is like, it's not working. But the real thing I think is that in Japan, if you look at the history, as soon as you become an adult, it's a horror show. So they're just speaking from a lay perspective on the outside. There's a lot of pressure in academics. There's a lot of pressure to be responsible. There's a lot of pressure to like honor your elders. There's a lot of pressure from World War II, where basically Japan, if you hear from the outside world, Japan did a whole bunch of fucked up shit. If you're listening to the internal history of Japan, they were justified in everything that they did. They actually whitewashed their fucked up shit in World War II a lot. Also, you have to deal with the fact that two major cities inside your country were evaporated within weeks of each other, annihilating 500,000 people instantaneously. There's actually, I don't even know if it's a theory, I think it might just be true, that Godzilla is like the reason why it's a popular series, why it's a force of nature that destroys entire cities, is actual like an honoring of like the nukes, like the concept of being totally powerless in the face of like overwhelming death. And
I
so
don't think it's honoring. I think the one that I heard is basically that it's like a pathological fear in their culture now of
that a
overwhelming
city
power.
could just be evaporated instantaneously. And so I kind of see like the quizzical looks on Brianna and Wick's face. I don't know if I'm reading too much into this, but for
I've
me,
definitely heard this before.
Oh no,
I'm
reading chat and my quizzical looks is all for chat right now. Carry on.
Okay.
I've heard that theory with Godzilla and I tend to agree with it, and so carry on. Yeah.
Well, so just to wrap it all up, what I would say is that growing up in that culture has to be fucking terrifying. So the way that we were talking about being kind of like a young adult who's latching onto these cartoons as a young American who feels hopeless and doesn't have stunted social and emotional growth, I think in Japan it's probably very similar, if not overemphasized because of all those cultural pressures that I was talking about.
I think that's fair. I have, and Dev, I know you've got a point you want to get to, but like really, really quickly, I've got a question I want to ask both of you too, Wick, because y'all will know better than I would. Like something, so Dev, you talked about like being a child and having a crush on Sailor Moon, and I get that. But I remember like when I was a teenager, most of the dudes like around me really, really not being into the girls in our class as much as like Jenny McCarthy and Carmen Electra and, you know, like really, really sexy adult women.
Can
And
I point that?
yeah, please go ahead.
It's because we were raised on X-Men, where all of the women in there had huge bazongas and
Fair,
huge donks
fair.
and crazy emphasized secondary sexual characteristics. And we had like Maxim and all those things just showing us women's with huge tatas and huge badonks.
Sports
And as a
Illustrated,
result,
baby.
the 1980s and the 1990s raised young American men to have a fascination with very sexually developed women, whereas I would say that and part of the reason why I think the anime subculture was partially disparaged is because it was viewed as like frilly and effeminate and kind of like girly and appealing to a weaker thing than the testosterone filled GI
Yeah.
Joe. X-Men. I can still see the girl's butt. Does anybody remember? So it's
From
like
X-Men,
Wolf-
Rogue.
yeah, it's Wolverine. He's looking at the picture in his bed, but it's the girl's butt from the opening
Yep.
credits. Is it Rogue? Is it her butt?
It's Rogue. It's Rogue. Yeah, it's Rogue.
Yeah, so that like automatically guaranteed that I would be straight and
Okay.
into adult
I
women.
just
Yeah.
want
So
to push
so
back.
here's the
immediately.
thing. Like I'm a
Go
bit younger than you guys. So for me, I was more raised in the 2000s. I was more going through puberty
See,
in the
that's the
2000s.
problem.
There we go.
So for me, it was anime and it was petite girls,
That's
which is a
what
different
happens.
See?
situation.
This is the problem.
See?
I never really had crush on anime characters. I didn't really watch anime growing up or cartoons and things like that. My first crushes, right, were like my second grade teacher and Sports Illustrated. When I found that, I was like, ooh, right?
Oh, hi.
And that was that was my things.
What
when it
era
came to
are we
that.
talking about? Tyra
90s.
Banks, like
Oh, do you think I knew their names? Was I like, oh, who is this? What is their name? I didn't look up their names. That's weird.
okay, but yeah, like adult women.
I
Yeah,
knew
it
their
was
names.
adult
Fair enough.
women. Absolutely.
This is why I don't understand about anime, because it is drawn and it so consistently focuses on these like very young characters, and I truly don't. I just, maybe it's a cultural difference, but I'm not convinced that the consumers are demanding that for all the talk about fan service. I think the
Well,
people
no,
that make anime are
I-
perverts.
Well,
Well,
no,
no,
I
no,
think
here-
there's coming of age. Coming of age is an important. It's an important ritualistic part of culture, and there's also like a lot of coming of age stories that I think are probably pretty good in animation. I forget the main ones that are trying to pop into my head, but Full Metal Alchemist. Also, come on, what's the one where the girl's parents turn into pigs? Gone with the something.
Oh, Spirited Away.
Oh,
Spirited
I've
Away.
seen that.
So yeah, so these are like they're I think the ages for these characters are between 8 and 12, and they are fucked up adventures with interesting moral and mythological conundrums that these kids have to face, and it's basically about being a kid and
Yeah.
facing forces that are 10,000 times larger than you. And I
Yes,
think
that was a
that
Disney movie, but they don't have sex scenes in Disney
Well,
movies.
hold on,
it's
hold on.
true, but
Bi-
Jasmine
So that's true. Yeah.
Jasmine
I
also
think
made me
the
very
issue.
straight.
I think the issue is that you're just not looking at the right stuff because there's a lot of anime that's not sexualized. There's a lot of it
Yeah.
out there. There's a lot of it out there.
Maybe I,
Like
but it's
Attack.
like a
So here,
minefield.
Attack on Titan is great and not sexualized at all, but it's great.
But you understand how like this
Um,
is a minefield, and people have told me several times in my life, like, oh, you should look at anime, you should watch anime. So when I go to things like Crunchyroll or something and try to look at anime, and even sometimes they suggest me, but they forget to tell me to like fast
So-
Afro
forward through a
Samurai.
certain episode, right?
So here's the thing, right? There's different genres of anime, and as you've watched some of it, you kind of you can pick out genres the same way that we here in the West can look at a movie poster and pick out an action movie from a horror movie, from a romantic comedy, from a whatever. If you know what you're looking for, you can tell, okay, this one's about the tits, and this one's like an action, and this one is like you know what you're getting into once you know
Dev,
about it.
But Dev, this is actually I'm hearing repeatedly 3 people in the conversation be like, I'm hesitant to become familiar enough
Yes.
with the different
Yes.
genres of anime because there's large
Yes.
swaths of it that seem so fucking degenerate. And
Yes.
by the way, like that's kind of my advice to younger people is like, if you see something that has a shitload of violence and sexually developed women, go for it. You'll be a red-blooded American who eats meat and fucking enjoys life, and you don't have any of these problems. However, if you watch, Sailor Moon into your 30s, you're gonna have problems. Like, so that's like
Okay,
I'm
well,
joking,
I
but it's
can't.
kind of my
I
earnest
still watch
advice
Sailor Moon. I still watch Sailor Moon, but probably for different reasons.
for different reasons. Yeah,
Yes.
So I can't help with any of that, but I can at least give you a list of the good stuff.
sure. Well, and so for instance, like there's an awesome thing.
Well,
I
I
forget
did
what
want
it's
to make sure
called.
that Dev got to a certain point before we totally
Yeah.
lose.
Oh
him.
yeah, third point.
yeah.
But I just
Oh.
want to mention the Death Squad anime real quick. The one with they have MG42s and they're walking around in helmets with red eyes and gas masks and they're fighting rebels. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
I have no
Nope.
idea.
Wolf Squad, something like
Nope,
that.
sorry.
I'll look it up. It's okay.
No,
I'll
sorry.
help out.
And then I think the another part of the conversation is you have like the very hypersexualized anime, you have the very desexualized anime, and then you have the anime that does include underage sex, but there's clearly an artistic reason for it. And those ones you can probably watch as an adult.
Jinro.
So yeah. So like there's the famous scene in Evangelion where Shinji, Asuka is like in a coma, and he despairs. He's a 15-year-old boy, and he grabs her and like pulls her over, and like she's in a coma, so her body flops over and her boobs fall out, and then he immediately jacks off to them, and then after he's done, he chastises himself for doing it after he's done, and like this is not a sexual scene. It's
Right.
it's not meant to be a sexual scene at all because this is Shinji at
Hold
the
on.
lowest point in his life.
But you
I
understand as
don't
someone who
think-
hasn't seen it, and then you're telling me what it is there's boobies and a dude jacks off to it.
But it's not sexual though.
No, it's
Even-
not sexual. It's actually not.
even-
Dude, I'm fucking with you.
Evangelion-
That's
yeah.
explicitly
Yeah.
sexual. Like it is
No, no.
sexual. It might be filled
No,
with
it's-
shame and guilt and sadness and all that shit, but that's still sexual. And by the way, your description of that gave me a complex. So if I was a 12-year-old who saw that, then
This is
yeah,
not a
like,
show
you're
for
gonna be-
12-year-olds,
you're gonna
man.
be-
This is not a
yeah, you're
show.
gonna be fucked up in the head. But by the way, don't you think that a shitload of people saw that when they were 12 or 13? I guarantee you they did.
Maybe. I mean,
Yeah,
I saw it when I was probably 16 or 17, but
Yeah, my
like-
friend Dave was huge into anime, and he was absolutely fucked in the head. And I guarantee you, he saw that shit when he was 12 or 13.
So here's the thing, right? What I mean though is like, if you're watching the show, you're not getting horny by watching the scene. This is not what the scene is for.
It's not what Eva.
But
is
what
about. Like,
happens
Eva,
when you do, though?
Well, hold on, Connor. So, like, and I hear you about Eva because it is like, look, this is one of the great works of anime. Like my friend, really good friend Amanda Wen Lee, she's in this. It's a classical work of it. I think if you've seen Eva, like the tone Dev is talking out there. What I'm talking about very specifically, let me give you an example of what just makes me so uncomfortable that I go, I'm not sure I can watch this. Another anime that's universally considered one of the greatest stories ever told is The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. I love this. I loved this the first time I saw it. Like, I just really identify with the character. It's fun. It's about a girl. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but like, you have this really energetic, kind of crazy girl that's out there just making like all of her dreams reality, right? But the subtext that they just throw in there as like this side thing is she's constantly sexually assaulting another girl in her class and feeling her up in a way that it's like she needs to go to prison for it. And it's played up as a laugh. And this is just utterly the norm if you watch anime with like that has a lot of women characters in it. It's like Connor, you were saying earlier, like the issue is like denounce it or like run towards it. It's the fact that it's playing all this stuff as, hey, we know you, the audience, are titillated by this. Wink. It's so gross. And as much as I appreciate the themes, it stops me from being able to enjoy it.
Okay.
Hold on a second, because
Sure.
now I got to point out, Brianna, both you and Wick played Final Fantasy X-2, where they
Yeah.
do the exact same thing in the hot spring scene, and you both love that game.
It was a good game, but I didn't like
Yes.
that part, right? Look,
don't remember
it's one of those
this.
things
Yo,
where it's
Yeah.
this is
it's
like
different,
straight up. This
and
is
I
like
don't
engaging
remember.
with Mr.
I
Girl
don't remember
content.
nudity in that.
I'm not kidding. I want to draw a parallel here.
Well, let me read a
So-
super
so-
chat for $10 first.
Absolutely.
Don't be such a quack for $10 says, what do you all think of one of the internet's biggest lolcows, Ethan Klein, trying to shit on Vaush when they were saying Tana Mongoose looked like Twinkie at 18? I don't know what this
I don't know what that
I
second
don't.
half of it
I
means.
wish I
Well,
could.
I'll engage with that. So Ethan Klein, the reason why he was a lolcow to me was because largely it seemed like he was muting his own personality in order to appeal to a hyper lefty, hyper woke, hyper progressive audience. So to see him like massively shit talk, be aggressive, be funny, be weird against Vaush. I'm not saying that I want that for Vaush. I wish this had never fucking happened to him.
Yeah.
But I think that I would rather see a funny, like a funny shit talky Ethan Klein than the fucking cucked lefty bowing whatever the fuck was happening over the past 2 or 3 years. So I'm actually perfectly fine with him shattering his lolcow shell.
There we
All right,
go.
if y'all don't have,
I felt
so
really bad for
Yeah,
Ethan Klein.
I have no clue about what's going on with
I
that. So
I have
felt
the-
really
I have the
bad
Mr.
for Ethan
Girl-
Klein over the Hassan Israel stuff.
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah, that looked
know
horrible.
him outside of that, so I can't.
Yeah, so
I
I
guess
want to
that's
I
that.
want to do two things. First one is the thing that I was talking about with the death squads with the MG42s and the like Nazi helmets with the gas masks. It was called Jinroh, Jinroh. I think it's pretty popular actually, and it is about like a cop who's like a part of a SWAT team that's putting down insurgents and stuff, and it does have really cool armor and some cool themes. Then when it comes to, I was joking about how this is like engaging with Mr. Girl content. I don't engage with Mr. Girl content all the time. I really don't. But for instance, the I blank pedophiles song or the Don't Vote song. The I blank pedophile song is actually supposed to be like an empathetic juxtaposition of like how we treat people who are social outcasts and whether or not we should like basically encourage them to delete themselves or delete them ourselves, or whether or not we should extend them the branch of humanity. That way we can all be better together. However, I vibe with the violent lyrics, so as a result, I take it, I still have fun with the thing. Same thing with the Don't Vote thing, which is like a hip hop satire where he's pretending to be like a young rap artist encouraging young black folk not to vote. The obvious point is that there's like a toxic part of hip hop subculture that is encouraging negative behaviors, including not participating in civil society. But in order to engage with these like higher level, interesting kind of nuanced points, you have to deal with the fact that he's the fucking cuties guy, right? So you kind of I would say that's a parallel back to anime and Japanese weird culture shit. It's like, yeah, sure, you get like fantastic art, but you also get 13-year-old girls diddling each other as
Yeah.
a backdrop.
Yeah. Is it worth the emotional cost?
No, there are other
Well, I
stories
mean,
that don't have that. To be clear, I'm just gonna answer the question. No,
For someone who grew up with it, I mean, it's already been paid for me, so I can do it.
you consider yourself.
Yeah, but you're like a
groomed
fish
into it?
swimming in water. You don't know how fucked up you are. We're
Oh, is that the
we're like,
case?
hey, we're like, hey, Dev, you're swimming in a fucked up culture, and you're like, yeah, well, I've been swimming in it for 15 years, and I'm fine. And you got like fucking 3 gills, and you're like the 3-eyed fish from The Simpsons.
I'm not
Like,
sure I have
great.
3 gills going here.
Yeah.
Because, well, here's the thing. Like, if I were to go in and load up a show that is actually about sexualizing underage characters, I wouldn't enjoy it. So I'd be like, this is weird. I would feel weird about it. So I'm
Stunning and
definitely
brave.
not that like
Sure.
that.
Stunning and
I
brave.
was joking before, but I think there's a developmental point here. I think that if you're at a weird age like 12 or 13, and then you're engaging with serious art, so you're engaging your higher level brain, and then it's mixed in with like weird titillation, like Shinji or whatever jerking off to his friend's unconscious corpse, or the girls diddling each other like Brianna was talking about, then I can't help but expect from the creators and from young adults consuming the media that you're going to have like these mixed up feelings of titillation and shame. And by the way, I think like for lefties, no offense, you guys like that shit. You like titillation, mixed with shame and anger and rage and repressed
Yeah.
resentment against your
That's
parents and
why I come on the
society.
show. That's
No,
why I come on the show.
like I'm joking, but I am serious. Like there is maybe not y'all specifically, but there is like a
me specifically.
there is a subgenre of lefty that like the more degenerate and fucked up and weird and the more you're judged about who and what you are, the more you're like, yeah, I'm into this.
Look,
And it's like, God damn it, can you just be normal for 30 seconds?
Just go look at Dev's TikTok Tuesday, okay? Even though it's
Sure.
always on Thursday.
There's lots of weirdos on that. Yeah.
This is strong evidence for what you're saying.
So this is the thing, right? There's artistic merit to some of these shows where there's underage people doing sexual things. I would not recommend someone who's underage themselves watch that. You know, it's not for them. You know what I mean? But
isn't that almost worse? So now you're encouraging adults to consume art that is mentally stimulating, but also titillating watching underage people do sexual things.
Yes, because adults can handle it. They're not going to be mind fucked by it. Like, okay, here. There's a show called Revolutionary
I don't
Girl.
think the Shinji...
Okay, I'll get a different example. So there's a show called Revolutionary Girl 𝕾𝖍𝖙. It is an explicitly feminist show. All right. And it's probably one of the great leftist animes out there. And a 14-year-old girl gets raped. You don't see it. It's not titillating. There's like a silhouette of it happening, and it's supposed to be one of those scenes, like one of those tragic scenes, right? I wouldn't say this art should not be made and no one should watch it.
But this would be the my puritanical conservative perspective is that we don't need the 13-year-old girls sexually assaulting each other in order to tell the mentally stimulating story.
Right.
We don't need the masturbation over your friend's passed out corpse in order to tell the story of Evangelion. Although maybe it's central to the plot, I have no idea. But this kind of reminds me of like the what is it? It's I think it's Hideo Kojima as well. He's like, I assure you, this like 15-minute foot fetish scene is integral to the plot. Like that it's a fucking meme.
Quiet
for a reason.
has to be naked. You're all gonna feel really bad when you understand why.
At least she was an adult, right?
Yeah.
Well, in drawing more fucked up parallels, Quentin Tarantino, he's got foot shit in every fucking movie, and I love every Quentin Tarantino movie. The foot shit is not necessary to Quentin Tarantino, but can Quentin Tarantino be Quentin Tarantino without the foot shit? I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to get us on track, and I want to say, look, coming back to Vaush, what
Quentin Tarantino foot shit, Vaush.
Wait, before we go on track,
I
want to ask you one thing. I want to ask you one thing, Brianna, because you've seen Evangelion. How essential is the Shinji jacking off scene?
I don't remember this scene enough to say, but I can say, given the tone of this, it is about shame and horror and war and adolescence and all this stuff. I have no doubt that it is done in a way to show the horror. Like there's something on anime where they will have a character do something that is so effed up, and it's like they're sharing their darkest secret with you, and you look at it and you cannot look away, and it's just part of the horror of the experience. I have no doubt it's a something like that.
I'm gonna be real with you.
That's about right.
I have a take on this. Okay, the take is this: there is never any situation where you have to, or there is a need to use underage sexualization to drive a plot forward. Never. You can do it in other ways. And in fact, I think that too many, not just in anime but in literature as well, rely on these tropes of kids getting hurt, rape, etc. All these things as a way to show this is bad and evil, and I think that's lazy writing. So it offends me on that level of lazy writing.
Counterpoint. So I agree with you in spirit that a lot of this feels gratuitous, and it feels like the author's barely disguised fetish being inserted into the plot. I agree with you. I am 99% of the way with you there. However, I would point out that Superbad, and I think Booksmart, which I think is like the girl version of Superbad, is explicitly about older teenagers going on misadventure. Oh, American Pie as well. The entire point of it is coming of age, sexual exploration, becoming an adult. What does it mean to have good relationships, et cetera, et cetera?
But there's a way to portray that isn't jacking off onto
Yeah.
someone's tits.
There's a way to portray it that is not actually trying to get the audience to be sexually turned on by the hijinks and weird shit that's going on.
And
I agree with you. Yes.
That's the criticism here. It's not that you can't portray
all of us agreed that would be better.
Okay. Yeah. But I don't know. Like, Dev seems to think that it's integral to
the shame
Neon
is
Genesis
integral to the
Evangelion
plot.
that this scene happens. And I'm going to tell you, Dev, I haven't seen it, but I'm pressing X to doubt.
Could he not just look sad for 30 seconds? Would that not have the same dramatic effect? Like, can he just stare into the distance with tears streaming down his face?
Let's give Dev
would that
some
be
space here.
Would that not be narratively effective?
Here's what we'll do, Wick. You and I will sit down and watch the whole thing.
How long is this? And do I want to watch anime?
26 episodes and I think 2 movies, and then there's the remake. Yep. It's a long time.
Yep.
No, okay, but no offense. This is like why I think Vaush is fucked up, because I think he was 13. I think he was 13. I think he
I didn't watch it when I was 13.
For the first time.
It when I was 13.
How old were you? Because this might be the difference. How old were you?
17 or 18.
Okay. So you were 17 or 18, so you might have been old enough to handle the things where you're like, oh, I'm not supposed to be turned on by this. This is supposed to be disgusting and gross. And then you have like a budding pubescent person watching this TV series, and they're like, why do I feel turned on while this person is dying and jerking off to their dead friend? Oh, well, I'll just bury that super deep. And then 20 years later, it turns into horse porn. No offense, but this is like, for me, this is like a solid theory on the origins of this entire event.
To be fair, he was a libertarian in his teen years.
See? Okay. How it starts to make more sense.
Libertarianism, the gateway drug.
Okay.
We are question.
Back on track.
I want to ask my question. I want to ask my question.
Go ahead.
Okay, real talk on this. All of us, everyone on this call today has been through the shit on this. And all of us understand how often with this stuff, some part of it is it's not about the issue itself. It is about someone going after someone they already don't like, and it's fun and it's drama and it's like hunting someone. So I guess my question is like understanding that can be a background when there are times with utterly legitimate issues. All of us agree this is degenerate stuff. What do you do with someone like Vaush? Like, are they disposable forever? If they make a mistake and open that folder, do we just make jokes and every time he's mentioned, go, ha, he's a pedophile? Because to me, the way forward is to go like, look, this is utterly gross. You denounce it. You make it really clear that this is not something you should accept, because the wider mission objective is to not normalize this garbage. I mean, what do y'all want to do in this case? Because people are not disposable.
I want to be very clear, right? First of all, people are fungible commodities. Let's be real. But second of all, I agree with you 100%.
Only streamers.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% though, that there is an element of hunting to this where it's bad faith. They don't care about the truth of the matter. That said, that does not excuse what Vaush did. And what I think should happen here, I am not cutting off Vaush. I think if he wanted to talk about this, I would absolutely talk about this. But before I move forward with anything regarding Vaush, I would want to have a conversation with this, if not in public, in private, to kind of gauge things. Because my issue with Vaush specifically is I can't trust him anymore because of this. Because I don't know I don't know him well enough. I have worked with him before, but we aren't friends. We don't talk. I don't know. I just don't know. And so until I can get a better read on this, I can't we can't move forward. Now, if he is if you repent, you will be forgiven. Sorry to use a religious language, but that's just how I was raised. Like, if someone repents, they can do almost anything to me or to those around me and be forgiven, but they have to sincerely repent. And yeah, it's just, I don't know at this point. Like, that's where I'm at. What's your answer?
Yeah, so the part of the reason why there's always a temptation when any of these things come out to just go for the dunk, to go for the throw, just to rip somebody out, and you know that it's going to be good metrically, you know you're going to get some money out of it, you know you're going to get viewership out of it. The reason why I haven't been doing that is because I know what it feels like to be on the bad side of a dog pile, and
Yep.
when the entire internet is already shit talking somebody, you don't need to add to it, unless like you're just like a vicious twat, right? That being said, I do think that there is something here that was bad. I do think that my theory, while funny, that he started watching fucked up shit and then he made excuses for himself and then he, did whatever he wanted to do because he never thought that it would be perceived by anybody outside of his own circle or outside of his own sphere. I think those are the kind of things that I don't want to see encouraged in society or normalized. So if he says, hey, listen, I looked at fucked up stuff. I fucked up. My bad. I want to move on. There's still plenty of positive things I want to do in the world. Let's focus on those. Let's do it. Then I'll be his friend and I'll help him. If he comes back out in a month and he's like, actually, what I did was based. Everybody should be super degenerate. You should look at whatever is inside your brain. You should go into all the darkest, most weird, screwed up corners of your psyche, and you should jerk off to all of it. Then I'm gonna be like, nah, brah, I'm not down with it. I don't think it's a good message for kids. I don't think it's a good message for young adults. I don't think it's a good mentoring thing. I don't even think it's good for Vaush.
Yeah.
Which actually, before we leave, I want to make one point, but I'll save it. So it's going to be dependent on his behavior, what he wants to do. If he wants to move forward positively, awesome. If he wants to indulge in depravity, then I'm not going to support it and I'm not going to be a friend to it.
So for me, I think I'm kind of in the inverse position of you, Brianna, because I've had the opportunity to talk to food shops a bunch. I know that she regrets pretty much everything and how that whole thing went down. I know she feels like she's had a bad rap, especially after I think right now she's feeling like, why is it that Vaush gets the charitability but I don't? And that's probably a fair question to ask, I think. But the reason that I feel this way about her is because I'm her friend and I've had the opportunity to talk to her a whole bunch, right?
Sure.
Meanwhile, Vaush has said a whole bunch of negative shit about me over the years, and he won't talk to me.
Oh my
So,
God, you're right. Yeah, it is the exact
so
opposite
it's the exact
situation.
where
Yeah.
you haven't talked to food shops much, and you are Vosh's friend. And it's kind of the opposite with me,
Yeah.
where it's like I'm, if we're talking simply about fairness, Vaush obviously should have a point where he comes back. But if we're just talking about like my own personal
Justice.
feelings, I am going to laugh as he falls apart. And
This,
like, but that's my personal feeling.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily want everyone else to be that way, but I don't like him. I'm already predisposed against him, and I know it.
Fair.
this is a wildly important point.
Just 1 second before you
Mhm.
say it, Connor. I just want to say this again. My objection to food shops is not that she jacks off to Lolly or has jacked
Fair
off
enough.
to
Yes.
Lolly. My objection to food shops is she's been so consistently terrible to me, has acted like a big psycho, and in fact has been doing it in the chat the entire time we've been here. So again, if she wants to talk to me in DMs, I will do that. I'm happy to do that.
Maybe you
But
guys can patch it
yeah,
up. Yeah.
sure,
We'll
of
see.
course.
That might be a another day, but we are going to bring in food
I
shops
agree.
after this, like directly after this. So go ahead,
Okay.
Connor,
There-
make your last
there's-
point, and then we're going to wrap it up and move to the food.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
I still didn't
So
get to my
to-
crazy theory yet.
How many theories do you got, buddy? Like, no, we
I
like
didn't
the
finish. I
content,
didn't.
we like the content.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, 2 quick points. So number one, Deb brought up something that is interesting that I would need to see and I would amend to. I'm going to be like willing to work with in the future, right? Vaush has called conservatives demons, monsters, pedophiles, evil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he doesn't put any qualifiers on fascist, Christian authoritarians, whatever. He's literally painting, or at least in some segments, he's painting 50% of the population as irredeemably evil. And I think that moral framework is what allowed him to treat Dev so poorly. So now that he's on the receiving end of a dog pile where he's being vilified, called a pedophile, everybody's going to be treating him uncharitably for the next year. If he learns an important lesson in humility, where he realizes that he's going to have to be like nuanced and charitable and all that kind of stuff in order to build good relationships with people that are not a part of his tribe, then I'll work with him. If he goes right back to accusing normie conservatives of being like irredeemably evil, fascist, Nazi, bigot, transphobe, whatever, then again, that's going to be a deal breaker for me, because part of the lesson here should be humility. You don't know when you're going to step on the rake in public, and it happens to all of us, by the way.
Yep.
Sorry, other point is basically, I think that this stuff, I'm the libertarian or liberal argument about Lolly does not apply to me. I think that if you play with this part of your brain a lot, you're going to reinforce that part of your brain. You're going to become a worse person. So for all the people who are like, well, Vaush never hurt anybody, nobody was hurt in the production of it, all that kind of stuff. For me, there is a harm, and that harm is to the person who is consuming it. So that is an important moral difference that people need to realize when I talk about it.
Okay. So gang, this has been, I think, a wonderful discussion. It's been frustrating at points, but wonderful nonetheless. That's why it's fun. I'm going to give each of these lovely people a chance to shout themselves out and tell people where you can find them. And then after this, and Connor, you're welcome to stay if you'd like. But I do want to give food
I'll stay
shops,
for a bit.
Yeah, I do want to give food shops. I know you have to go, Woo, but I do want to give food shops a chance to address the allegations, let's say. I did promise her this, that we would do this at some point. And so that point is coming soon. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, we are going to have Adam Mockler, Hutch, WhickTV, and Tyler, and we're going to be discussing the Her Report. We're going to be discussing in depth, is Biden fit for office? So if you want more political content, that's where you're going to go tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then Thursday, we're going to have Lav on to take call-ins. And with that, let's get to the shout-outs. Let's start with Dev, and we'll work our way around and end with Woo. So, Dev, go ahead. Where can people find you?
Just out of curiosity, you're not having food shops on live? I thought you were.
No, we are. We're not ending.
Oh,
just
okay.
ending this
Oh,
segment.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just doing an
we're not
outro,
ending.
so
We're doing an
Right,
outro
right,
so
right.
everyone
Outro.
can-
Listen,
yeah.
listen. I'm not part of Twitch Paul. I don't know how you guys do anything. Okay, I don't fucking know what's going on. I mean, I'm Dev, Surefire Otaku. I pretty much have the name on lockdown because no one wants it. So you can just find it. I guess I'll say. Here's the thing. Hold on. Wick, can you give me 30 seconds to like speed run my theory?
Go.
Okay, real quick. Brianna and Counterpoints. You both said, you said something along the lines of Vaush isn't trying to normalize it, right? I think he is, but it's a shaky theory. I'm not gonna stake my reputation on it, but I actually think he is. But it's gonna involve a whole bunch of gay political theory. But I think
If it's
is.
an incremental thing, then I'll fight it tooth and nail. And if it comes back up again, then I will view him as a political opponent, and not a potential ally.
Okay, TLDR. TLDR. Vaush has spoken many times about the book Mass Psychology of Fascism and how important it is to all of his political views. In that book, the theory is basically laid out that fascism takes hold because of a certain personality type in people. And the best way to basically manufacture that personality type is through sexual repression. And so sexual openness becomes anti-fascism. And so you should be raising children to be more sexually open, so that they'll be more sexually open as adults, so that they will be less likely to become fascists later. So the issue
Yeah.
is that like
Mhm.
Vaush has danced around this so many times in so many videos and streams, but he's never directly said it. But he's danced around the idea, and he's referenced this book many, many, many times.
Okay.
So this is
Yeah.
this is one of those
So what
things
this
where I have to
book
like, yeah.
what this book doesn't take into account is that your weirdly openly sexual kids might not be fascist, but you're going to make me a fascist by making them be around them, justifying lolicon. So yeah. So
I don't understand the point.
Okay, we're
Forgive me if I'm misunderstanding
throwing a
it.
flag.
Isn't it?
Throwing a
Yeah,
flag
go
on
ahead.
this because
Okay,
otherwise this could be
okay.
another hour-long
Right.
discussion.
Yeah,
It's
this is a
10:20.
political theory
Okay.
topic. It's not like Vaush's actual
Okay.
actions.
I'll
It's political
DM it.
theory
I'll
topic.
DM it
Yeah,
to you.
we can do
Sure,
this
sure.
again another day. Like this doesn't have to be the end forever. Okay, Connor, and then we'll. So Connor, short, sweet, concise, snappy.
95% of my channel views are Warhammer 40K or science fiction. So go to Counterpoints 40K, check it out. Down in the description below, there's Counterfire, which is the shared channel with Brianna Wu, where we're going to be doing
Yeah.
debate and news review content. And then finally, Counterpoints is my essay channel that's very neglected, but I promise we will get around to it. So go check me out. We're good people.
Is that the podcast that you guys invited Food Shops onto?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of fire?
Well,
Okay.
if she can be sane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And thank you for being here, Connor. Really appreciate you. Now, if Food Shops doesn't want you here for the discussion, I will have to let you go. Food Shop's going to
That's
be
fine.
able to tell, because this will be her segment. It'll be up to her. Wu, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me here, Wick. It's been too long. Yeah, Dev, I just I have a lot of friends, but I'm really thankful that you and I met, and I really appreciate being able to talk. And I've had a great time today on the show. It's always a really good
Yeah, same.
discussion,
Same.
and I really love I increasingly love moments like this. Like Connor, you're on the right, Dev, you're in the middle, and I think all of us that are able to think through arguments and talk through why we feel the way we do, I really treasure every single one of these friendships, especially when it's people that I disagree with. So I just want to plug before I jump on out. Counterfire, like Connor and I are starting that this week. My whole theory with this is I love drama content, but I love smart drama content. So Connor and I are going to make a mission of debating the crazies. I'm going to find the craziest, most deranged people to go after me on Twitter, and I'm going to invite them on the show. So I hope it'll be a good format. It can be some smart conversation, and I hope y'all will all tune in for it. Thanks for having me here,
We'll
Wick.
see how it goes. No, thanks for being here. This has been a great show. And with that, I'm going to let you go, Brianna. We'll see you later.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, gang. Some ground rules here. Food Chops is coming up. Food Chops. Again, I don't want to ambush her, so if she doesn't want you there, counterpoints, I'm gonna unfortunately say.
You know
goodbye to
me,
you.
I play nice.
But we'll see. We'll see what she has to say. We'll bring her on and we'll let her talk. Now, to be clear to my audience, in case anyone has been telling you otherwise, from the beginning, I told Food Chops that she was gonna be a side conversation here, right? She wasn't the main focus. She was never going to be the main focus. But as a courtesy, because I do believe in hearing everyone out, I did offer her a chance to come on today when we were done with the main conversation. We are done with the main conversation. Now it is her turn. Let's bring her on. You're live.
She's also
give her
completely
a second.
muted.
It's been a while, right? Oh, she can see us.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
So, first question, and again, up to you.
Wait, no.
Do you want
Hold on.
counter here, or do we want to kick him off? I'll do either. Up to you.
Okay. Connor can stay here. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Right.
No, there's no
That's-
shame in
that's
saying
fine.
no.
I assume you don't want me to troll you?
No. I'm fine. Okay. All right.
Okay.
If I was brought on an hour earlier, I probably would probably make my arguments on this panel. Of course, I think, you're a good person. I think Connor is a good person. Now, here's the thing, is what I don't appreciate is this, okay? Is basically, I think originally we agreed on, I think 7. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I said
okay?
it would
7.
probably be 7 when we were done with the main conversation, but
Sure.
obviously they like to
And
talk,
then-
and so I underestimated that.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I want to show you. I want to show you how it sort of built up to it. Okay, so it was 7 p.m. first, right? And then, because I'm trying to add 3 hours because I live in Pacific, right?
Sure.
And then it was pushed back an hour, which I was also fine with, right? And then, you told me Brianna Wu didn't want to have me on, right?
Mhm.
And I also accepted that, right? Now, hold on just one second. I sort of want to just disable. Hold on. All right. Okay. And then what happened was at some point it was past the 5 p.m. The 8 p.m. point, right? and I DM'd you. I was like, hey, we are sort of 30 minutes past the point, or sort of past the point. I don't think I said 30 minutes, right? Okay. I accept that you didn't respond. It's fine, right? Then obviously I say, hey, Wick, check DMs in the chat, right? You did not check DMs, or maybe you did, but you
I
didn't
did
respond
not,
yet.
because
Okay.
I was moderating a show. I was busy.
That's fine.
Yes, absolutely.
That's okay.
Mhm.
All right. So at some point, all right, I sort of I got impatient. However, I felt as though the terms have changed enough to the point where I began to complain, right? And now you can say that I'm being rude in the chat. However, I would say that I had apt justification to complain in the chat publicly. Okay. And
Okay.
then at some point, because of my complaining, you guys had a short segment in which you guys were dogging on me, right? Now at that point, it is considered, polite to let me on because you guys are dogging on me, right? At that moment, because at that point, the arguments are fresh in my mind, the arguments are fresh in your mind, and we are able to hash them out, right? Now, and then it just sort of went back and forth for a really long time until, now, right? So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have no problem having this conversation with you. I have no problem remedying stuff with you. However, I feel hurt and I feel disrespected. And here's the thing: is that I'm as much of a person as Vaush. I'm as much of a person as Destiny, and painting me as schizo, unhinged, a drama farmer is an easy way to discount my arguments when I think right now I'm articulating just fine, when I think that I articulated far better than I did months
So
ago.
how about
Okay.
this?
So
We
I'm
can
not
either
going to
do
grace you
this.
with clout
We
and
could
I'm
do
going to
this.
go now. Bye.
Whoa.
Oh,
Okay. Well, she's welcome to reschedule if she wants, but she is not the main character. I will do whatever I fucking want with my fucking show and to try to manipulate people, right? There's a reason that people don't trust Food Chops or want her around or want her on, okay? And she has every right to feel upset or hurt or anything like that. But to come on to my show when I have graciously, right, unbanned her for the specific purpose, right, to hear her out, to hear her side, right? And because it wasn't in the time that she wanted, if she had been like, hey, I can't do it right now, it's too late, you guys went too long, let's do it another day, perfectly fine. And she's still welcome to do that. But let's not pretend that that was anything other, right, than this entitled bullshit. Okay. So that's
can
it.
I
Go ahead.
hit it? Yeah. So what I would say is that this is the game. It is what it is. We're all creators. When you have a certain amount, we're all competing for time and attention and the money that's there. You make hay while the sun shines. So when you have a few creators who are in the room and they want to talk, then you let them talk. That way you can have good content. And then also, platform sizes are all relative. But the truth is that when somebody comes on to a show or whatever, you are afforded the dignity and grace and etiquette of the person that you're going onto the platform with. So what I would say is just Jordan Peterson has this fantastic idea. It's not about winning an individual game. It's about winning the most amount of games over an extended period of time. So if you're constantly trying to like shit on people or fight them or win the individual game, but then you find that you're losing a series of games, then you're playing the game wrong. And so really what I'm encouraging is tact, grace, understanding, and attempting to be charitable to people who are maybe trying to be charitable to you.
Asta?
So,
That's all I got.
I wouldn't have walked out like that if I were her.
Sure.
But I understand her frustration of being
I
told that
think
she
we
can come on at
understand it
some
too.
point. Yeah, yeah.
No, I get it.
Being
Right?
like, hold on, let me just say it. Like being told that you can come on and then having people talk about you and then the moment's pass. Like I can understand being frustrated by that.
Sure. I think we understand it too because people as budding creators, we didn't get here overnight. We've had people shit talk us that we weren't allowed onto the shows. We've gotten dogpiled in fucking panel debate shows. We've had people who we have actively. I'm speaking for Wick, but I actively have people who don't like me. It kind of it is what it is at some point. So you kind of gotta roll with the punches as they appear. That's all you can do.
Yeah, it's this level. Look, the reason I'm frustrated now, right? And I understand her frustration. I get it, right? It went overtime. That happens.
Yep.
But this isn't.
I don't throw a fit when it's kick or keep and people are running
Not her
overtime.
show. I don't know. Right? And this was a courtesy. It was never going to
Or
be.
Reverie
It was never
Roundtable
supposed
or
to be
Hippy
her
Dippy or
event,
whatever.
right? Oh, I don't know. I'm just frustrated now. $2 from Antelope the Greek to say victim complex of the century when truck fading. I don't know. It's a victim complex of the century. I've seen much worse, right? But yeah, it's again.
Yeah,
here
we've all
you
seen a
have,
lot worse.
right? The opportunity is here. This is when I have time. Oh.
Well, maybe we can figure it out someday
Yeah,
in the
I'm
future.
more than willing to reschedule if she wants to reschedule. Again, I want to hear her out. Like, again, I want to be clear what this was for my audience. We unbanned her specifically for this because she had made some comments that I found disturbing, and I'd seen some clips that I found disturbing, but I wanted to give a chance for everyone, and I think everyone deserves a chance to be heard. So rather than just take that ban off the thing, I was like, okay, let's hear you out. Let's give you a chance to explain it. Let's give you a chance to talk about it with me, and maybe we'll see, right? Because I know there's a lot of people who will be dishonest with portraying how these things are. That just happens, right? So I wanted to give them a real chance, and yeah, it's just it just got to work for my schedule. So
yeah, I mean, I guess then, since I do feel right speaking in her defense a bit, this is all stuff she has actually walked back on her own stream before. I've heard her do it many times. She's done it to me several times. So
yeah,
and
I would
don't
like to
feel,
hear her do it though. It's a thing. Like
yeah, I completely understand. I completely understand. But like, I'll vouch for it for whatever that is worth. That I've heard her do it before.
Oh, thank you.
And so like
Good.
I I can understand the frustration of seeing some apologia for Vaush when she got like absolutely fucking destroyed over the same thing. And it's like,
Well,
yeah, I get it.
yeah.
I get it. I understand.
So there's an interesting thing there. Yeah, I think Chad has said it. Apologia. I'm not the only apologia that I would or that I think I engage in tonight is accepting like Vosh's explanation for the rhetorical arguments that he was doing early in his career, but I don't think I ever said like, "Oh yeah, that means that what he, that means that the horse lolicon porn is based," right?
I
I
didn't
don't
mean
think that
you.
ever fucking
Yeah, no,
happened.
I didn't mean you when I
Did
when I said
did
apologia.
did other people make apologia for that?
I think I've definitely, well, I mean, Brianna did a little bit, but not much. But I have seen some people who were like very happy, to like shit on food shops when she was the topic of conversation, turn around
Right.
and be like, "Well, I like Vaush though." So I've seen other people do that. People who
Yeah.
weren't here tonight. I've seen that. I've seen them do it, and it's like
Okay.
that doesn't feel right.
And
You know, that
and
doesn't
I
feel right.
just want to be clear. I have never done a show shitting on food shops. Never.
Yeah.
Not once. Right? I've never done a show shitting on Vaush either, right? Until maybe tonight. If you want to count tonight as it, right? You know what I mean? Like I've had criticisms of Vaush. I've had criticisms of food shops, right? But I just don't generally engage in that. So anyway. I will say that this was a poor showing. But it is what it is. So
It is what it is. And by the way, we all have poor showings. Okay? That's like Dev,
yeah, you get
that's something
emotional and
interesting.
I get it.
Well, that's something that Dev said that I think is important is like that lack of charitability that he's shown to right wing creators, basically like accusing like 𝕲𝖏 of being fucking closet Nazis or whatever the fuck. Like, dude, like if going forward, if he keeps doing that shit, then I'm not gonna feel sorry for you. Like next time that like a big controversy happens and you get fucking dogpiled and everybody's like breathing down your neck and calling you a fucking piece of shit, if you don't learn your lesson that it fucking sucks to be the one getting dogpiled, if you don't learn that shit, then I'm not going to feel sorry for you next time it happens. So my like grace, or not that like Vaush needs me to succeed or anything, but my grace and interest in working with him in the future is based off of that 100%.
Okay, well, gang, I don't know what else to say on this since she's not here, but yeah, if I see people in chat saying, "Oh, how rude I was," I mean, look, no, you're just an entitled little shit if you think that. To be clear, this is my space, my show. I do with it as I will. You are a guest on my channel, and you will behave as a guest on my channel. And if you abuse that privilege, I reserve the right at any time to kick you from my show or not to have you on my show, or to reschedule you. It is my show at the end of the day. You will not bully me or manipulate me or try to throw a childish tantrum. And let's be clear, it is a childish tantrum to try to manipulate me into doing what you want. Fuck you. Fuck off. We don't need you, to be clear. You can go away. But Food Chops is welcome. Again, I understand it was emotional for her. And whenever she wants. Yeah, just hit me up. Okay. Anything else?
All right. Beautiful.
You guys want to talk about?
I'm good to go if y'all are good to go. And then
Sounds about
Deb,
right.
I know
Sounds good.
if we have an excuse to cross paths in the future, please let me know. I'd love to hang out. So
Sure.
Always a pleasure. And 6 p.m. tomorrow Eastern. Who's still streaming on Twitch?
I'm not even live. I'm
Food Chops.
doing other side projects.
Go.
Food
Raid
Chops.
for
There you
Is
go.
she streaming on
Sign of
Twitch?
good
Okay,
faith.
why not? We'll go. What, does this
Do a
count as a hate
YouTube
raid?
raid
I
too.
don't know.
Do a YouTube raid.
Well, if
Alright.
she's streaming on Twitch, she can get my viewers. But yeah, well, that's what it is. Peace out, Girl Scouts. See you tomorrow. Bye.
See ya.
Just out of curiosity, you don't do YouTube raids?